tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
"102 days ago, the world bore witness to a North American team hoisting a trophy for the first time in 2 years. What was once a quest for a drop of water in a desert of no majors ended in a tidal wave as Beastcoast crashed over the international scene. Some might say, job done, but we don't. We've had months to bask in the glory of a win that big, and now it's time to go back and do it all over again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stage 2 of the 2024 North American League season. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson alongside former world champion Gabriel Laxing Miralez and 6th Invitational bronze medalist Davide Foxe Bucci. Gentlemen, welcome back to the city of brotherly love.
I'm glad to be back. Honestly, it's funny because I put out a tweet before coming here that I was flying to Beijing, China. This obviously isn't Beijing, crazy. China. This is Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, close enough, I guess. I mean,
is it? It's going in the wrong direction.
Close enough. Some part of the world.
What was the point? We're off to a hot start. It's all good. There are so many things we have to get through on day ones typically, but we have and dude, it's an excellent slate of games to start us off for Stage 2. But we have some things that are changing and some things that are staying the same, one of them being the format. We'll get through everything that you already know and love. It's the 10th consecutive stage that the North American League has a best-of-1 round robin. We will carry that through into a playoffs with the top 3 teams from playoffs will advance. You guys already know this. This is something that is not changed, but we are sticking from 9 teams because we ended Stage 1 on just 9 rosters. So we'll go through that exact same format here. And we do have a prize pool of $62,000 going to first place. But what's more important here, lads, SI points matter a lot because this is the last stage where teams have the chance to win them.
Yeah, obviously you look at the prize pool in itself. I mean, it's a nice chunk of change. You find yourself in the top 3, especially first. And then, you know, it dwindles down as expected once you get down. But it's still a good chunk of change nonetheless when you place. But the biggest thing for a player is those SI points.
Absolutely. I mean, as a player, you're playing the whole year to accumulate as many points as you can to make it to invite. It's such a stressor at the start of the year, especially when you don't make that first major. You're put in a position where you don't have that many opportunities left. You have to make it all count in this next stage.
And now the LCQ is making its grand return later on in the season. So if for some reason teams weren't able to qualify on Stage 2 and Montreal major points alone, there's still a chance for a couple of teams per region to make it all the way to the grand dance. But it's going to take a little bit more effort because you don't want a qual spot. And there are the same teams right there that we saw from the very end of Stage 1, but a couple of guys got some revamps. Cloud9 Beastcoast is a little different from just the Beastcoast team that won Manchester, and M80 also decided, no, we want a brand refresh.
Well, I'm going to be honest, like, The M80 one, I like it, but like it's definitely going to take me a little bit to get used to. But I definitely like the wild card difference.
The wildcard one is
Yeah,
tight.
I like that one the best.
The M80 kind of looks like a Fenrir, the Fenrir
yeah,
gadget.
yeah, I
It
can
does
see
look
that.
a little
Yeah,
bit like it. I kind of like it. I enjoy it. And then the C9BC, I was really interested to see like how they would try to, if they would try to mesh the
That's
two
what I
logos
thought that they
together or
would do.
anything.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it's clean
What
like
if
that.
they just made the circles just the Beastcoast circle within the
Oh,
Cloud9? That could work. Hey,
patented.
that's just an
Ooh.
idea.
I bet someone's
just
come up
an
with a
idea.
concept like that at some point, yeah.
I don't think I'm the only one that came up with that. But maybe.
Well, speaking of Cloud9 Beast Coast, they were just Beast Coast back when they won the major in Manchester, but let's just do a refresh because it's been a long time since you've seen us here. How did NA team specifically do at Manchester? We know the team that won, but there were a couple of other teams in the mix there too.
At this event specifically, NA looked far better than we've seen them at any other event. I mean, C9 obviously winning it all. That was huge in itself. DZ, a top 4 contender. We typically see them around that area nonetheless. A big one for me is obviously M80, the last stage, the last year. They were constantly where we see Space Station in that 15th, 16th place. Obviously a little bit unfortunate for Space Station with Iconic's injury, but nonetheless, NA looked good at Manchester.
Very good. M80, I mean, the last majors, I don't think we have to remind anybody about the 03s, so it's nice to see them getting into the top. And you would argue, well, SSG's at the bottom, so how come they didn't make it and the rest of NA is still maybe struggling? But SSG had a good reason. Iconic had some injuries in his wrist. I believe he had some cysts in his wrist, and he just went through surgery to get them removed. So hopefully we'll see him moving back onto a certain team. I don't know, next year. But that is the reason. So NA as a whole has looked phenomenal so far in the last little bit of this year.
Yeah, bless up to Iconic, even if the run at Manchester didn't quite work out. Hopefully it's a quick healing process. We're able to see him back in the server at some point. But it does mean Space Station has had to move on, and they did that with a brand new roster move and then went on to win an off-season tournament. And there were a couple of other NA teams that also had ample chances to not just take the off-season as a vacation, but play in a couple really cool tournaments.
Yeah, the off-season is something that everybody in Siege has been wanting. So obviously we had 2 notable tournaments. We had the EWC event in Saudi Riyadh, and then we also had the Restart tournament that you guys actually had the ability to work on. And for me, I was in EWC as well, and seeing all the NA teams there, I mean, it was nice to see them. We didn't see them for long. None of them were able to really make it onto the main stage or do too well, unfortunately. It wasn't too notable from them. So at least a lot of the teams that went there and underperformed came back, made some changes in a positive light, and I think it put them on the right track. It was a nice wake-up call to them as well.
Yeah, and even for Space Station, Wildcard, and Oxygen, obviously we did see them in that restart that you ended up actually hosting yourself there.
Yes, sir.
But the big thing takeaway for me is Oxygen, you obviously see they placed last in that restart, but to be fair, they were playing their weakest maps and the maps they banned the most. I don't really count that. Wildcard, obviously coming in 4th in their own tournament. A little disappointing, Wildcard. You should win your own tournament. Space Station coming out the gate, swinging there, winning it all. But all in all these teams all had a chance to play competitively, play for an event, play for a prize pool, whatever that looks like, where the other few teams in the NA League have not had that experience, and it's just been scrims.
There's been some teams that literally haven't played since the end of Manchester Open quals. One of them being Los, because they played Space Station's Academy team, I think, at that point, and got knocked out. So it's been a long time for some teams to make some roster changes, figure out what they want to do to retool themselves for this stage. But there are some that we need to discuss. We're not going to give you full lists of every single change that every team made because we'd be here for a long time, but we broke it down into a couple categories, and it wouldn't be a start of a new stage if it wasn't for a couple of new bloods coming in.
Yeah, so obviously we got to see Wooz and Bay just recently in that wildcard restart. They performed, I'd say Bay performed a lot better than Wooz, but then you look at Kobilax. That's the biggest one for me right now, obviously joining a team like Dark Zero, but still, nonetheless, seeing T2 players come up to the T1 League, that's what's important to me, and I want to see consistency from each one of these 3 players going into this stage.
And a main characteristic between these 3 players that I notice is these players aren't just putting up numbers on the kill board. They're actually smart players, individual thinkers. They're able to impact their team. Specifically, Bay, I believe he was one of the main IGLs for SSG Academy. So having these players now in this meta where it's not just about kills, you have to pick up players that are actively thinking. It's a nice shift in the meta than what we've seen in the last couple of years, where it's just whoever gets the most kills, let's just pick up that guy. Now we're picking up players with brains too.
But there's a lot of pressure on guys like Kobilax too. He has made, what, a year to a year and a half of pro experience, going to DZ of all teams?
Yeah, I would definitely say that he has the most weight on his shoulders, obviously, because he's going to DZ. And of course, he's not replacing Canadians specifically, but to come into that and fill it is a very big light to be shined on.
Yeah.
You have to put up the most amount of pressure when you're replacing a player like that.
I mean, even for a roster like DZ, I mean, they have like boot camp set regimen. So to be coming from a T2 where you were never experienced that, even in T1 teams don't experience that. DZ has their own unique style. And I mean, yeah, he has a lot of shoes to fill in that regard of going into DZ's boot camp.
We move from the rookies to a couple of returns, guys who were in the league at one point, having a little bit of an off time for them. Not since 2023 have we seen any of these guys compete in Tier 1, but a couple of them are back. Surf and Spiff will make their way in, but the big one we got to talk about is Hyper to M80.
Oh, I'm so happy to see Paul back in the scene. I mean, Hyper, I got the opportunity to play with him in the EWC quals in E3, and just seeing his passion come back to the game and how good he still was amazing. So he's kind of the Swiss Army knife of a player that can fit any role, mold to any situation, and it's amazing to see him come back and obviously play on a team with Kino, which I know they have had their own personal friendship on the backside of things for a long time. So to see that little reunion is beautiful.
Yeah, and then even talking about Surf and Spiff, obviously Surf just came from that Luminosity roster back in EWC, now finding himself on Sonics, and I do love that for him. He's now going to be on a more structured team than he's ever been throughout his career. And then Spiff making his way back in the league. He obviously was on a former Astralis team that went to that World Championship back at SI, and then he played on Parabellum with me. It didn't work out. Then he found himself back in T2, but now he finds himself here again, once again, with his teammate Bay to make a statement, to make his presence known once again in the T1 League and really prove why he deserves to be back here.
Something important about all of these guys in this category, by the way, it's not like they haven't been playing since the last time they played in T1. Spiff's been looking for his way back in for a bit. Hyper was playing with you in EWC and E3 quals. Same thing for Surf. He went to EWC, but he hadn't played anything in the NAL last stage or the stage before. So it's been a bit for them to come back in, but that's why we all lump them into one category here.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, all these players deserve to be here. The one most I'm excited, if we're talking these three specifically, is obviously Paul. I mean, tons of history for both of us playing against him, being friends with him. It's just nice to see a familiar face, an old face coming back and showing that resurgence.
So we've got some rookies, we've got some returns. Now it's time for some regional debutantes, some guys who have played elsewhere in the world over the course of their competitive careers, now showing up in North America for the first time. Two guys from Brazil moving to Los, but we got another hammer lifter on SSG now.
Yeah, I mean, Benja, I mean, what's there not to say about this guy that hasn't been said throughout his years of playing? I mean, this is a phenomenal pickup. If you're going to get rid of a familiar face of Iconic, you're going to bring in a world champion to come alongside Fultz, another world champion. And again, Benja is a great suit for this role. He's a wonderful performer. I can definitely see him making that huge transition to put Space Station in a better position.
Yeah, and seeing Wizard and Arthur come into Los and save them a little bit. I mean, it's nice to see more Brazilian transfers come. They elevate the scene. They bring a lot of new that you don't really see in America, a lot of Brazilian playstyle, and it's nice to see them come in, and it gives them a little bit more experience, especially on Los, which is what they desperately needed.
I feel like we're going to be spending a lot more time figuring out how the guys on Los merge with one another than we will with SSG.
Yeah.
Because one thing you wrote down, what was it? It was same space station, just different crewmate for SSG, right?
Yeah, same space station, different crewmate.
Yeah, no, it's a really good line.
It's the truth. You know, it's just a completely different crewmate for that station going to space. I mean, Benja, that's the guy. That's the man, the myth, the legend.
That's interesting because I believe that since Benja joined, joining SSG was a better change for Benja going into the environment of SSG, whereas the team picking him up, I feel like they have to change a lot more to fit him into the slots as opposed to
I don't disagree.
having Iconic.
I don't disagree with that.
I mean, we saw the gym picks as soon as Benja joins the team. It looks like he was there for a long time. He jumped into that culture, and it kind of feels like he's meshed with it already, which is dope to see.
Yeah, he's got that Danish blood. They got Giants blood in him, so I mean, you just have to work out a little bit, and he's going to be bigger than Call-Out soon, you know?
But again, for Los, it's two guys who haven't played anywhere in the NA circuit before at all, joining a team that had its struggles last stage, that really has to find a way back out of a hole that they dug for themselves. Can they do it with those guys?
I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, getting Arthur, who just recently got to be able to play with E1 at a major, and then Wizard, who has been on NIP for a while, I think it fits the puzzle. It fits Los exactly what they needed. Now they have some more players along with, you know, Sexy Cake that have been to some events here and there.
I agree. I mean, I think it's important to bring in, again, familiar faces to help facilitate a roster, especially when you didn't have such a great stage like last stage. They only had one win. So, I mean, hopefully bringing in not newer experience, older experience with the better experience will ultimately elevate them to a higher level.
So 3 different categories of new additions to teams, but there's a guy who now gets his own category because there was a blockbuster acquisition that only happens once in a blue moon. Sonics have officially signed Canadian after a multi-year stint on Dark Zero. This is something I don't think anybody saw coming.
No, not at all. The 18-year-old, just fresh out the gate, rookie Canadian first debut. No way. But I mean, him going to Sonics was a big change. I think no one really expected it. And obviously, we got to thank, at the end of the day, the rest of DZ, because they were the ones that ended up making that change to replace him from the team. And Super said it best in himself in their signing interview. There are some players that you just can't pass up when they enter free agency.
Absolutely. And for me, I mean, my biggest question here is a long time ago. This is a long time ago. But Super definitely said something along the lines like, he doesn't necessarily agree with Troy's ideology and how he, facilitates a game or a round, whatever that is. Obviously, they were going against each other. It's very easy to nitpick at each other. But now you find yourself on the same team. They are both very strong personalities, both very different ideologies. Now they're on the same team. So I'm curious really how that is going to work fundamentally.
SQ have had hammer lifters on their team before, but one of the guys that has won a world championship, they've removed him from the team to now make way for a guy who has way more accolades in his trophy case, which is a good thing. But how long do you think it's going to take for Sonics to really start gelling with a guy as polarizing as Canadian's been through his career? I
mean, I think they're going to hit it off running. I mean, Canadian has tons of experience. The whole SQ has tons of experience. Seth himself has tons of experience. It's just a matter of finding that footing of what's going to work best for this team. Obviously, getting Troy into the SQ dynamics or even changing up the dynamics of how they play. I still think that they're going to find success. It's just how fast is that success really going to translate into said match?
Yeah, I believe the biggest worry may be having 2 polarizing personalities when you pick up Canadian and having Super on the back end.
Sure.
So you're always like, are they going to clash heads? But I mean, I think that only really happens when you're on a roster, especially if you look at DZ with Nafe IGLing and Canadian IGLing. I mean, everyone saw what happened on Twitter, and obviously that's something that can happen in any rendition. But I think Super also coming into coaching now, after he's had a little bit of time on the managerial side, he's able to see everything from a third-party point of view. And he told me himself that he's given the reins to Canadian, letting him drive the ship, and he's just going to be facilitating and assisting from the back end.
Well, that trumps my question.
He's not trying to get too deep on day-to-day operations. He's just trying to make sure the team works as well as it can without getting in the way.
Absolutely. I think it's a new look to Super as well, and I believe he's had that little bit of a sit down and watch, and we've seen players sit down on the bench and watch from the third-party POV. Like players like Kino, and whenever they come back, they're always able to add so much more to a team.
And to be fair, especially with Super coming out as a coach, he does a lot of the watch parties for a lot of the leagues, so he definitely digests a lot of Siege, and that can definitely help Troy facilitate this roster even better.
So now knowing all of those things about every team and the moves that they made, coming into the stage, I was curious what your guys' individual rankings would look like. Not necessarily where you think they're going to end up, because that's a totally different question, but where do you see them coming into the stage? How do your rankings look like?
Yeah, I mean, my rankings are just based off last stage alone. I mean, that's the thing to go off of Manchester. So you have to put C9 Beastcoast at the top. They won it all. They were the underdogs. Space Station, obviously the roster changes they're making. They're looking good. M80 bringing in Hyper. I think that's a massive change. Sonics and ZZ are the toss-up for me in the middle of the pack, only because they did make significant changes. Again, that's why. But then you look at the bottom of the barrel, it's kind of, that's kind of just where I see the rest of the teams. And I got to be proven otherwise. That's the best way to put it. None of those 4 teams really proved a lot last stage.
I find it really interesting that you have C9 BC so high up, because
they're major champions.
They are major champions, but on my power ranking, I have them a little lower. I have them in 4th because getting to the top.
Not even top 3, dude.
No, I have them in 4th because getting to the top is definitely its own difficult task.
Sure.
But staying up there is the hardest thing that you have to do, and that is a whole new challenge for everyone on C9 BC. And obviously, they had a bunch of challenges last stage. They surpassed them, but I just want to be able to see that, the consistency. I think the fans at home want to see the consistency, so that's why I have them in 4th. Now, for the top 2, you had them at 3rd and 4th. I think M80 is the most well-rounded team, especially since getting Hyper. He is also such a well-rounded player. He's exactly what they need. And then SQ, obviously, when you pick up a player like Canadian and a star player like Surf, you're going to want to expect a little bit of consistency right out the gate. The rest of the teams, I mean, I think they fall in. You could mix match a little bit of everywhere, but I think my hottest take would probably be having OXG at 7th. Unfortunately, I just don't have any high hopes for them anymore, especially after time and time of them getting close to the finish line and just consistently falling down. I just don't think they're a top 4 team anymore. I want to see them, break into it again, but until I see that, I can't put my stock.
I was gonna say, I mean, our bottom 4 is pretty much the same. Obviously, it's just a few teams switch, but I think there is a lot to prove for those bottom 4 teams to really accelerate their performance going into this next stage.
So OXG all the way in 7th, despite them getting the first 5-0 start in any round robin in NAL history. The way that they slid at the very back end means they're all the way down here in your rankings now.
Where did they end, right?
Well,
You're 5-0,
I
but
get
where
it.
did they
I get
end?
it.
When you looked at their performance, though, with those wins, it was against the lower tier teams. The second they met the upper echelon of the teams in the NAL, they immediately fell flat.
Yeah, it's not to say discredit OXG,
No.
but I think every team right now has gotten positive adjustments towards the up, whereas OXG hasn't really done much, and from the last off-season tournaments that we've been able to watch them play, it hasn't looked that fruitful compared to the other competition.
Laxing also had, I would say normal rankings almost, and then you had M80 all the way up. You must be really confident that Hyper pickup is like
Hyper
exactly
really
what they
work
need.
together
Yeah,
on
I love
upper
ball.
deckies.
Yeah.
No, I just really believe that M80 is always a strong team, and I feel like the stars are kind of aligning to be able to pick up a player like Hyper, and the rest of the team hasn't really had their flaws either.
My thing is with M80 specifically, and like you put them at the top, the reason why I don't put them at the top and I put them in 3rd or maybe possibly 4th, obviously we saw 3rd there, is more so the fact is we've put a lot of high hopes in this roster that they've built so many super teams and it's just never worked out. We didn't see that success. We may have saw it regionally, but internationally, it was horrible. And just as of recently is where we found that success. But I do think Hyper is a massive, drastic difference maker for this team.
Homie won a major. He's always going to carry that title.
But I don't know if that I would still put them in 1st, personally.
All right, we'll see how it plays out on our very first day because there's a couple bangers we need. I hate using the word. It's just default in my head at this point, but that is what we have on deck. Scheduled for today is thus. There's one team that's going to have a bye proceeding into every game of the round robin because we have 9 teams. In this case, that is Dark Zero. We will see them play tomorrow, but gentlemen, there's a couple on here. I don't know how they're going to go, and I'm really excited for them.
Yeah, I think the match of the day for everybody is going to be C9BC versus M80, 2 powerhouse teams that are trying to find their consistency in this stage 2. But in my opinion, the game that I'm going to be looking for is going to be OXG SSG because I feel like they're kind of crossing paths at the moment. SSG's getting a little bit more comfortable going on the upward trajectory. OXG slowly sinking down a little bit. And so I feel like they're kind of in a crossing zones right now. So to see how to play out, I think that'll be interesting.
Well, again, C9 Beastcoast M80, I think that's going to be the one to watch for sure. But I'm actually looking forward to that first match. Obviously, for the new pickups of Bay and Spiff to be joining a Wildcard. And
You just want to see Canadian on a new roster.
And then also Canadian and Surf to see what Sonics now is going to look like. Is it going to look similar to DZ, or are they still going to keep that Sonics playstyle?
Yeah, how could you pass up on watching one of the best, talented, world-renowned, smartest, best fraggers you could ever think of Surf, and then rookie Canadian play? I mean, like, how could you pass that up, you know?
We have a 2-time world champion. He's the best in the game. And also, hey, Troy happens to be on this roster too. That's just how it shakes out. I'm excited for these games, mostly because there are so many questions that we need to get some semblance of answers to. We start that today. We'll start writing the narratives because a couple of teams have new chapters in their books. We'll get to all of that with our, what is it, Wildcard? Yeah, it's Wildcard Sonics up as our first game of the day coming up right after the break. 94 miles west of NAL HQ in Philadelphia lies Harrisburg. That's Sonic's HQ, where the atmosphere is doubtless much different from any other Playday over the course of their history. They rocked the world with news last week, and Wildcard had better hope that their news is at all comparable in any way. Welcome to Game 1 of Day 1 of Stage 2. It's a whole basket of words over here. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he is Foxade. Gentlemen, we finally get to see Canadian in new threads, and Wildcard, I certainly hope they have a plan for that today.
Yeah, I mean, Canadian's dyed his hair blue. Sonic's is kind of blue in a way, like a light blue.
It's like a turquoise.
I didn't even know he dyed his hair. You
didn't know that?
He just posted that today?
No, he didn't dye recently, but he's dyed
you're just talking over his
yeah.
beard.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just
You're
saying,
reaching back in the 2018 bag for that.
If you're connecting the dots, he could dye it more
I
recently.
think actually when he won on Space Station, that's when his hair was blue.
Yeah, I think
Pretty
you're
sure.
right. Which, SSG's yellow, so I mean, I don't know,
Weird.
but
Weird.
fashion choice. I
Weird.
He had a whole plan for this one, and I just didn't get it. But that's totally cool. It's Day 1 stuff. Let's talk about both Wildcard and Sonic's teams that made 2 changes over the course of the offseason, both of them at very different levels, because you can really only bring Troy Canadian to one team at one individual time. So why don't we start with the Sonics, Fox?
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously, biggest change that we had throughout the stage so far was Canadian joining, and obviously alongside him bringing Surf. But the rest of the team with Ambi, Rexon, and Grixer obviously are successful players. They've been doing a number in the NAL on Sonics for a long time. Last stage, I think there was just too many cooks in the kitchen. They just didn't have a good amount of understanding on how they wanted to play, why they wanted to play, and what they wanted to do. It just didn't really look like they understood who to lead, who was going to lead, who we should listen to.
So there's a couple of guys that no longer fit this grand vision for what the Sonics are meant to turn into, both incredibly skilled players in their own right, but just for right now, because we're going to be talking about the new guys for this entire stage, let's talk about what they're losing with this move.
Yeah, 2 of the cooks that were in that kitchen last stage were Merc and Adam, and Merc obviously being a previous IGL for Wildcard and TSM that found success in their own tournaments, Adam being more of a new rookie secondary support who obviously performed really well in his role. Losing those 2 players is a deficit, but when you see how well Sonics played last stage, you're not too surprised. But when you look at that roster, who are you going to get rid of? Obviously, they're going to get rid of the 2 new players that they brought in to get another IGL. If you're going to get rid of one IGL, one tournament winning IGL, you're going to want to upgrade to a better tournament winning IGL, not to put Canadian and Merc on the chopping block together. But obviously, you can't pass up on, if no one has an understanding of who you're going to listen to, you want to get the best IGL that's going to give you a guide.
And like you said, if you're going to replace your IGL, who other than are you going to replace him for?
There's only one other dude.
So you're going to use Canadian in any scenario that you possibly can grab him. So it's a no-brainer to me that they would grab Canadian at first reach.
And just in case you were new and didn't understand exactly how significant his contributions have been over the past couple of years, he didn't dye his hair. Playing with Dark Zero since 2021 has opened up a world of possibilities for that DZ team. It resulted in a major win. It was countless LAN qualifications. It feels like there's not very much he didn't accomplish other than win an SI with DZ for as long as he was there.
Yeah, and he had 3 years with DZ. Before that, he did get the chance to win an SI with SSG. I mean, he is the most proven IGL in the game. He's been able to time and time again showcase that his playstyle, his brain, has success powered behind it. And now he's getting put on a position where he's the first time he had hot-handed, aggressive players that he can now command. Everyone always looks to Canadian and says, oh, well, he always has a slower play style, but is that because of the way he wants to play or because of the players that are surrounded around him? And now he specifically tweeted that this is the first time that he's had this much amount of aggressive talent to just mess around with, see what works, see what doesn't. And we know his history. We know that he is successful wherever he goes, and now he has a whole new arsenal to play with.
I almost feel a little bit bad for Surf, a guy who has tons of skill in his own right, coming into a team where he should excel beyond anything he's ever achieved before, but we're spending all that time talking about one of the greatest players of all time. What do you think Surf's feeling right now?
I mean, you have to give your flowers to Canadian, of course, but when I had a chance to speak to Super, they knew exactly what they were doing with getting Surf 2. He was one of the prospects in their changes that they wanted to go for, and they were so impressed with his ability to read the situation, play his life, and be able to capitalize on playing fast, playing aggressive, exactly into what you would need when you're getting an IGL like Canadian. He can mix match whatever he needs to do.
And I think it's important just to note for Surf coming into this role, I mean, I almost see it similar when we brought Dream onto OXG, is like when you thought what Dream was before coming onto OXG, that was Dream's first time of joining an experienced roster, and it completely excelled Dream's playstyle, and this is what I see with Surf. Surf hasn't been on strong rosters back then, and this is his first time being on a well-rounded roster that I can truly see him excel and grow as a player.
Yeah, who better for Sonics to bring in than a guy with potential like Surf and a multi-time world champion? For Wildcard, it's a different story because they seemed like the path forward was removing a world champion from their team.
Yeah, it's a little interesting with this roster. It's a little questionable move for me because you obviously don't see Vert, you don't see Ramp, you don't see the former world champion that was also teammates with Bosco when they won that world championship. So it's a little bit crazy of a change for me. It's a drastic change, but that doesn't mean it's end-all be-all. Sometimes you got to remove, you know, things that you're similar to or used to and get something fresh, get something that's going to make everyone want to excel and expand their growth. And that's where you see Bay and Spiff come into play here.
You have to cut off the arm to save the body ideology, right? That's kind of what you're saying here.
A little bit, something like that.
Yeah, they pretty much have to do something because we know that Wildcard was very slow last stage in the way that they play. The adaptability wasn't there. They needed someone to be a spearhead for the team. And when you look at a team that has historical players from the start of Siege, I mean, who can you really point at and say, oh, well, this one would be better to go than the other?
It's just an interesting contrast because both of the guys the Sonics picked up are veterans that have been playing the game for a long time.
Yeah.
Surf was Beastcoast LAN back when the NAL was in Vegas, and Troy is Troy. Spiff and Bay, one of them has played LAN before, and the other guy is a rookie. It has played nothing except online and tier 2 stuff for a long time, so it's a pretty drastic contrast.
Yeah, and these are their restart, the Wildcard restart event stats here. Obviously, Spiff was looking really good in a lot of those matches on those entries, getting in, being that spearhead that they needed, and Bay was kind of on that back line, a little bit of the support entry with a little bit of entry support as well. But I mean, both these players were doing well, but I was a little worried because their only experience of playing with this team was against T2. We didn't get to see that go up against a T1. Now today, will it be tested against Sonics? Will they be able to do the same thing that we saw them in the Wildcard restart?
Now, worries that we might have is when you look at this roster change and you speak to the players, they said that the organization Wildcard had a big hand in replacing Vert and Rampy for these two new pickups. The organization actually was making decisions on what the team should do. And if you're a viewer at home, you're maybe asking yourself, well, why would the org do that? Why would you not let the coach make a choice, the team make a choice? And if you got to think about how Wildcard even came into inception, they hosted open tryouts.
Yeah, that was the first time we ever saw that.
They had open tryouts streamed, and that's where you saw the likes of Merc, Adam, Spirits, you know, the OG Wildcard team. It's weird to say OG, they're pretty fresh. But obviously, if there's an organization that you're going to trust in making roster decisions, I feel like they are the ones that you would lean more towards because of how they doctored the team.
And still, with any roster change you make, whether you're picking up an experienced player or an inexperienced player, it's all a risk at the end of the day. Just because you're a phenomenal player doesn't mean you're going to work on every single roster. And just because you might not be the best player doesn't mean you're going to work on every single roster. Any roster decision any team makes, it's a 50-50 at the end of the day, and you just have to go out the gates and just test the water.
On paper, we kind of expect Sonics to come out in front, if only because of the caliber of players they've got on the team. But both of them are making two roster changes at the exact same time for their first matchup, so maybe it's a little bit more even. We'll see as the bans come through. Just as a reminder, by the way, we do have Lair in the pool. Oregon is gone. Lair is in. It was played one time between NA teams over the course of the offseason. That was back in restart. But whether teams have any inkling or any interest in going to that map to kick things off, I definitely think it'll be a long time before we see it. Wildcard just decides, no, we don't want it.
I think we'll see it sooner than later, to be honest. I mean, that's what we thought about Nighthaven. Then we instantly saw Nighthaven. So I do think Lair can be used, and we actually did just recently see that in EUL with ITB, and I believe it was Fnatic.
Yeah.
So it's not unheard of yet. Clubhouse.
Yeah, we're going to see Clubhouse being picked out from Sonics, and I think this is a really good even playing ground. I mean, both teams don't really know what to expect from each other. We know Wildcard favors more defender-sided maps. They were fan favorites of Oregon last stage. Oregon is no longer in the pool. So Clubhouse is another consistent map that's been around for a while. I'm sure Bosco and the rest of the players on the team are very confident on that map. So I'm not surprised with Wildcard taking it there. And then Sonics, you just want to take them to an even playing ground. And I think Clubhouse is the best 50-50 map. Obviously, defense is really strong, but you don't win Clubhouse from your defenses. You win Clubhouse from your attacks.
Absolutely. And that's where Wildcard is starting, which, again, that does worry me because, again, how we saw Spiff and Bay play, that was against T2 rosters. Now you're going to be doing it against a team like Sonics, and now it's going to be backed by a player of Canadian and Surf. So it's really going to be interesting to see how they dive into this map and what they might do differently, or obviously what they're going to do the same. I honestly see Clubhouse as now the new Coliseum map that we saw Oregon. So I think
does that just kind of take over?
Yeah, I think Clubhouse is ultimately going to take over as the new Oregon for NA.
Cool. So you really have to understand. I mean, again, it's Clubhouse. If you know how Clubhouse works, phenomenal. We'll see how things shake out. But for both of you, Wildcard are pretty, like, it's a heavy underdog story for them at this stage. Is there any reason to think they can come back?
For me, it's more so of the fact that just due to the experience and the players transitioning, the team that's making the better move here, which I believe is obviously Sonics, I just find they're going to be able to work the map more in their favor and adapt a lot faster than a newer team that you're filling in 2 new players that don't have that same level of experience.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, if we learned anything from Wildcard last stage, it was that they are very good on defense. But Clubhouse, you have to be fast. You have to be able to be adaptable. There has to be some X factor in your attacks. We haven't seen that out of the prior Wildcard. Will we see that here? We may not, we may. But what I do know from Sonics is the whole team is very aggressive. And now you have Canadian that's able to just tell you what to do on a dime. So I think I'm leaning a lot more towards Sonics to take this first one out.
All right, the desk is in agreement, at least for right now. We'll see how the predictions championship, which, by the way, again, we didn't say this last stage. Congratulations, Foxe, on the inaugural North American League Predictions Championship. The difference here is that the analysts will have their predictions percentages hidden until the very end of the stage. So you don't know how well you're going to fare, so we'll see whether that title has the option to change hands this time around. And for our very first game, Sonics and Wildcard, it's my great honor to introduce for the first time as a dedicated pairing, Parker and Taro Mackay and Jesse J. Chick.
Well, thank you so very much. I missed my Canadian flag in the back. Jesse and I have worked together before, as Jacob actually pointed out quite well. This is our first time as a dedicated duo because you actually filled in for Pengu when he was unavailable at the NAL back when we were casting out of Los Angeles. Now, for those that didn't follow along, as it was explained on social media and other broadcasts, Nick wanted to stay in EU for time zone considerations, so we divorced. Mom and Dad actually broke up, and I am now with Jesse. And I will say, it was wonderful casting with you about 2 years ago. I am very much looking forward to this. I think you were tremendously good at what you do, and I am eager to see how you do as a color caster in this duo.
I appreciate the glazing, Parker. Thank you very much. You know, after 4 years of being on the North American League desk, it just felt like it was the right time to move over to casting. And I will say, you know, I'm excited to make the change. I did beg Ubisoft to let me cast with Lynx. Really wanted that, but unfortunately they said I had to cast with Montero. I said, fine, can't get everything you want. But I'm still excited. I think we're gonna have a great stage, you and me, Parker.
Yeah, I think it'll be a really wonderful time. I think that the real reason why you moved off of the analyst desk was because you lost predictions and you were so humiliated that you had no choice but to jump on over. So with that said, this will be a very fun time. Lynx and Stokes remain as a duo. They will be on the show tomorrow as far as I am aware. And of course, what a great match for us to start off with, because while we are both Canadian, there is another Canadian that most people will be talking about. As the desk addressed multiple times, the man on your screen, Troy Canadian Jarzlowski, was dumped from Dark Zero only about a month ago and has found new life on the Sonics. Jesse, what are your expectations for the 58-year-old gunner Canadian?
Well, Parker, at 58, Canadian, certainly excited to move on over. I'm really interested to see how this goes. Canadian has a history of jumping to new teams and immediately improving them. In fact, the last time the Canadian joined a professional team and did not go on to win a tournament was Year 1, Season 2. In Year 1, Season 3, he joined Continuum, eventually won Pro League Finals and an SI. Eventually, that team turned into Evil Geniuses. Then he went and joined Space Station. He won a 6 Invitational. Then he went and joined Dark Zero. He won the Charlotte Major. So Canadian has a long history. I think Sonics fans are going to be very excited and hopeful that that trend can continue with them. Of course, Montreal just around the corner, SI not far after that. So I know that that's going to be a focus for Canadian and the rest of SQ.
We'll start on a pretty default map of Clubhouse. For those that have not tuned into any of the other regions, there was one big change to the map pool that was announced during the offseason. The well-beloved Oregon that was taken out of the map pool, Lair, was thrown in its place. We have already seen Lair at a Tier 1 level so far. Will we see it in the NAL today? That's anybody's guess. But Jesse, when we saw it just a couple days ago, what were your first impressions of the newest and possibly biggest map in the map pool?
Honestly, Lair is super exciting because obviously it's brand new. We've got a ton of new strategies coming out for it. It actually seemingly might be leaning towards the attackers a little bit more than most maps that come in for the first time, because a lot of the bomb sites on the middle floor have outside walls. The top bomb site has outside walls, and then the bottom bomb site has some problems as well. We saw it, of course, in EUL, as you mentioned. We also saw Space Station playing it against, I believe it was Makers, in the Wildcard restart tournament. So we've seen a little bit of North American action on it as well. Be interesting to see if Space Station also wants to play it here throughout the page too. But yeah, I'm excited for Lair. I'm really, honestly, I'm pumped that Oregon is gone. I was a little tired of that map, so it's exciting to see Lair for sure. But we got Clubhouse in front of us instead, and I think the bans are pretty standard stuff coming out here for sure. Azami and Tubarao, very common bans from both these teams. I expect to see both of those. The Maverick ban, very, very common on Clubhouse just because hard breaching is so important here. And then the Monty, maybe the most powerful attacking operator in the entire game right now. You actually saw P4 on this map dominate with the Monty just a couple of days ago in EUL. So not going to be getting any of that action. Canadian will unfortunately not get to play one of his favorite ops.
And if you haven't tuned into any of the other regions, you'll see that there is a new HUD that has been added to the game. In previous seasons, everything has gone from the sides. It is now on the bottom, so it might take a little bit of time for your eyes to adjust. I don't know about you, Jesse, but I have actually not casted an official match with this HUD. I know that we had some off-season events. I did not take part in any of them for a variety of reasons. So this will be my first glimpse at casting off of this HUD. So for those of you that are watching, just be a bit patient here.
And I have also not casted on this HUD because I've not casted in about 2 years.
Starting off really well here by you being obtuse.
Thank you.
Because you know what I meant.
Well, we've got an interesting spot from Canadian. His very first round on Sonics, he's kind of ratting inside of Kitchen. I'm not sure if they've droned him. I think they'll be about to drone him now. He's got mute jammers maybe around here. Surely they see him. I think they just saw him there. Now they know for sure. He has the hatch soft, so he can pop it and get out, but there is somebody on this window if he's not fast enough. He's playing a dangerous game right now, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, this is a role that Canadian was very familiar with on Dark Zero. We expect him to play these off-site flex picks where he can do calling from maybe the middle of the map, and it's something when he was on Dark Zero that he didn't quite escape criticism of his play when he would play on operators that would be off-site, Pulse, Vigil. All of them just, trying to gain information. And the first kill will come in the hands of Spiker as Ambi gets quite aggressive on stairs. And he's done and dusted.
It's okay, I think, to lose Ambi there. He wanted to play kind of aggressive, and he did get like 95 damage, 105 off of Spiker, so he still did pretty decent. There are some C4s that could come out and maybe deal some damage, and just like that, man count does get equalized from Canadian.
Final minute. Rare to see Thatcher on Clubhouse these days, but I assume that we will see some meta swaps as we've got Striker and Sentry in the game. The newest operator that has made some waves online is not in just yet because we're actually playing on the same patch we were playing on 3 months ago. Assault onto the church wall, as there go the Selma charges, and Wildcard will wait for the call to break in through Moto. Bosco thinking otherwise of it as the flames ring out in front of him. It's a flash in hand. Tries to shoulder peek, doesn't get a good angle, finally sees Canadian. It's all up to Rexon and Surf as they equalize. Great work from Rexon, the longtime veteran of Sonics. It's all up to Surf now against Kansan, and it's Canadians Flames that net the final kill from the grave, and Sonics with their new roster start off with a first round victory.
And Kansan was looking for a highlight play there in the 1v2. Really looked like he could have pulled it off. That round for me was 50-50 down to the very end of it. It was a standard anchor-style Clubhouse defense. We saw the full clear come out, of course, from Wildcard, and they played it well right up until the end when they couldn't find those last couple of picks. Kansan undoubtedly one of the best players for Wildcard. I know a lot of people look at Kansan as somebody who maybe should be playing on a better team, who, you know, maybe is better than the results that he's gotten on Wildcard. He had a 1.325 KDR throughout the first stage, and I know that he's looking to get back in and try to replicate that. Obviously, it wasn't enough for him in the clutch, but still starting off with 1 kill, one death coming through here. Almost every single player on Wildcard showing up that first round, so that's at least something promising for the first round.
For the first couple days of any new stage, you're gonna see teams still getting used to these new rosters, right? I mean, you've got some game day reps that might have happened in some of the other leagues that were going on that were referenced by the desk, but by and large, you know, scrims and practices and all of that are really just a poor substitute for the real deal. So when you look at both Wildcard and Sonics, both of these teams are going to be adjusting to new players. Bay and Spiff coming onto this Wildcard roster, big shoes to fill by replacing Rambi and Vertical. So how does Wildcard click as a team? How do Sonics do with a whole new system, not just picking up Canadian and Surf, but maybe not talked about as much was Goddess being moved off of coach for the Sonics, and Super, who was the general manager and is known and talked about by so many people for being quite a great mind at this game, now stepping in to actively coach this roster. It is actually quite wild to think that both Super and Canadian, two of widely considered to be the biggest brains in North America, have now united on one team. And alone, that might not be enough to make a world championship team, but certainly it will improve the fate of Sonics from their previous result last stage.
Yeah, two people with a lot of strong opinions for sure on that SQ roster now, and it'll be really interesting to see how they work together as a duo. Canadian going for a bit of a bandit trick there, just chose the wrong wall. Could have got it, I think, with the timing, but that's the game you play sometimes on the bandit. I really do think that Super coming in won't be the biggest change for Sonics, just because he was a very involved general manager. He helped them with their strats. He was involved in many ways with the team. So it'll be interesting to see if that does make a move, but ultimately I'm excited to see what Sonics can turn out to look like.
Spiker yet again leading the way with the very first pick. It comes to the halfway point of this upstairs gym and bedroom defense from Sonics. Sonics will have to play down again. Second round in a row that they've been empty-handed with that first kill. And, well, Wildcard came into a 1v1 in the dying moments of that first round, ultimately lost to utility by Sonics, but they were able to take that lead and punish Sonics through that mid towards late round. We're now getting into the final minute, and it's been a significantly quieter second round than what we just saw. What can Wildcard do to kind of close in on Sonic's defense?
It's been difficult for Wildcard to find picks in the early rounds. They have good space. They have cash control. Of course, they're looking to get down through the Logi hatch. They're going to be pushing in through Gym. Jacuzzi, while I didn't catch if they'd opened that or not, they've used a lot of hard breach, so I imagine it has been breached. But yeah, Wildcard, not a lot of numbers. They got a lot of Grim Beast they're trying to pop, and I think they're going to drop in right about now.
Surf continues to see targets as now Kansan will be next in line. Kansan takes down Canadian. Surf dies to Bay. Wildcard hitting their marks, and yet Sonics are keeping it close. Grixer now maybe out of position. Not quite in the bomb site, waiting for the bees to go. Kansan is not far removed. There goes a Nitro Cell. Grixer's position given away. Enough damage to do to Kansan as Grixer now pops that castle barricade and will have to go for the wraparound. Bosco with diffuser in hand, pulling it off. Spiker on low HP. Grixer will need to clutch. He himself not fully healed. The flash goes out and a reposition from Grixer playing against the time. Keep in mind, we saw those red marks. There's intel in there that Sonics will be able to play off of. One kill onto Bosco. It was Spiker now who's at low HP. Grixer losing quite a bit himself, and Spiker has a monstrous round. Wildcard equalize.
Risky business pushing doubly into construction. They did get the trade, but they have enabled Grixer to come very, very close to clutching that round. Ultimately, I liked the execute. I was talking about how it was 4v4. They didn't actually have any control over the Jacuzzi wall, but they had full con control. They had players on the window, and they did a really good job of getting inside of Logi with that Grim utility coming forward. So I love that push from Wildcard, and I think it's something that they've really improved on since stage one. We got to watch a lot of Wildcard over the summer. We watched them in the Wildcard Restart tournament, of course, that their org ran for them. They also got to play in Element 3, where they did quite well. And Spiff was playing for that team throughout the entirety of those off-season tournaments. So we got to see a lot of improvement from Wildcard. I kind of said coming into Stage 2 that they would be a bit of a dark horse. They're not personally in my top 4 in my predictions, but I do think they're better than a lot of people are giving them credit for. And I think both of these last couple of rounds have shown that. It's been measured early rounds. It's been taking their time, it's been getting ground without losing too many bodies. And then when that execute comes out, it's very together. It didn't always work out. Obviously, the basement, a bit too much utility, couldn't win all those fights. But they've been in both of these rounds, and that's really good to see against what's expected to be a top team in the Sonics.
I mean, Fox said this on the desk, right? That you don't win Clubhouse through defenses, you win it through your attacks. Wildcard came tantalizingly close to that very first round if it wasn't for the time being against them and that oil canister lasting quite a ridiculous amount of time. they probably would have fared better on the 1v1 on the very final seconds of that round. Obviously, it did not work out that way. Wildcard capitalized quite well off the second round, another early pick for them. And then they were able to just use that to kind of just push their way through the bomb site. And Logi obviously was the big focus point for Wildcard, and they were able to successfully commandeer that quite early on. How quickly can Wildcard get a pick? Because now they're 2 for 2 on opening duels. If they can make this 3 for 3, they'll be very well positioned right now on this upstairs bomb site attack to potentially win yet another round.
Well, I'll tell you, Ambi's in a precarious position. He's bottom garage right now, has a shield set up inside of Lounge as well. And you saw how close that Deimos of Spiff was. Spiff currently yet to find a kill in this game, but with that Deimos track, if he gets a scan onto Ambi, this could be a really tough spot for the youngest player on the Sonics.
Ambi can really make a mark, as we've seen in events when he showed up big, especially with how limited experience he had until he was elevated to a tier 1 level. He's waiting so patiently inside a garage for some silhouette to show themselves through that small opening in the garage panel, but it looks like Ambi instead will turn his focus over towards Lounge. Grix are not far off, backing him up on red stairs.
They're using Capital bolts on him. I mean, usually you'd want to save these Capital firebolts for the Raptors player. Of course, Rexton still existing up there as well. I say that, he does get taken down. Can they get another one too? With again, Ambi facing a lot of pressure here.
He's just buying so much time. Surf with not just 1, but 2. Wildcard had gotten that opening pick, but it doesn't matter because Sonics take the upper hand. Kansas is bleeding out as well, so while the scoreline says a 4v3, it's a 4v2 until we see the res come in. Canadian lurking down below. 2 floors removed from the bomb site, and there's a flank drone situated on blue. Canadian will struggle with that. Logic bomb rings out with 45 seconds left. Kansas on borrowed time. Diffuser in the hands of Bay, who himself will now head towards the breach. Final 30 seconds. Shotgun of Spiff on the Deimos, positioned right now by Lounge down blue. There goes one of the trackers. It's Ambi. Ambi's the focus yet again. Right now, all of these players are so far spread out. Shotgun in hand for the Deimos of Spiff, losing the engagement. No, he wins it. But Grixer ends up trading him right off. Now the daunting task is to get through. What a shot from Bay as he punishes this Sonics team. Running out of time. Diffuser will need to be planted by Bay. Kansas will have to watch, but look at who's down below. It's Canadian. Sonics will win the round, potentially based off time, but certainly based off of objective. Each team trading 1 round back and forth.
Canadian gets a lot of talk about his soulless play. It's an operator that he loves to bring out. He ran it 30 rounds throughout stage 1. That was his most played operator. And people love to say, Canadian, you're too old. Get off the soulless. What are you doing on the roam? Because that's kind of the stereotype that people have of hard support IGLs, right? But Canadian loves this style where he can be active out on the map on defense, where he can gain that information and feed it to his teammates. Came back in late there to deny the plants. Really, the time was the big problem for Wildcard, though. And I think in this TAC timeout, they're going to be having that conversation about, you know what? All 3 of these rounds, we've struggled to get much done in the first 2 minutes. Yes, they've gotten ground in rounds 1 and 2, but when there's no ground freely being given up by the Sonics, they're not able to take it for themselves. Ambi wasted so much time and so much attention when he was playing down inside of Lounge, and you saw Surf get aggressive from inside of Cash, inside of top red, to make those plays, to get a huge 2-man advantage for Sonics that Wildcard were never able to recover from. They went into those last couple of seconds with barely any control. It took them forever to get into the garage. Yeah, they had a plant spot, and yeah, they brought it down to a 2v2, but it felt like through that round, Sonics had control the entire time. So I like this TAC timeout. I think there's a real problem from Wildcard in getting going early in these rounds, and I'm hoping we see that addressed. But man, oh man, Sonics are certainly looking like a formidable opponent in their first game as a team.
I think it's fair to say that Surf's quick 2K to catch Wildcard flat-footed as they rotated towards a potential objective play was the real linchpin of the Sonic strategy, because if that doesn't happen, Wildcard get the opportunity to take up map control and space to then pull off a much more successful execute.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that what Wildcard wanted to do that round was get Raptors control. That was like the big objective, but they couldn't do it because Ambi was existing down below. And then while they were focused on that, Surf saw the opportunity to make a play, saw the opportunity to grab man advantage. And once he had done that, it closed the book. Wildcard were already struggling to get what they wanted accomplished. And then once the kill came out, once they lost all those bodies, it really felt unrecoverable. Although they did do a good job of at least bringing it back.
Very quickly, Kansas already in the building now. Here on round number 4, it's a downstairs hold for Sonics as they've just been cycling through these 3 bomb sites. Worth noting that stage and barn do get played on Clubhouse now and then. It depends a lot on the region. It depends on whether it's international competition, and it depends on team experience. You tend to see the teams that are most experienced, most comfortable either with this map or with their roster, they'll go to this bar stage bomb site. But for a lot of teams that are maybe not the most pronounced, it can be quite the gamble. So stick with what you know, stick with the main 3. That's exactly what Sonics are doing.
Yep, I don't have full stats for all the off-season tournaments. The stats I do have, neither of these teams have played bar or stage this year. They have obviously played all 3 other bomb sites. This is a decently common map for both teams. These teams actually played Clubhouse against each other during the last chance qualifier in Stage 1 to make it to Manchester. It was an 8-6 win for Sonics. Obviously, a lot of roster changes since then, but it's been a map that I think everybody's going to be comfortable with. We talked about that on the desk, of course. And again, I really just want to see Wildcard speeding up these early games. You're not really going to find picks when Sonics aren't roaming on a Clubhouse basement defense, but I like how fast they're able to start opening some of these floorboards. You saw how quick Kansan was in the building. This is a good sign that maybe they were talking about some of those speed issues in the tactical timeout.
Yeah, I really wish we could have listened in to hear what they were saying and addressing, but those days, unfortunately, are not in front of our very eyes. Last time around, it was Wildcard to just find fire with fire down on that main stairs and then take out the church wall. Their big stumbling block was to get through Moto into church, and the big culprit for that was those Goyo canisters. Obviously, you can see from the Sonics lineup, no Goyo to be had. Surf eliminating Bosco means that Sonics will get their very first opening pick of this series. And honestly, on defense, that's great. You've now lost what appears to be Bosco's Thermite. You've only got 1 hard breach left, and no gadgetry remains for the ace. This could be particularly damning. It's small error by Grixer as Bay finds that kill. No hard breach needed. Diffuser going down. Is that a nitro cell that gets tossed out? Another one will go. It claims its target, but not before the diffuser can go down, and Bay gets 2 kills for his trouble. Kansan and Bay is the last 2 remaining players. Rexon and Canadian trying to fight their way out of their positions. The big trouble for Bay. 2 of those kills will be found upstairs. Kansan eliminating Rexon. Canadian last one standing. Nice pick by Canadian to eliminate Kansan. What experience can he use to try and get something going with this diffuser? A long arm through the wall potentially, and Canadian is vulnerable to this position. Bay sees him, and there you go. What a huge round for Bay, and what a debut so far as Wildcard equalize.
Yeah, a hectic round coming down on the basement. When they lost blue control, when Bosco was the opening death, I was very worried for that push because it's tough to get a kitchen plant going down when you don't have anybody in Moto, you don't have anybody controlling inside of blue. But they got the free pick with the foot shots onto the Warden that was back armory, and then they weren't able to peek out of the dirt tunnel. There's the toe shots coming out. Unfortunately, Sonic's just not quick enough with that C4 too. Canadian did great to get some of those exit frags, but if that C4 was a little bit faster, he could have denied the plant. That would have changed the round entirely. So again, it's a good execute from Wildcard. I think they're playing very together in these late rounds. Yeah, the early rounds, maybe they're not getting as much value as maybe they'd like, but we're still seeing the executes coming out with a real focus on what they want to do, a real objective that they're working together to try to achieve. And that time, it just barely, by the timing of the C4, got off successfully. So I think this far, we've seen a really competitive game of Clubhouse. I think both teams are playing a strong game at this point. A little slow to start all these rounds, but man, I've been really impressed by both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to sound like a broken record today as we talk about all of these different teams that make roster adjustments in the offseason and will have really minimal time to be able to get on top of whatever strategies they want, etc. But I'm going to keep mentioning it over and over and over again, and it's that there's going to be a growth process that needs to happen here, growing pains, etc., as these teams adapt to not really much of a changed meta, but at least approaching teams that don't have a ton of history not the same way that you would expect them to, right? I mean, like, the bulk of Sonics has remained the same, but there's no way to argue that bringing in Canadian changes the team, right? It's inarguable. He does. So when he jumps on this roster, it's a completely new look from what you saw with Adam and Merc. Wildcard are not just going to have to adapt to a new roster themselves, but also how do you go up against a team that you've never seen before?
It's certainly been a challenge, but I think this is an interesting answer to that challenge for sure. We've got a clash inside of Cash, which is nice to say. We've got the opening coming through as well as they start to breach this. There's no Capitao. There's nothing that really hard counters this this clash, but you could maybe try to get in behind it. They're forcing it out now. Again, this seems like an attempt from Sonics to just slow down the early round, to really deny any sort of picks that Wildcard could get before they go for their execute. They've also dropped the Grim, which is how they got that logistics control in round number 2 when they first came for this bomb site. They shifted over to the Flores. So I'll be interested to see what answers Wildcard can come up with. Just looking at their utility at the start of this, though, I don't know that they have a ton of great answers to the problem Sonics are presenting to them.
Back on the Goyo as well, those different bomb site, but same problems that Wildcard might run into that we saw all the way back on that very first round. And it's if you don't pop those Goyo canisters early, if they're put in strategic positions, then Sonics will use them against you. 20 seconds might not seem like a lot of time in a 3-minute match, but when you've got those Goyo canisters safely nestled in the bomb site and you're popping them with 30 seconds to go, that only means 10 seconds to pull off an execute. Main obstacle right now for Wildcard is to remove the clash that presents herself inside of logistics, and you got 2 players doing just that. Grixer and Rexen fall by the wayside, so they've been able to isolate these remaining players, and my god, Spiff is putting on a clinic. Bay is up there as well. It's all up to Canadian, who had been isolated himself downstairs, to now retake, and Spiff gets the job done. Demo shotgun working wonders, and Wildcard win yet another round.
Demo's utility? What's that? I've never heard of it, and neither has Spiff. He decides, I'm gonna charge into the bomb site. All of the attention from Sonics was over on that construction side of the map. They were so focused about making sure this clash could do her job, but they did not expect that switch in to come in from Spiff, sneaking through the bomb site. I didn't catch exactly where he came in. Might have been Jacuzzi, might have been like gym window or something. Could have even been actually up the master or up the main stairs. Would have made a lot of sense for him coming up from below, playing on that Deimos, often where you see that operator brought out. So love to see that from from Spiff, making that impact to come on in and take the round by the horns, put Wildcard up to their first lead that they've had all game, 3-2.
Very pivotal round for both of these teams now. Wildcard can emerge with a 4-2 first half on what is historically known as a very defender-sided map, and obviously things always change. It's possible that we go through a whole season of seeing Clubhouse be attacker favored, but the story of all these maps for the entire year so far, Jesse, is that almost every single map in the map pool is defender-sided. The one map that always kind of stood out was Nighthaven Labs, which floated around a 50% win rate. You've done a couple TikToks and Instagram reels and stuff like that about Nighthaven Labs and different teams. So, I mean, if anybody's going to be able to speak to that map, it's you. But Clubhouse still strikes me as a map that is very fertile ground for the defenders. If Sonics are not able to put up some serious rounds on defense, which they won't be able to, best they're going to get is a 3-3 first half, it does make me worry a little bit about how this team will do when they swap sides.
Certainly. I mean, the 3-3 is always what you want to see. I think the game has shifted a little bit more attacker-sided since kind of like stage 1 Manchester started that trend. A lot of North American teams in particular abused the Monty, abused operators like Ying to start pushing that win rate a little bit more in the direction of the attack. We also saw some major nerfs. Fenrir getting nerfed, Solus getting nerfed, Azami getting nerfed, which has helped shift the win rate closer to attack. But I agree. Sonics are not going to be happy going down 2-4 in this half. 3-3 they're going to be fine with. And that's going to be a good start. Canadian again inside of the kitchen having that impact. If they can turn this into a win and push the second half 3-3, they're going to be fine because they're a strong attacking team as well. But that is going to be something that weighs on their mind if they can't.
His lurk role that Canadian plays has now put him in a position where he has the most kills on his team, which is a pretty good debut. But I know there's arguments already forming out there about whether or not he's baiting for those kills or not providing maybe enough value.
All right, this round at least, there's no bait. He's the first opening pick. You can't levy that criticism against Canadian, at least for round 6.
There's 2 Valkyrie cameras on this landing, which has the Thatcher, cans in, and clear sight, and not just that, but the Buck as well. It's a bit of an oversight from Wildcard. These don't look like particularly hidden cams by any means. Even with that, you can lead a horse to water, but something drink, because Ambi has all that information in the world and still loses the gunfight. 2 cameras, 3 players from Wildcard, and yet Sonic still struggle with that pick. That's just an unfortunate gun duel, and Ambi is a great aimer, but you don't make it to the NAL being unable to aim. Canadian now tussling from down below. He's finished off. He had very limited HP. It's Spiff to get the kill. And just like that, we have about 40 seconds left. Wildcard with the numbers advantage. They've lost Bay, who's been quite excellent with 7 kills, tied with Kansan, leading the lobby at the moment. Surf's got a nice angle, playing by the boxes, waiting for the drop. There's one player who goes. Grixer trying to do some damage from that same position, but these kills are evading them, at least for the time being. Surf will get a bit more active with Rexen. You have to be concerned with what's over towards main stairs. Oh my goodness, Rexen catches Spiff looking the wrong way. Kansan drops, and it's all up to Spiker to follow suit. He will meet the same demise as Kansan did, and Sonics get the final round of their defense. And that first half split evenly 3-3 for both teams.
Yeah, we had the big man advantage coming forward from Wildcard, and you got to think, okay, man advantage, they're going to have a good time pushing this bomb site. But the key thing was the operators there. Yeah, Sonics, they lost a Valkyrie, they lost a Mute, that's some C4s off the board, but those are operators that wanted to play aggressive anyways. They kind of played their positioning knowing that they could die, and you've still got a Warden, Mira, Goyo, tons of site utility to hold things down. Who died on Wildcard, though? It was Bay, playing the Capitao. And the whole point of Capitao, the way that Wildcard used that operator in previous rounds, was to clear out back armory, where you see Spiff and Bay kind of sitting right now. If the Capitao bolt had come out and taken out the Goyo that was playing in that position, well, all of a sudden, they could have made that drop a lot more successfully. It's that utility that went down on the side of Wildcard that was just so vital to the push. And that's why those aggressive plays, whether it's being made by Canadian or any member of the team, even if they are risky, even if you're in a position where you could get droned and punished quite heavily, they're worth it a lot of the time, because the reward you can get for getting a kill on an operator, such as a Capitao, is so massive.
Nothing weird about the bomb site rotation, by the way. It was something that we talked about a couple rounds into stage number 1, and well, the very first defense for Wildcard is not going to buck this 3-cycle trend that we do tend to see. Again, I mean, if one of these teams were to pull out that bar stage defense, part of me wonders if they've actually practiced it. The other part of me would say, you're new enough. Why not at least try for something to catch them off guard? In this case, old standard, old reliable, the bottom floor bomb site for Clubhouse. And already a bit of a push from Dirt Tunnel will cost the defenders a Wildcard. One of those Goyo canisters already. It will buy some time for the defenders and also give them, more importantly, information, because you know that somebody is coming from that particular part of the map. Kansan on the jump out, catches Ambi looking in the wrong direction. And just like that, Wildcard is the first pick. A second will follow. Down goes Surf. This is not the beginning that the team in teal wanted. Only 1 minute into the round, and they're already down to 3 players.
Complete opposite from when they were on attack, right? They struggled sometimes on attack to get those early engagements and find those picks. On defense, they can say, screw it, I can set the pace by jumping out. I can find these aggressive swings, and they did just that. But Sonics 3v5, despite that, they're in the site.
Rexen and Grixer will both do some serious damage. Blitz a Canadian looking to take up some space. One target over towards blue. This toxic gas from Bosco will linger right next to him. Down goes Grixer, and amidst that gas, Canadian trying his best for a pick. Can't find it right now. Rexen not far removed to give him some support. You gotta think that the main focal point for Wildcard will be this blitz, as now Canadian looks to pursue, but he takes some damage, down to 2 HP. Still toiling around this door. Rexen drops, Canadian pulls out the sidearm. Not much you can do. Wildcard, their very first defense, their very first win, they regain the lead. And this looks like a completely different team, Jesse, since they called their tactical timeout.
Absolutely. They've been playing so much faster. They've been playing a little bit more confident, it feels like, and that defense was the perfect example of how they wanted to play it on D. I really think that Sonics made the best of a bad situation there. They had 2 big runouts. They lost 2 important players. They didn't really have an operator lineup that could roam clear super effectively. They didn't have a Dokkaebi. They didn't have a Deimos. So they kind of wanted to hit that direct with the blitz. And after losing 2 players, they basically just said, well, we're definitely not roam clearing now. I guess we'll just continue to stick to plan A. They hit the bomb site. They caught some players off guard. But at the end of the day, the 3v3 positioning advantage from Wildcard inside the site was enough to let them close that one out. That's something Sonics are going to have to address. That's something that Wildcard can continue to do round after round. There's a lot of different aggressive angles you can take on Clubhouse. And especially when guys like Ambi maybe aren't having the best game to start here, taking advantage of that and taking out these players early by going for aggressive swings is going to have a huge impact. So we'll see if it continues from Wildcard. They got a Boss G in the hands of Spiff, so I kind of think it might. But Sonics, they're going to be looking for an answer.
Boss G ACOG has done so much damage to the psyche of players in ranked that I see it regularly spill over onto my own Twitter feed. You've got a whole whack of content creators saying it's way too strong. I didn't believe them, and then I played up against it, and I was like, I'm a believer now.
It's way too strong. It's kind of insane. The range that it has to one-shot people, body shot or headshot, is just ridiculous. Nothing aggressive coming from Spiff, but again, the big thing is like your ability to hold angles with the Boss G is so strong.
Feels like the early days of the TCSG as well, where all you need to do is hit them one time, and there goes 80% of your HP. And you are basically not allowed to play in any prominent position for the remainder of the round, because if you get hit with a toxic canister, if you get hit with an impact grenade, if you get hit by a kiss from a nitro cell, you're basically dead at that point. Only person so far to take any damage in this round is Canadian. He's lost half of his HP playing on Capitao. His utility is going to be incredibly important. One thing we haven't really talked about, Jesse, is the numbers. The only positive player on this entire team at the moment is Rexon. Everybody else on Sonics, their numbers are underwater. Surf, well, I guess he rides that wave to positivity, but same can't be said for Wildcard. In terms of the kill department, Wildcard very much leading the way. Just past the halfway point of the round.
Positioning as well. I mean, it doesn't look like you're going to get Rafters easily. You've wasted both Capitao bolts now. Spiker's taken 0 damage. Construction maybe is an option, but it looks like all they have is Breach, and they're going for the push.
Well, why not? If you got the numbers, Sonics will continue to hold on to it as they trade out. A re-engage from Spiff as he toils with that door downstairs. Ambi picks up his 3rd kill of the matchup. Down goes Spiff. It's all up to Bosco to hold down the fort. Bosco 2 and 5, struggling in that support role to get on the board so far. Long history of Boss Goat clutches. It will not happen this time. Sonics equalize. As tight of a match as you could possibly imagine between these two teams is through 8 rounds. 4-4 is the scoreline.
There's a lot of theory out there about how best to take Rafters. You can spam it out with flashbangs to clear magnets and then use Capitao bolts. You can walk a Monty up the staircase if you want to. Another option is just waste your Capitao bolts and walk in and shoot him in the head. And that seemed to work just fine for Sonics here in round number 8. Unfortunate that Spiker couldn't do more. He got that opening pick and I thought, great. You know, that's the main Breach player down. That's Canadian out of the game. That's hugely impactful. But to immediately get traded, you then lose Rafters, which is the most important part of the map to be holding during that push. That then opened things up, and unfortunately in the late chaos, it didn't feel like the anchors of Wildcard could really do anything to stop that plant to get those picks before Sonics flooded the bomb site and found that round win. So we go back and forth again. Parker, it feels like this game is just unable to find a 2-round lead.
Yeah, I actually fear that we may never see the end of this game as it just continues to go back and forth. There will be some kind of split, Jesse, in the space-time continuum where somehow we just end up going into unlimited OT. Now, one thing to make note of, we are going to see one of the new recruits played in the very first map of this second stage of the NAL, and take a look who it is. It's Sentry.
That it is being brought with barbed wire and the deployable shield, all of it out on the map now, and I think a lot of pro teams have found value in both Striker and Sentry. I actually think Striker's been a bit more of the popular of the two because Striker can do so much by themselves. They can open up a wall with EMPs and can openers, they can flash out a position, then nade it out right afterwards, but certainly when you need some specific pieces of utility, barbed wire and deployable shields, both very powerful on Clubhouse top floor. Sentry can be extremely powerful as well, and we're seeing a lot of that utility being used to hold this cache extension. 50 seconds to get this main wall open, especially with no bandit anywhere too close, I guess in construction for now. Might be a little bit worrying for them, but they have Rafters now. They're going to force these players out. My question is, do Wildcard stay and fight inside of cache, or are they going to be able to fall off?
That's a great question to ask. Right now, it looks like the beachhead is not moving at all. They're sticking to it. Spiker in a good spot, or a bad spot, depending on how you view perspective in this. A good spot it is. Down goes Ambi, and now Spiker will head for the hills. Ambi having a very rough match at the moment. Rexon on the board, eliminating Spiff. Looking for a follow-up from that cache door, cannot find it. And now Spiker on this flank. Can he possibly fly under the radar of Sonics and do some serious damage as they look to translate towards an execute?
I think you're okay with this if you're the Sonics. You would have really liked to kill Spiker. They burned him with a Capital Bolt. That's how he took 100 damage. But then, of course, he got that kill off onto Ambi and managed to escape. Sonics know that they left Spiker on that cache side. So that means they can't really safely play on those master windows. They're going to be really worried about somebody coming for a flank inside of CC, using that window to punish their push. Instead, they're going to focus over towards logistics. There's a bandit on the board, and there are some batteries here, but I think they'll be able to successfully open this. They have the utility to do so, barring a catastrophe. Of course, EMP's there, and then they can maybe shoot the batteries off the wall from the gym window as well. But yeah, even with this wall getting open, Parker, the timing of this push is going to be very tight.
Yeah, you've got under 30 seconds at this point, and it's a 4v4. Spiker, admittedly, on very low HP. No real utility to play off of, though. That's the bigger issue. He's just going to be a gun, and by God, he makes it work on the Canadian. Down goes Surf as well. Grixer eliminating cans, and things have gone from bad to worse for Sonics. Trying to regain the lead. They held it early in the match, but it's been Wildcard seemingly all since then. Out of time, Rexon trying to pull off a plant, and he gets it started, but Bay ends it. Wildcard again grabbing the lead. Sonics really struggling with these attacks.
And Spiker, I think a lot of people criticize Spiker. When he first came onto this roster, he's only 19 years old, and they brought him in initially to be an IGL to help lead the team. And I think this round just showcases how smart of a player Spiker really is. To be able to get that kill onside of Red Stairs, rotate off, not go for a flank, but instead play down below the gym hatch when he then killed the player vaulting in gym window to try to have an impact there with the defuse kit. Really massive coming out from him, and it's not being taken off of great gunfights. It's not being taken off of insane aim. It's all about positioning. It's about where he is. It's about when he's making those moves, and I really think that he has been developing so much on Wildcard. From a player who, was negative throughout all of stage one, just barely, but he went -3 overall through the LCQ and the stage, to now being a player that can make huge plays and impact the round so much for Wildcard. Has been great to see. Sonics now, with their backs starting to get against the wall. It's still only a 1-round lead, Parker, but as we click closer and closer to 7 rounds, Sonics, they're deciding they want to take that timeout.
I'm just going to keep repeating his words because his analysis is better than mine could ever be. When Foxay says you don't win Clubhouse on defense, you win it from your attacks, that means it's all up to Sonics as to how they can pull off these remaining attacks. Because Wildcard went 3 for 3 on their attacks. Well, 3 rounds won, 3 rounds lost. So, I mean, they were still able to pick up 3. With Clubhouse, you're used to seeing a lot of 4-2 halves that favor the defenders. If Wildcard is able to do a 4-2 half on their defense, that's it. It's over for Sonics this map.
10 seconds remaining.
So for Wildcard, they're following the script, essentially, at this point. They're doing what they need to do. With Sonics, you cannot let the clock get the best of you. You have to be a bit more formidable as to how you approach and how you attack. And one thing that remains a constant with this game is that when you are a newer team, it is much harder to pull off successful attacks than it is to pull off successful defenses. So of course, a new team that has a new identity, a new leader, a new coach, they maybe might be able to hit the ground running. We've seen it before, but more often than not, it's going to take them some time. And of course, it surprises people very little that it's the attacks ultimately that are catching up Sonics right now more than the defenses.
Oh my god, just barely popped that C4 too soon. Rexon, you see him a little bit nervous, but it's Canadian on the roam clear. Running through is a blitz, both killing Spiff and now forcing Bay into the waiting arms of Ambi. That's a two-man clear, and I was a little bit worried from Sonics when I saw 3 roamers on Wildcard and no Dokkaebi, no Lion, no Deimos, but the blitz will do just as well. Finding 2 huge opening picks, 2 young players gone off of Wildcard now, their new pickups. That's going to put Wildcard into a really tricky situation, and the decision goes to Spiker. Is he going to stick out on this roam and try to take more fights, or does he make it back to site?
I mean, at this point, I feel like you kind of have to. You know, the whole sunk cost fallacy at this point, and Spiker pulls it off. Grixer haphazardly shooting out that stairs window, and Spiker returns fire. That's what you like to see from Wildcard. It might not fully catch up the Sonics, but it will at least slow them down for a small bit of time. Halfway point of the round, and now Sonics can get to work on this top floor. Without droning it, they must assume that they've been able to chase off all those roamers, and there's plenty of space in the basement for these 3 players on Wildcard to find a space all of their own to defend.
Yeah, Sonics are doing their due diligence, you know, they're roaming through kitchen, but all the roamers have now fallen off, and Sonics, about 70 seconds to make this execute work. It's a man advantage, but again, look at the site utility. There's going to be a ton of electricity on these walls. There's going to be Goyo canisters. There's going to be Banshees in sight. This is not an easy push by any means. You can see even there, the blue hatch still being closed. It's opening now, so it should be fine. There's no Kaid tricking going on here, but even still, this is not an easy execute, especially not if Kansas gets a flank.
No, but you need to take some risky plays here for Wildcard. That's exactly what Kansas is going to try to do. Rexon at this point, over the last couple rounds, has pulled ahead in terms of the kills department, and he is battling down his former teammate. As Kansan was once a member of the Sonics not too long ago. Bosco sees the shield of Canadian. Rexon's patience wears off. Kansan outfoxed in that position. Now it's Bosco and Spiker to deal with the eventual blitz, but guess what? That fire went out at exactly 20 seconds. Canadian will have to take some damage. Slowed down by the Banshee. Spiker swinging up, catches Ambi off guard, and now going through the rotate, but he struggles to pull out his shotgun. It's all up to Bosco with the TCSG in hand, and the blitz will just assume the position, allowing Rexon to pick up yet another kill, a dozen for Rexon, and Sonics will tie the game yet again.
They definitely knew Kansan was going for that flank, or at least knew it was a possibility, and then his shadow betrays him just as he starts to peek the doorway. It means that it was a 4v2 execute coming out from the Sonics, and of course they looked very confident going for that. Good attempt inside of the bomb site from, again, Spiker to try to make some plays, but I think that round was just a little bit too far gone, and that's kind of the power of having an IGL like Canadian, because when they first defended the bottom bomb site, there was a lot of roamers on the side of Wildcard. They got some aggressive plays, and that won them the round essentially in the first, 60 seconds. This time, Sonics were ready for it. They charged Canadian through the top floor, and they got a massive advantage in the first 60 seconds, but they were then able to snowball into a round win. So I love how close this game has been, not just the round count, but every single round coming down to a battle of adaptations. They're all coming very close in terms of the man count as well. It feels like both of these teams are playing almost a mental game of chess against one another, where it really does become difficult to see who's going to come out on top.
Capcan being brought to potentially slow down Sonics. That'll be quite fun. Canadian liking these shield operators. And I mean, it's not much of a surprise. There was a conversation that was had all the way back in Manchester. Actually, it's really started after they made some changes to the shields a couple seasons ago with how much stronger the shield operators are. Obviously, Monty was the really powerful op, but with how much Canadian liked that operator playing on Dark Zero, Wildcard smartly banned him away. Even if it wasn't a direct target ban, a Monty ban is hardly a bad choice, especially on Clubhouse. That pushes Canadian on to Blitz, who I think you could make an argument isn't as strong as Monty, but can still get the job done. And if you're fearing a Blitz rush, you got to bring operators to make it more difficult to actually get to the site.
Yeah, I remember over the summer talking to former head coach now of Beastcoast, Fett, and he called Canadian the best Monty player in the world. And he's got hot and cold on his team, so that's pretty high praise coming out from Fed. I think this definitely was a bit of a target ban because they know how good both the operator and Canadian on that operator are. He's been getting that work done on Blitz, though, for sure, as you've been saying. And as we see this roam clear coming in, Wildcard don't want to try roaming against another Blitz play. They say, okay, fine, we see you're clear. We're going to play an anchor strategy. And that's kind of the power of this basement bomb site on Clubhouse as well, is that, like, you really can play it 2 different ways, and it ends up being almost a completely different site. Now we got 5 anchors in the bomb site. They're trying to play with 3 different C4s, maybe make a play this way, but ultimately it's all going to be about the execute for Wildcard, where they try to play their utility, play their positioning, and win off of a late time push.
A nice bit of quiet now as this is the penultimate round of regulation. It could be the penultimate round of the game, but the way these two have been playing, there's only been 2 instances where one of these teams has won back-to-back rounds. It's a very safe bet if you're a betting man, which I'm not. But if you, Jesse, are a betting man, it's a safe bet that will end up going to overtime with the way that this matchup has played out. Obviously, the first pick is going to be paramount. And for what might be the slowest round so far, we are patiently awaiting this first kill.
Yeah, don't forget as well, last time they were on Clubhouse, that was an 8-6 game, so there would be precedent. It's going to be blue, it's going to be dirt, and it's going to be opening pick for Rexon.
And there go the smokes, tossed out by Canadian Ambi as well, eliminating Spiff. Bay will follow Kansan and Bosco to hold this one down. Surf taking her Kansan, and Bosco left in a very familiar position. But with the way he's been going this match, it's a familiar result. Bosco against the world, and Bosco just does not have it in him today. Sonics have been trailing the overwhelming majority of this game, and yet here they are on match point.
And a clean round to get them there, too. You saw how focused that push was. It was dirt and blue were the 2 primary pieces that they were trying to use to push in and get a pinch going, find these players inside of back armory, not caring as much about Church. There was a bit of a pinch coming in, I think, from Moto. So they did have some positioning over there. They had some players. But really, this was just excellent work through the smokes with the blitz, making sure that there was no utility in sight that could really slow them down. And that's, I think, one of the things that caught me. There was less utility in that bomb site than there was, I think, in a lot of other rounds. Yes, they had the Kaid. Yes, they had some of that wall denial, but they didn't actually have a ton of site utility like Banshees and Goyos and Toxic Babes and Warden. They had the Warden, but you know, a lot of that we typically would see from teams inside the bomb site. So Sonics, when they came in with the shield, all they had to do was win their gunfights, and they were pretty fair gunfights that they had good pinches on. So I like that play a lot from Sonics, you know, pushing in, lots of good aim coming through, lots of good positioning coming through. And as you said, Parker, now match point for SQ. There's no way this game doesn't go OT though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have to assume that it will be. Wildcard will defend upstairs on this bedroom site, and they prevailed last time they came here. So I have to imagine that things will play out in a way that we go to OT. I certainly don't feel like either of these teams have, I don't know how to say it, been better than one another.
Yeah.
Based solely on what we're witnessing on this map, these are 2 very evenly balanced teams and very evenly matched teams, which frankly is great because we all like parity. We all like it when one team is, you know, not dominating the league. If we wanted overtime, Bay getting his 10th kill is a great way to start that because Wildcard only need 4 more to propel themselves into overtime. They fail, and Sonics walks away with a regulation victory.
Yeah, that's a huge pick, too. That's Grixer down, of course, playing one of the best guns that they have on the attack here. They're still trying to clear out this cache extension. This is still their goal. But with a flank coming through, shut down by Ambi, they might be able to work this in. If they push somebody up red, come through the breach, there's a lot of utility, though. 3 magnets and a shield protecting this top red position. 4. There we go.
I think it was the 7th or 8th round. I think it was the 8th round where I was talking just based on kills. Sonics were really struggling. They only had 1 player who was positive in terms of KD. Now, Surf positive, Rexon positive, Grixer very close, Canadian also very close, Ambi closing in too. Suddenly, Sonics guns are hitting their marks, even if they still lost a couple of those rounds. Everybody on that team has been putting in some serious work. And now Sonics, with just a little over a minute to go, Jesse, find themselves in the advantage, a 4v3. They have plenty of time to pull this off as now Surf rotates to open up Jacuzzi with that exothermic in hand. Who will be the player from Sonics to get into the site? Canadian holds the diffuser, but he's at 16 HP. That is dreadfully bad. Bay feeling it today, looking for a pick onto that open breach. Jacuzzi now wide open, but Wildcard will find safety inside of the site with the exception of Kansan, floating right now by construction. Nope, now back in by the door.
Sonics have so much time. They have so much positioning. They have health advantage. I mean, everything that they could want right now, they have to put together the execute of their dreams. But that might put another problem into this execute. Bay, 2 kills before this push comes out. And that's Surf dead now, too. That's one of your best players.
Kansan has to wonder about whether someone's coming construction or towards the window. Deployable shield is gone. Kansan will test his reflexes up against the ace of Rex and Canadian with 1 pick on to Bosco, former teammates. Ambi another. It's all up to Bay, who's been sensational in his tier 1 debut. But he's got 3 players to find. Canadian attempting the defuse plant on 1 HP, but Rexon will shut the door. Wildcard has no hopes of coming back. 2 in a row for Sonics, and they get the regulation win with their new roster.
A great game that we just saw, Sonics. 7-5. Loved that coming out from them. And starting off with the win. Again, this is a team that you expect to be seeing competing internationally. I believe it was Super on Twitter who said there's very few players where if you have them on your team, you know you're going to be competing internationally. He said that when they picked up Surf and Canadian. To start off with the win here over Wildcard, to get it in regulation to boot, meaning you get the full 3 points on the standings, is massive for the Sonics. A close contest. I do think that Wildcard are going to continue to put up strong performances throughout the stage. I'm really excited to see them going forward. But of course, today, it is the new pickup Canadian that leads the Sonics to a victory.
Well, that's it for our very first matchup. We got 3 more to go, and we don't want to hold you from any of that action. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with Stage 2 of the NAL.
Well, it's always a fun time whenever our first game goes all the way to breakpoint, and with this many questions that needed to be answered, a couple of them did. Sonics get the win, 7-5 on Clubhouse, but in spite of that, there's still some things I think I like from this Wildcard team, so really good first game all around.
Of course, I mean, I think it was a win-win game for both parties. Obviously, Sonics got the points at the end of the day, but I really liked what Wildcard was doing. I liked the fast approach that they had on attack. A 3-3 split at the half is exactly what you want when you're attacking. Obviously, anything more is just more cushion for the pushing. And so if you are Wildcard...
Is it a term that you used on OXG back in the day?
Yeah, cushion for pushing the site.
No, it's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, they got the 3-3. That's exactly what they needed. And the aggressiveness came from the whole team, but I really love specifically Bay on how fast he was about taking map control, exactly what they needed. And then it was beautiful that once Wildcard got it, they didn't squander it, they didn't throw it away. They posted up, stayed still, assessed what Sonics was doing, and then hit a 3-2-1 execute. And that's something that you see from the top teams, and seeing it from Wildcard so consistently shows you that this roster change has some light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a close game nonetheless. I mean, no one was really leading this match, even in terms of the trades that were happening. Both teams went even on trades, back and forth, even went open on opening kills, and then even when the trade potential happened, 9 out of 12 of those rounds were traded from both teams. So on both ends, they were performing extremely well. Like you said, a 7-5, a 3-3 half for both sides. That is best case scenario whenever you're swapping a side, coming off that attack half to end it on defense. I mean, both teams should really be proud. Obviously, Sonics gaining the points here nonetheless. But again, a 7-5, I mean, both teams can walk away from a lot of success here.
So I think what flipped it around, correct me if I'm wrong, anytime Canadian ever ran Blitz, there were a couple rounds he ran it. It was initial engagement, it was get the man count up early, and then on the execute, they had all the guns they needed at the very, very end. That, to me, felt like the difference maker. How did Sonics pull ahead here?
I mean, Sonics, for me, I mean, it looked like Troy found like what he wanted to do with this team and work with the aggressiveness. I mean, Troy was getting in there. Even on the defensive half, we did see him on those roams, those lurks, and, you know, catching someone off guard, or just stalling nonetheless. But I mean, it looked like this team is comfortable. It didn't look like there was any hiccups. It was all close all around. So, I mean, again, from Sonics, they're still looking extremely strong.
Yeah, there was a little bit of growing pains because when they first brought the Blitz, it looked like Sonics didn't know when their execute point was. They were all fighting all at once, and they didn't really get to use Canadian on that shield. But after that first round on basement, once they flopped the Blitz, they ended up slowing it down. Canadian made it exactly known when you need to push, wait for him to make that execute, and then that's when we saw the usefulness of the Blitz, pushing out the roams and then executing the sites, and then everybody from SQ was just getting kills all around.
From round 5 to round 11, there was a huge streak of he who gets the opening pick also wins the round, but within those first 4, it was a lot more chaotic. It wasn't conversion rates back and forth, and specifically around 3, Sonics are really making that sort of coordination work out. Like, the chaos worked in their favor.
Yeah, and I have a clip right here. I mean, this is nothing really crazy, but it's more of the in-depth here of Ambi here playing in this pit spot in garage. They're trying to force him out. You could tell that Wildcard really wanted to get Ambi out of this position. They do find the first kill here, but Ambi does such a good job at playing this spot that allows SQ to get a lot of these kills because Wildcard was so focused on getting Ambi out of this power position and end up forfeiting so many kills that then when the round came down to 3v3, I believe, there was less time on the board due to Ambi's stall, which then forced Wildcard's hand, which then went straight into SQ's pocket.
Yeah, Ambi looked very confident, especially Brexen looked extremely confident too. Everybody on SQ looked very confident, and I think that goes to show what happens when you pick up such a strong leader that you can trust and rely on, because when you're in a hell-in-the-cell position like Pit, and you know that your job is just to stall time because you're usually going to die at a deficit, you know that if I just go crazy and feel comfortable, confident here that the rest of my team is going to win it, I can go crazy, I can stall my time, and that's what makes good players great. And because you give that freedom to a player like Ambi, who you know, hey man, just do what you want to do, and as long as you're stalling a couple seconds, then you're winning. And then anything more you get is just, again, more comfort.
I might ask this question later on in the player interview, but I want to know what you guys think. How different did this feel as a Sonics team with Troy on the team versus when he hasn't played up until this point? We might need a couple more games to really solidly answer that question, but just after one map, what do you think?
I mean, for me, I think they look good. I think Troy, like you were saying, like towards the middle of the round, like Troy started to look more comfortable in his role specifically, that they were then slowing down and waiting for Troy's call instead of initially rushing like they were, and then rounds were looking far more cleaner.
That was a new look from both teams, I would say. Both teams were Canadian coming from a slower Dark Zero and last stage as Wildcard. Both of them looked a lot faster on their attacks. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. And again, I want to commend Wildcard. A lot of their executes were beautiful, but the gunplay just didn't come in favor. That's where the rest of Sonics was able to just jump, leapfrog over them, because they just had to play their game and just listen to Troy.
Well, let's get Sonics on the line real fast, because I am curious what the past couple of days have been like for the guys on that team. It's Ambi. Dude, real quick, what's it been like integrating Canadian and Surf, and exactly how much time have you been able to play with them?
I mean, playing with them is amazing. You know, Canadian Troy is literally the GOAT of our game, and we need an IGL, and when the best IGL is available, it's like literally the perfect fit for us. And Surf is very underrated as a player, so I'm happy we got him.
My question for you, Ambi, and congratulations on the win today. Nonetheless, how big of a difference has it been of getting, IGL such as Troy? Like, what does that do for you as obviously a newer player in this T1 league? Like, what does that do for you mentally?
I mean, it makes the game a lot easier, you know. When you have a player who's as experienced as him, he like when he sees something, he knows the answer to it. So like, it makes my job as an entry very easy, personally.
For sure.
That's amazing. Ambi, what I want to know is, were there any growing pains once you guys picked them up that you guys, like Grixer, Rexen, and you specifically had to learn to get on Troy's page, or for him to get on your guys' page? What was the biggest growing pain outside of today, and were they there present with us in the server?
I mean, the transition was kind of easy, not gonna lie. I mean, there's a little bit of growing pains. I was just like, you know, just meshing together, I guess, and just being calm. You know, we were kind of a little sloppy on the defense. Probably could have been 5-1, but they kind of stole 2 rounds from us, but it happens. But I mean, I think the more we play together, just the more we're gonna improve, and yeah, we're gonna get better over time. Just our first game. We've been practicing for only a week.
Only a week? That's it?
I think like 14 days, 15 days, maybe 2 weeks. Around a week.
That'd be 2 weeks, Ambi. That'd be 2.
Okay, 2 weeks. My bad.
I think that's how math works. Dive into Clubhouse for me real fast. You like, the nail was hit on the head, I think. A 3-2 at one point for Wildcard. They were up. You had to bring things back. Was that first half result frustrating for you at all? Was there any other point where Wildcard was doing something to you that was really annoying that you had to find your way around? Talk to me about how you think Club went.
No, I mean, I think they play really default Siege, really, and we were just honestly losing to ourselves. Like I said, I think the defense had been 5-1. They kind of stole two attacks, and it should have been a 5-1. They play very default. We just kind of lost to ourselves, and we know we're confident on attack on that map, so we're just confident. We didn't really care about the half.
Were you, though, still a little surprised at how they were playing compared to last stage?
It didn't feel that different. I mean, maybe like they were peeking outside. Peeking outside a bit more. I mean, I do think they're a better team from last stage, I'm gonna be honest.
For sure.
I do think they're a like way better team, but like they still have like the same, like, I don't know, it just feels the same. Kind of. I feel like they have better players.
Okay.
And might just take more riskier fights and might be able to win it.
Fair play. It still took you guys to 12 rounds, but it was a good one in the end. Congratulations on the win, dude. We'll see you tomorrow, and hopefully we can keep this momentum going.
Yeah, hey, it's Canadian versus Nafe tomorrow. A cinema. Cinema.
We're gonna have fun with that one. Take care, dude. We'll see you then. That's the sort of thing, yeah, not to say that people who have been watching Twitter have been waiting for this game, but we've been waiting for this game.
Yeah, I think everyone's anticipated just to see, one, how Nafe will do being the new, I guess,
the main
leader.
IGL.
Yeah, the main IGL for Dark Zero. And obviously, we saw a little bit of what Sonics can showcase today, but I wouldn't say that it was the cleanest showing. Again, I do think there was more growing pains than I think Ambi led on, but they were corrected, and we all know that Dark Zero, with Canadian on the team, always loves going to overtime.
Yep.
So this game went almost the wire. Yeah, they did break the streak, but it almost went to the wire, but it goes to show that an IGL can slowly adapt over time, and that's exactly what we saw in this game.
And I will say this, on a map like Clubhouse, that's not really truly testing one's testament here, especially for Troy coming in as that IGL. It's a pretty default map. Like, when we see maps like, you know, maybe Bank or maybe Cafe,
I want to see how he tackles
or
layer.
maybe Skyscraper. Like, just bigger maps that it does involve a lot more teamwork. That is where I think we'll really see Troy get tested and really see how this new Sonics will look going forward, and maybe even Wildcard as well.
You could say the same thing for, yeah, exactly. You could say the same thing for Wildcard, because Clubhouse is a map that they would pivot to since Oregon's been taking out. Yeah. So I'd love to see them just express themselves on more of a obscure map too.
For sure.
Well, we got the default ones out of the way, but there's still plenty of opportunities for these guys to prove themselves. Commiserations to Wildcard. Sonic's got the first 3 points of Stage 2, but it's about to get even crazier as we progress through the day. It's C9BC and M80 as game number 2 when we come back. M80 and Cloud9 Beastcoast. If you're wondering why we said 3 team names there, well, we technically didn't. The reigning major champions just brought in the cavalry. M80 also got a new cut, so this whole matchup is coming back from the barber, determined to prove who is fresher. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he's Fox8. Gentlemen, this is quite the match for Cloud9 Beastcoast to start their Manchester title defense on, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I said it. Well, we've all said it. This is probably the game of the day without a doubt. And for me, this is the team. I need them to stay on top here. I mean, M80, you had them at first. I have these guys as first. So, I mean, this is really a battle of me and Fox here if we're right about whose team is going to be at the top.
Yeah.
First, yeah, I think both teams have their own set of challenges. C9BC obviously staying on the top, and M80 has yet to get there, yet their expectations every season is always so high. But I think this time around it's definitely changed.
I love the way that your power rankings shook out. This is both of your #1 on the power rankings too at the same time. And wait a second, if I cast my mind back to the days of 2018, 2019, you both played for a little team called Beastcoast that later transformed into a team called Cloud9, and now they're working together, playing a game, and you're on the couch for it.
Yeah.
That's true. That was so long ago. That's crazy to think about. Yeah, that was DreamHack when we first played with them too. DreamHack Austin. And then what? Did we? No, under Cloud9 we went to DreamHack
went to C9.
But anyways.
We won DreamHack Montreal with C9.
Yeah. Yep.
And if anything, if it wasn't for us, we were their first, Beastcoast sold us to C9.
The first introduction.
That was the business relationship built right there.
To be fair, you got to thank Goddess for a lot of that business move as well. So can't exclude the Goddess from that.
Goddess the legend, Goddess the goddess. We'll leave it at that. I'm not going to make too many puns out of something like that. We'll start things off with C9BC specifically. We got to get the reigning major champions their flowers. They just called winning Manchester a miracle, but they're also just as determined to prove that it wasn't, that it can happen again, and that they can carry the NA torch.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it's a miracle at all. I mean, you look at all 5 of these guys, and Diffuser being the rookie there. I mean, you want to know how this team went 0 to hero so fast? It was because they changed that ideology. That was the biggest thing that put this roster into the winning position of being the best team in North America and then going internationally and winning it all, is because all 5 of these players, all 4 I should say, came from separate rosters that had their own ideologies, their own thought process, and that together was not working. Then it all came down to one thing, was giving that role of the ideology straight into Matt, hot and cold, and that's when everything changed. Both him and Fett came into that role of changing this roster, and then we immediately saw that resurgence and immediately saw them top the charts.
They lost those first couple of games of Stage 1 and then had a huge bounce back. That was crazy because we were really concerned about how they were starting Stage 1 to begin with.
Yeah, and again, and this is what I was talking about, that ideology change. You see those first 3 maps, sure, the Wildcard one was close, but nonetheless, I mean, once that changed and once Matt had full reign and Fett both understood of how they wanted to approach Siege and how they wanted to approach the rest of NAL to get to Manchester, this is exactly how they did it, and they put all that faith in a hot and cold, and it ended up working tremendously and beautifully for them to secure that Manchester spot.
And everybody on the team was criticized so heavily after that first 3 games, and now they've won a major. So obviously, the mentality shift when you are a team that goes from 0 to hero winning a major, you come back and you want to be able to see humbleness from the team, because that can really take and destroy a team making it to the top.
And this is the entire team stats right here that you see just all put together that they had in Manchester, what made them so successful, what got them that win over BDS to win the championship. I mean, when you look at the percentages, the defensive win rate of a 63%, that's already really good. And then especially in a meta that we find ourselves, that you have to be winning at least some of your attacks to then secure good defensive rounds. I mean, they're sitting at 53%. I mean, this is the team that did it all, did everything that was unthinkable. Obviously, Jesse was the only one that thought this was possible, but still, they did the unthinkable and did it in NA and then brought it to Manchester and did it for NA, closing it out.
Well, we grabbed both the main character and the rookie of last stage in Stage 1 to talk about exactly how this team won Manchester. It's Gunner and Diffuser.
Hi, I'm Gunner from Cloud9 Beastcoast, and we are your most recent major champions. Winning the major felt, I mean, I can't really describe that feeling.
It was hard to really fathom the feeling, because I feel like I've just been imagining it my whole life.
That's what every player that plays this game like wants to feel, it wants to achieve, and like we did it. I mean, it was just like pure joy, I guess.
You don't expect to come out on top, especially as your first event with the team. I'm sure none of those guys expected to come home as victors. I think I had hopes for it. Maybe that's not healthy to just expect you're going to be the winner every time, but I think it is. I think I'm expecting to win everything I play.
We've had talks like, you know, don't think about the major like win. Like, yes, like it's great that we won, but like the more you think about the major win, the more pressure you put on yourself. When you have expectations on yourself, that's when you play it worse.
We obviously know we have high expectations from everybody else, but our only expectations are just to win the games we're supposed to and just improve.
But we're confident, honestly. It's kind of a little bit of a new system since we have a new coach and new ideas flowing through, but I really feel like we're on track to being even better than we were at the major.
Our goals are just to improve as individuals, as a team, and just keep focusing on our path. We all just joined this team and won together. Nobody else has that right now. I think we have 5 players who can all take over the entire game. One individual on our team will step up if it's needed, and it happens consistently. It's not luck, and we're going to prove it.
I'd say the contenders for NA would probably be DZ. It's just always been solid, and they picked up a good rookie that they can mold, kind of like what that we did with Diffuser. If we put in the time and effort and we do everything we can, when we lose out and we don't make the major, like I can't be mad because all 5 of us are not leaving anything out to dry. That's all I expect from our team.
It's an interesting mentality for them to come into the stage thinking, hey, we're the major champions, but also thinking nothing about that major championship. They don't want the additional distraction. They don't want anything on their shoulders about how that stage went. They just want to come into the stage and continue to prove that they are the best. It's just unfortunate that the team that they have to do it against for their very first game happens to be the team that Foxay think is currently the top and has the ability to really go far. This is M80 and the return of Hyper.
Yeah, I'll explain exactly why I think they deserve to be the first power ranked team currently. Just all roads currently lead to M80. Not only do they have a fresh new logo, but everything has been pointing towards all the players of M80. Cameraman has been slowly getting better and better with his English and his comfortability in America. Kino had arguably the best stage of his career last stage, and I can only see him getting better since his benching to return. He's only gotten better. And Hyper is just one of those players that we commend so much because he is a Swiss Army knife of players. And the other two players from Europe, Spoit and Citizen, obviously bring their own bag full of kills because they are always topping the charts and you just can't stop them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong firing squad here on this team. I mean, they have what it takes to definitely put up those numbers, and especially bringing on a player like Hyper that we've known he's been top of the charts back on DZ. I mean, it's no doubt in my mind that seeing Hyper here, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I mean, the first time that we ever saw him play was with Dark Zero in 2019, and he's been playing for time and time again previously, but Dark Zero was where you would know him from. He is a major winner. So for him to be able to come back and find his passion, mind you, he found his passion playing the EWC qualifiers in Element 3 with me. So I don't want to say that I
want to see how much credit can you take for this?
No, I don't think. I think we just gave him a little taste, but I think it was always something that Hyper really wanted to do coming back in. He still had the talent, and he just has so much experience. That's just something you can't teach. It's not something that the newer gen players can have because he has been playing since the start. Since before he was 18, he played since the game came out. And that's just something that you can't teach. The fundamentals that he has is something that is able to carry his success from team to team anywhere he goes.
M80 went to a bunch of different continents last stage to pull together a team that could finally make a major main stage, and now they've pulled in somebody who has gone to major and has won majors in the past, but there's still a lot of ground to make up based on how they've done over the past couple of years.
And here's the key element that I think why Stage 2 is M80's best playing ground. Mind you, besides the fact that all of the players are really coming into their own, it's that the expectations for them are lower than I've ever imagined because they consistently do well domestically, but then when they go to these events, you see it right here, they just get eliminated, grouped. And obviously in Manchester, we saw them do really well. We saw some life, and then to just come back and lose lacklusterly to LG, I would say, even though LG played great, I think that just wiped any type of hopes that you could have for M80. So I think on their shoulders, there's not much pressure.
Sure.
But all of the players are so talented together, which is why they really have nothing in their way, no excuses this stage.
I think that's what worries me, though, is that you say that they come in here with not a lot of expectations because we've put so much and held M80 to such high standards because of their super rosters, because of the teams that they've had and put together, and they've always performed so terribly internationally. And yes, they did find success just most recently at Manchester, but will Hyper be that figure that is going to push them even past top 8 to maybe a top 4, maybe a grand final? Because we have not seen that from 88, and for a long time, that's where we wanted to see them.
Yeah, and I agree. The hype is warranted, and the disappointment afterwards is warranted. But I really do think that Hyper is the glue that they needed to just make everything feel a little bit more comfortable. And I really think that this is no excuses this stage. I really believe that all roads lead to M80 currently.
Still no Lara being played. It'll be a while before we see someone brave enough to take that battleground. And instead, it's Clubhouse for the second consecutive match. Are we doing the same thing as we did in map 1? Are we just playing to defaults because there's some things to figure out?
I'm telling you right now, I'm saying it right now, Clubhouse is going to take over Oregon. This is going to be
This is going
to be the Coliseum map. This is where you're going to bring someone that you just truly believe on a fundamental level and understanding the game that you are just simply better than the other team.
Just when you think Oregon is dead, it comes back as a map that's been in the pool literally since the game's inception.
Club's about to be gone next.
I will say that Clubhouse is the map that is just very fundamentally sound. Everything works, you can do anything, and not one side is better than the other. Like we talked about in the previous matchup, you don't win it by your defenses, you win it by your attacks. It doesn't matter how good you are on defense. If you are just a monstrous attacking team, you will be able to find that success.
And this is the one time you guys are split on the desk for the day.
I mean, I have to give Cloud9 Beastcoast the benefit of the doubt. They were looking the best regionally. They were looking the best internationally. That alone, I have to give them the credit. They haven't made any changes. M80 has made changes, and even then, when they went to an international pool, they still couldn't even top what C9 Beastcoast could.
Yeah, and that's absolutely fair, but I do believe that winning a major brings its own bags of obstacles that you need to overcome. When you get
bags
to the top,
of obstacles. You just throw bags of obstacles at your opponents.
When you get to the top,
There's a ton of Legos.
It's not as hard getting to the top as it is staying at the top. It is very difficult.
I agree with that. I agree.
It has its own things, its own quirks. And I think that's a new challenge for everybody on C9 BC that they have to go through. M80 hasn't even made it there, so maybe this is their golden ticket.
All right, M80 are trying to see if that hyper move is going to work in their favor. Cloud9 Beastcoast are finally starting their Manchester title defense, but before we jump into game, I just want to remind you, this matchup on the North American League is brought to you by the all-new 2020 forecasting duo of Parker Mackay and Jesse Chick.
I actually thought there was some new sponsored bit I'm made aware of, but you know, just a nice folksy throw from our good friend Jacob. And yeah, I mean, we're gonna go right back where we started. We got Clubhouse in map number 1, and we're gonna get Clubhouse in map number 2. The defending major champions up against a team that many probably thought on paper would be the next team from North America to win a major, and that's M80. And well, that team has not really had the level of success that they've wanted. C9 BC, formerly known just as Beastcoast, but now with this partnered branding that they announced a couple months ago, really do have the sky's the limit. The one question that I'm going to look to have an answer, Jesse, and I don't know if you feel the same way, was every step along the way towards the end of the major was, well, you know, at some point this Cinderella story has to end, right? Do you think today's the day, or do you think that C9 Beastcoast will roll on?
That is the question of the day, because we've had a lot of teams like Beastcoast who have made miraculous underdog runs at majors and big events. I'm thinking of Team 1 back in Mexico. I'm thinking of Navi and Tokoname. Even to an extent, we saw Rogue do this in Berlin. And all of those teams kind of struggled afterwards. Rogue had a solid SI performance afterwards, but a lot of the times when you see these big underdog runs, you see a very sharp fall off immediately afterwards. I don't know if Beastcoast are going to be the same story, though. I truly think the talent that is on this team and the experience that's on this team. And you got guys like Hot and Cold who've been playing since year 1 on this roster. I don't think that this is a team that's going to immediately fall off and struggle to make majors and really fall to pieces like we've seen some of these other teams do internationally. Do I think they're going to go out and win the Montreal major? Well, that's maybe a bit of a stretch, but it's in the cards still. I don't think they're going to fall off that hard. I expect to see them at the next major. I expect to see them competing in the top 8, fighting for that grand final spot where maybe they'll even rematch up against BDS for the second time. But that really is what we're going to have to find out from Beastcoast today. I don't think the fall off is going to be that crazy. And then for M80, it feels like it's been nothing but fall-offs. Anytime they've gone to an international tournament, the desk talked about this a ton, it has felt like they have underperformed. Maybe with the most recent Manchester major being an exception, but even I think their quarterfinal game against Dark Zero, they didn't play to their highest potentials. So we're always looking to see more out of M80. These are some incredibly talented players. And so a test for them as well up against the reigning major champions should be a fun watch.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with everything you said. There's Spoit on your screen, by the way. He'll be going up against Jinxie in a much more important match later tonight in the Jinxie 1v1. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, this is the
warm-up. He will be playing against Jinxie, but certainly not more important.
Yeah, the warm-up coming up now. You'll test his stuff against Gunner and the major champions. But then tonight, the 1v1 against Jinxie, that's of course what we want.
Unfortunately, we're having some tech issues, so we've got to get to a break just to cool off for a little bit. We'll be back when everything is all in working order. See you soon. minor setback for a major comeback. Not just for C9 Beastcoast, but for both of these teams, as we are now back in the lobby and all set, ready to go as the newly, well, quote-unquote newly rebranded C9 Beastcoast team do battle against M80. And that is an incredibly close social prediction, given the way that these two teams wrapped up Stage 2 and the Major. I don't know if I agree with that 55 to 45. A bit too close.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. M80 certainly have a lot of hype with Hyper coming onto the roster. A lot of people are riding that train. And M80 are a great team as well. As we come into Clubhouse now, the last time that both of these two teams played Clubhouse was against each other in the North American League Grand Finals for Stage 1. Our bands Monty Blitz, the Double Shield, and then Azami and Tubarao coming out here. M80's bans, I think, extremely predictable. These are the exact same operators that they banned when they played up against Beastcoast in the NA Grand Finals. Cloud9 Beastcoast have changed this up a little bit. Their previous bans were Dokkaebi Fenrir. Now they're going to be moving to Blitz Azami. Maybe saw Canadian play crazy on the Blitz and said, you know what, we don't want any of that.
I do think it's really nice that M80 banned Monty themselves to prevent Kino from getting on that operator, because as you know, he's not exactly the best Monty. It looks like we might have another loading issue. Not really sure, but we'll update you as it comes to pass. There were problems with Gunner connecting. I hear that was the culprit.
Yeah,
so
I believe he also just disconnected again. So still having the same issues, it seems like. But hey, we'll work on getting it fixed, of course, ASAP, and then get into this game when we can. I will take our free moment to talk about whatever we please to defend Kino on the Monty allegations. Because, and I say this a lot on my stream, I think Kino gets a bad rap. I think he had one really bad tournament on Monty, which was the Atlanta Major, of course. I think since then, he has been a pretty solid Monty player. Obviously, maybe today, I maybe don't want to see him on the operator, but I actually think he has redeemed himself to some extent on the operator, but I digress. Either way, I do think that we're going to be set for a fun game, and if we can get all 10 players in the server, this is, as Ades was saying, should be the greatest game of the day.
Really? That's quite the proclamation to make. I mean, our next match is against is LG versus Luminosity.
LG versus Los, yes.
Sorry, LG versus Los. Yeah, I was going to say Luminosity versus Los. And then it's Space Station versus OXG to wrap up the day. See, it was just a small... It was just a, just a little,
Yeah, I see.
Every now and then you trip up.
It happens.
Sorry, I'm so juiced up right now from the Linkin Park reunion that is currently going on at this very moment. I'm just, I can't, sorry?
You're a big Linkin Park fan, Parker.
Not really at all. I was mostly joking, but I was trying to be relevant.
I used to listen to a lot of Linkin Park back in high school, back in middle school, high school. I was a fan.
I just remember the drive to school every day. We would put on I can't remember what radio station it was. It was one of the alternative rock stations in Toronto, and In the End by Linkin Park would play at the exact same time every morning for a straight year, and that was it. So I got that burned into my brain. What do you think of the new look of M80, by the way? Not just in terms of their roster, because obviously they picked up Hyper, but the new look of their jerseys and the color. They have gone from more of a green to more of this neon highlighter-esque yellowish green color, and a new logo that...
Yeah.
I don't know, it kind of looks like a film reel to me. I don't know what it is.
The desk was saying it looks like a Fenrir Dread Mine, and I kind of like that description of their logo. It does look like it could open up and then poison blind you with toxic gas. I really like the colors. I think their jerseys look super sick. The black paired with the kind of green neon thing they got going on is really nice. I liked their old logo a lot, though, too. The little bomb guy, I thought it said M80 underneath that. I thought that was, I liked their old logo quite a bit, but... nothing else I like to cover. I also think their new name looks like NN80, which is a little bit strange.
Okay, I can see that. So here's I just discovered this. I don't know if you have Google. I just used Google.
I don't.
Oh,
I don't.
You should. Okay, you should try to get it. It's very helpful. I just Googled what is an M80, and it looks like a little, almost like a little cherry bomb, like little like firecracker kind of deal. And then I Googled M80 Esports, and their logo looked like a little cherry. Admittedly, the logo is like kind of a pinkish red. Their logo was this, a greenish color, but the M was the logo. It was very clever. Now I'm not really sure what the logo is. Maybe I can send Marco a message and ask, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it is Dreadmile from Fenrir. Maybe that's what it is.
It'd be a fun little tie-in. I don't know how M80's other esports teams would feel about it, but I certainly like it for Rainbow Six if that
There's
is
no other
the
esport
intention.
but Rainbow Six Siege. Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's true. I've heard that, and I would not have watched any other esport, even this morning.
You should Google it.
Can I Bing it?
I'll allow it.
Nice little map play to open up the jacuzzi wall very early into this round. That's a good way to counter that Bandit. We didn't see any of that last map because Maverick was banned. This time Blitz is banned, so they can use that Maverick instead to open up the wall. They don't got to worry about the Bandit tricks with the castle barricades. It's a nice little counter play that unfortunately couldn't get punished by M80. A lot of Bandits have actually been having good success against Mavericks because of the new, not so new anymore, but the C4 preview lines have been very, very deadly to Maverick players as of recent months. But Gunnar gets it done, and he only takes 3 points of damage.
It's almost a mortal blow. Very lucky, actually, to be hanging in there still. Yeah, I mean, different lineups being brought right now by M80 than what we saw in the previous matchup when, we were on Clubhouse and we were looking at yet another defense upstairs of this bedroom and bathroom situation. Gunnar with the first kill, Gavin also on the board. Gridlock showing her face. You've also got a Legion on the board to potentially slow them down. Capkin was the favorite operator that we saw previously. Gavin's just going to walk in and annihilate everybody. The super shorty sure does pack a punch. He's hoping for a quick jiggle in construction. That's Spoit who's isolated. Gavin will try as he might. Spoit's in a tough spot. Full HP though, but he's being targeted by Gamos. A swing out, sidearm in place. Hold on a second. Spoit with 2 very good kills. It's not enough though because Cloud9 Beastcoast had such a lead through the midway point of this round, and they used that to their advantage, finding the final kill and giving the defending major champions their first round and a first victory on that round.
Listen, Spoit's considered one of the best players in the North American League for a very good reason, and we almost saw him clutch up there in the 1v4, taken down by Diffuser. And it's important to note, Spoit and Diffuser were the 2 best players by kill-death ratio in Stage 1. Spoit went plus 45, Diffuser went plus 30. It's always a treat to see them going head-to-head against one another. They're also only 2 of 3 people in all of Rainbow Six history to win a major in their very first rookie stage. Parker, I'll give you a fun fact guessing game. Do you know who the 3rd person is?
Sorry, say that again.
Only 3 people in the world have ever won a major in their rookie stage. It's Diffuser, it's Spoit, and it's...
And they're a major?
Won a major in their rookie stage.
In their rookie stage.
10 seconds left.
I guess major sticks here, right? Because Dan technically won one, but it was a Pro League final.
Exactly, yep.
So it couldn't have been him. I don't think any of W7M were rookies. I don't think anybody in FaZe were rookies back in the Yavla days. Was it... It wasn't Benja on G2 winning SI, was it?
No, I wouldn't count that. He also played a stage before on Heroic.
Fair. Who was it?
It was Lickithack, of course, the runner-up to our most recent major, and arguably the best player in the world right now on BDS when they won their Sweden major.
I always associate rookies with, like, they're younger, right? Like when they just started. Lickithack looks like he started playing pro play as just a full adult.
He's huge.
He is a very large man and very nice. So I would never think of him as a rookie.
No, I remember interviewing him in Manchester. He says he wakes up every morning and does 50 push-ups. Crazy.
Do you think you could even do 50 push-ups, period?
I know I couldn't. I tried on stream once.
That is terrible. Just like Spoit dying so early, also terrible. Can't rely on him to potentially bandit trick any of the downstairs walls because, well, or rather, sorry, it was this new UI. He was spectating cameraman, and it looked like his logo was the bandit wire. He's Legion. He's not going to be bandit tricking. This is going to take a while.
No, and this is, I mean, it's not easy from Cloud9 Beastcoast. Yes, they got the opening pick, but you can see a lot of map control is still being held by M80. 90 seconds into the round, they have not been able to clear Rafters or Cash or anything. Canadian on Blitz would have never let this happen.
Oh my. Plenty of tools at the disposal, by the way, of these attackers. The Ying will be a main focal point. The Spirits has all 4 Candelas still in back pocket. Diffuser tries the swing. Citizen doing what Citizen does, and he gets Gavin as well on the fadeaway. Cameraman is prone upstairs. They might think they've got Rafters control, but C9 BC will be in some serious struggles if they're not able to drone this out. As Cameraman inches away from his monitor and also inches away from Spirits, who knows exactly where he is, but a tough angle to have as Cameraman pops up. Spirits shuts him down.
Trying to smell Spirits through the screen, unfortunately, didn't work as well as he would have liked it.
That was you smelling. I don't know if you...
No, I connected those dots, actually, yeah.
Thank you, okay.
And with 35 seconds, they've got to make an execute going smoothly from, it looks like blue, maybe main stairs, although hot and cold, moving around. It looks like everybody might be going blue. They are scrambling to get together with mid-push with very little time on the clock.
And out go the Candelas to potentially buy time as they charge their way down this blue corridor. Another Candela will go. An operator uniquely situated to deal with it. As Hyper's Warden, Citizen with his 3rd kill. It's Kino to take out Houghton. And now the last one of Gunner is to die. M80 rebuffing C9 BC's advances. And really, it was the Citizen show inside a garage that made it all happen.
And last stage, I think Spoit took a lot of the attention on M80 as their best player, as their highest performer. And that was true, I think, both statistically and from the eye test. But Citizen, towards the end of the stage 1, was looking really good. And I think he was their best player throughout the playoffs, of course, when M80 even went against Beastcoast back toward the tail end of stage 1. So good to see Citizen returning to the form that we know he is so capable of playing at. He has been one of the best players to be imported in from the EU to join the North American League, and I think it's really, really nice to see him stepping up and having such impactful moments, especially against what some people would call the current best team in the world.
I think that's a very fair way to label C9 BC because, I mean, they are the defending major champions. I think...
There's an argument to be made.
I think so. I mean, no shade to the tournaments that happen off season, but I know that some teams don't take them as seriously, even if the prize pool is laughably large. When it comes to this kind of thing, the official sanctioned events are the events that these players tend to take most seriously, and we as casters also take the most seriously because they, of course, feed into that same ecosystem, and they are important for getting you to SI, which is the crown jewel of this esport. So having won the Manchester Major and then having a lengthy offseason for a lot of these teams in North America, you will see some changes to potentially roles. You'll see changes to the meta. And obviously because the new operator comes in I think a week, 2 weeks, something like that. I can't remember. Coming up. Not sure. Soon. Yeah, I'm not sure when, but I think it's like a week or 2, maybe 3 weeks.
I think it's next.
It could be. Either way, there will be changes. We already saw them in the previous matchup, just as we are seeing them now. M80 obviously having a new look, bringing in Hyper, and he's had a very quiet day so far.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rounds in, we'll let him get warm a little bit, only 1-1, but I know a lot of eyes are going to be on him for the rest of this game and for the rest of the stage. For this round, it looks like Cloud9 Beastcoast are not going to bother with Rafters, and they're instead going to decide to push in through construction. A safe thing to do when you know that the Rafters is going to be controlled by some really powerful operators. You've got a mirror window up there, which is a really interesting setup that Spoit has done for the bomb site. It'll be Hyper himself playing inside of Rafters, but they've gotten the breach open, which they... Did they have the breach open actually yet? I'm not sure if they do. They might have Selma'd it on Gunner, but they've not used any of their exothermic charges. No, they used the Selma on the con singles, so that should mean that the primary breach is still closed. They have time to work for it. You know, it's not the end of the world here, but these are the dimensions you're going to see for this execute. It's likely going to be the main breach when they can manage to get that open, and then the brunt of this push will be coming through construction.
Cameraman immediately answers that exothermic charge going off with the nitro cell tossed from his hand. Spoit's got one lined up now as well, and it's shot by Diffuser, who also takes Spoit down in the process too for the price of 1. Not exactly the best gamble for M80. Cameraman also taking a substantial amount of damage means M80 is not in great shape to ride out these final 50 seconds, Jesse.
Oh, and a bandit trick coming in huge. This could be big, and it will. That's Cameraman using his utility to stop the main breach from being open. And look at this. They don't really have any more EMPs. They're not going to get that wall open, which means this push will be extremely linear just through construction.
Things have suddenly gone from very bad for M80 to at least somewhat salvageable. Yeah, you know, you lose in numbers, and now there goes Kino as well, but C9 Beastcoast have a great guns and diffusers killing them all. It's all up to Citizen. An ace is possible. It can be had. Citizen inside of Garage firing away. He's got some marks. Out comes the sidearm, and it's an ace from Diffuser. Every single player knocked down by one major champion.
Let him know.
It looked all but lost after the bandit trick. It looked so tough for C9 Beastcoast, and they still rolled right over M80.
Diffuser, a massive round for him to come on in. We already talked about him being such an incredible player, again, plus 30 in stage 1. I think at the Manchester Major, he was not as high of a performer statistically, but he was still very good for Beastcoast. You don't win a major without all 5 players showing up at some way, shape, or form, and he certainly was playing fantastically for Beastcoast when they won that major. Nice to see him continuing to improve. You know, he's one of those players that a lot of people doubted when he first came onto the North American League. He was a last-second pickup for Beastcoast in stage 1. They thought they'd be playing with a different 5th player. They had to scramble with only a few days before roster lock. They picked up Diffuser. A lot of people doubted, and he has quickly proven those doubters to be incredibly wrong. He popped off in stage 1. Now he's doing it again on the very first play day of stage 2. I love to see it. I love it when a player can come in and beat all of the doubters and just prove everybody wrong about how good they really are.
What map was it in the major finals where Diffuser was, what was it, 9-1, 10-1, some crazy number like that?
Wasn't it the first map, I want to say? I'll check for you, but give me a minute.
I mean, it is just unbelievable to think that somebody could step into that important of a match with such little experience as Diffuser had and still stack up against the best of them. And now it is a 7-1 through these 3 rounds for the young player on the side of C9 Beastcoast. He is... Go ahead.
I was just going to jump in and say it was map 1 Skyscraper, 15-5 against BDS.
Yeah, I think he started 9-1 or some very impressive number along those lines. So C9 Beastcoast struggling with the utility play on the previous round, but absolutely excelling in the gun play. Mind you, they only needed one person to do the job because, well, nobody else was able to get a kill other than Diffuser. And now drones are lined up. This could be a quick entry down through Dirt Tunnel as Gavin uses the Super Shorty that comes equipped on the hands of Gridlock to find a way in. Gridlock's got really an excellent kit when it comes to weaponry, but a lot of players look down on those track stingers and think that there's better value from other operators. But you can't deny that if you have a use for those track stingers, Gridlock is an excellent option with the nades, the F90, and that Super Shorty.
Undoubtedly, it's an operator that we're seeing more and more people kind of pick up when it makes sense to do so, and I do think that for Cloud9 Beastcoast, it's going to have an impact here, just to watch those flanks as they try to take more of the map control than maybe they had last time. It's again a repeat of round 1. They're trying to play the Maverick once again, but you can see there's been a bit more problems in opening this wall. The mirror window makes it really awkward to Mav open this wall. They use the can opener to give themselves a better angle, but you're not getting through on the can opener placed that high up. So they still, if they want to enter through Jacuzzi, have work to do on this wall. I just don't know if they're going to be able to get it done safely, if Gunner's willing to risk that. Now that he's playing on the Maverick, they may just settle for leaving it as an angle and then having the execute come in through maybe the master windows, maybe logistics, maybe even the main stairs as Gavin may be coming up. It's really just waiting on time to tell.
Exact same lineup, by the way, from Cloud9 Beastcoast in this round, but several things swapped up by M80, bringing the Fenrir for the first time in this match, and we'll see if those F-mines can actually do some obscuring. I don't really see a lot of Fenrir, to be honest, because A, he was banned so frequently, and then B, after he got those nerfs, I think a lot of people thought he didn't really have his place.
Yeah. No, now. It's been a bit of a struggle on the pick rate for him, but still does find use. And this push, it's rocking and rolling, Parker.
Gavin takes an awful lot of damage, surviving for a while because of the enormous HP that is brought from those heavier operators like Gridlock. Can't call them 3 armors anymore because we don't go by armor, we go by health. Now Diffuser, pull out the sidearm. Gunner gets the kill. Diffuser is dropped by Citizen. It's actually hot and cold. The player cam's giving us away. It's all up to Gunner and Spirits now. Spoit playing by Weight Room and an easy lockout for M80 as every single player from C9 Beastcoast who got too close to the site lost their lives at the hands of quite a bevy, actually, of M80's players. Great team effort.
It was, and I remember we were talking about Wildcard, how in the early round on Clubhouse, just an hour or so ago, it felt like Wildcard were maybe not getting picks, but they were at least getting a lot of map control in those first 2 minutes of the round. It didn't feel like Cloud9 Beastcoast were really able to get either of those in the first 2 minutes of that round. Yeah, they had bottom floor control, but they didn't have a lot of great operators to utilize that bottom floor. Bottom floor not the strongest area of the map to hold when you're attacking Gym Bedroom. They kind of had the jacuzzi wall. They spent a lot of time on it, but it never really got open super cleanly. And then they never even attempted to take control of CCTV cache construction, that part of the map, until far towards the end when they were maybe in Logi. So yeah, it just didn't feel like their push really had much to go off of on the side of Cloud9 Beastcoast, and I think a lot of that comes down to M80 doing a really good job with the utility, keeping their walls closed, making sure that they didn't give up anything for free, and because of that, now it's a 2-2 game.
5 seconds left.
Fenrir brought out yet again. Look at the lineups for Cloud9 Beastcoast. They have really been enjoying this Grim. This will be the 3rd time in 5 rounds that it emerges, almost as much as M80 likes Bandit. Prior to this round, Bandit had a 100% pick rate, played twice by Cameraman and twice by Citizen. Now it will be a Kaid who was shown on this exact same bomb site in the hands of Kino. But when Mir is open, I guess you got a player, and she was very pivotal in that previous defense, and will get brought again from Cameraman. Cameraman had some difficulties prior to this round getting onto the scoreboard. He managed to get 2 picks for his trouble last time. So you can't just put him on utility and that's it. I guess now that he's alive, he can fire back, and the Vector is a pretty good gun at close range. At all ranges with these players, but especially at close range. So the utility will do wonders for Cameraman, especially given the way that Mira has played on this bomb site, which is quite safe. Likely be nestled downstairs on that church wall.
IQ utility also incredibly important as we're talking about the operators, because you only have impact EMPs. There's no Thatcher, and those impact EMPs are often very difficult to hit the Electro Claw. You kind of have to guess because you don't know where the claw was actually being placed, and the radius is very, very small on those EMPs. So this will be nice from Diffuser. He's going to use this utility to spot the claws for his teammates. Then we can see the impact coming out from Gavin right there. And the can opener from Spirits to open up the hatches. And so the work here is all going according to plan. Sometimes teams do trip up on this, but it's good to see that a major champion team is not one of them.
One thing I've really been noticing about the C9 Beastcoast entry is how much they've been droning early on. They've had drones in position at the very beginning of a lot of these rounds. It might be something that other teams are doing, but it just isn't being picked up when we go to spectate these players. Obviously, intel is always the name of the game. The team with the most intel tends to do better than the teams that don't have it. 4 drones remain for C9 BC with about a minute to go. They've got a first pick onto Hyper, so that's excellent timing. They'll also get one onto Spoit, so maybe they don't need a ton of intel for the cut and thrust. Cameraman, the very first kill. Down onto Spirits. Citizen dies. It's all up to Kino and Cameraman. Make that just Cameraman. It's been 20 seconds since the first kill came out, and the round is basically over. Cameraman trying to collect these kills, but right now they are impactless, and it's Gunner to seal the deal on that round. Things looked okay, and then the floodgates opened, and C9 BC just demolished M80.
Yeah, that's the second round where everything has seemingly been going well for M80. I'm thinking back to the first Gym Bedroom defense, where the early round goes on. There's not that much happening. The utility plays pretty good from M80. In that round, they actually managed to keep the blue hatch closed the entire time because both impact EMPs, I believe, got used on the stock hatch. They didn't have any more EMPs to open that hatch with. Wow. So it felt like utility-wise they were good, and then M80 just bleed a couple of picks. You saw Hyper go down, you saw Spoit die, and all of a sudden, there was a massive man advantage for Cloud9 Beastcoast, and these are the little things that M80 needs to be really careful about. If you're giving up these picks for free before the execute action comes on out, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage where I don't think you otherwise needed to. It's a 5v5, you've got blue hatch closed, you've got strong positioning in sight, there's no reason to be bleeding bodies, but unfortunately, that's what happens. Cloud9 Beastcoast, they scope out those kills and they get them, setting themselves up for a frankly pretty simple execute with a massive man advantage. So absolutely well played to Cloud9 Beastcoast. Their ability to find these picks before they go for their execute has been huge, and it's something I want to see M80 sharpening up a little bit.
A crucial round, and we're in the same position that we were in previously in that Wildcard Sonics match. So a 3-3 very possible. I will echo Fox A's words from the analyst desk before the first matchup. And boy, oh boy, is this one sentence just getting so much mileage today. You don't win Clubhouse on your defenses. You win them on your attacks. And so far, so good for C9 BC. Wildcard was in a similar position as they looked quite good on their attacks. They couldn't ultimately close it out on that second side, struggling a bit too much on their defenses. M80 right now, the team struggling on their defenses, but M80's got a lot of tools at their disposal when it comes to attack. Hyper is an excellent player pretty much across the board, but one knock against him was that he was maybe a bit too passive for how talented he was on the teams he played. Good news, you've got plenty of aggressive players on the side of M80, so a more passive, maybe flex or support role could suit Hyper quite well on this team. Only time will tell.
Up in the best start, of course, 1-3, but we're early, and that was almost an opportunity for Gunnar. He might be able to still find this kill, but it looks like the player that he was shooting at has made the escape. Maybe also suspecting that there could be a Valkyrie camera somewhere up near him. With the IQ around, they should be able to find that without too much of a problem. They see the electric claw. I guess they can't ping it, so he goes for the shots, and he gets the claw regardless. This is honestly an identical round to what we saw in round number 5. I think M80 have decided, you know what, that round was going really well for us. If we just repeat the same thing, but we don't give up 2 picks right before the execute, we probably win that. And honestly, I think they're probably right. Some small adaptations, maybe with the Valkyrie, but broadly, this is going to be the same push. And this time, they actually do have the blue hatch open as well. So a little bit more util on the side of M80, a little bit more angles open on the side of Cloud9 Beastcoast as well.
Dumped in one Candela just for good measure over towards blue, or over towards rather blue. Now another will go down over towards Moto. Spirits 1 and 4 is a bit unusual for a player who we see often taking over games, but go back to that best of 5 in Manchester, and boy oh boy, C9 BC can really trade the lead. Hyper's Nitro Cell kills Diffuser, good enough for Paul's second kill. Spoit also on the board this round with the kill on the Spirits. All the while this is happening, great value as Hot and Cold gets Diffuser down, but it might be a Pyrrhic victory for this C9 BC team. Gunnar will need to clutch up. Not a single kill to be had for C9 BC just yet. Could it be a flawless round? No, Gunnar will stop it. There's a runaround from the mute. Gunnar with 2 big kills. He'll now have to go for the drop, and he's finished off by Citizen. Up on top of the bomb chassis. 3-3 the first half, Jesse. Neither of these teams able to make much progress.
Oh, winnable 1v5 from Gunnar. Honestly, his positioning was perfect. It's never easy to win a 1v5, and ultimately, I think he gets a little bit panicked dropping that kitchen hatch. It happens. We're not going to blame that round on him. I liked the plant. I liked the droning. It felt like the plan was all there, but as the plant was going down, just a fury of kills. Hyper went from opening death in round 5 to the opening kill in round 6, and that seemed to start them off on the right foot. Made all the difference for M80. So just like in our first match of the day that was also on Clubhouse, we have a 3-3 split to start things off, and I think it's a good sign for the North American League that we have so many competitive games even in our very first play day. I think a lot of people knew that this game was going to be a close one. It was going to be competitive, but for both the first 2 matches of the day, seemingly being neck and neck, I think it's a good indication of the season to come.
Now, I do have a question for you that comes from a long-time listener, first-time caller. His name is Super Seth.
Ah.
He is currently co-streaming this matchup. Obviously very happy that his team was able to prevail in the very first match of the day. He would like me to ask you this question, Jesse.
Yes.
Is Jesse always in the holiday spirit, or if he is an elf and thus feels inclined to represent Christmas through his wardrobe? So Jesse, are you always in the holiday spirit, or are you an elf? What is the answer to this question?
Listen, dude, it's kind of cold up in Edmonton, all right? I have a nice sweater. I thought I could wear it for my first debut cast. I thought it looked nice.
I'd like to point out that I don't think anywhere in here are you being told that you don't look nice. I am telling you that you look like an elf. Or at least Super is implying that you look like an elf.
Listen, I get nothing but short jokes every time I go to LAN, and elves are stereotypically the tallest fantasy race. So I'm gonna take that as a compliment. I'm gonna take that as W. Also, famously, a beautiful race. So yeah, maybe I'm just channeling my inner elf here on NAL Playday 1.
You're really not even that short.
I'm a tall 5'7", I like to say.
Okay, I don't think those work together. We're currently in the middle of a tech pause right now. Not exactly sure what the culprit is. It might be player cams being worked on, but if not, then we will update you when we have information. I am such a sucker for circular mirrors. I don't know how you feel, but I love circular mirrors. This is how I know I'm getting old, because I see things in people's houses and I go, hey, I look really nice in my house. And now I know that I am basically 1 foot in the grave. You are much younger than me. I don't know if you've arrived at that stage of your life yet, but that's where I'm at.
Thankfully, I'm not at the point where I'm strongly considering the shape of mirrors. I've maybe when I get to your age, maybe when I hit 40, I will also feel that same energy. But I can't say I have any strong opinions on mirror shapes myself.
I'm gonna use. You still haven't discovered it yet. I'm gonna use Liquipedia. I googled it actually. I don't know. Again, you really need to get on this Google thing. Jesse Chick R6 Liquipedia. Okay, you are 25 years old.
Well
you were
done.
born on April 19th, 1999. That's a lot of ones and nines. 19199. That is.
We're doxing now, hey?
That is ridiculous. This is a public website. I don't think you know what doxing means.
And even if I did, I still would use it poorly.
Look at that. Look at that great suit coat that you were wearing in your Liquipedia picture. That looks like one and only Indochino. I'm just going to say it looks like it was made for you.
Laxing just DM'd me. He said, you are old, but Parker is 65. And I respect that. I think that's a very fair statement that Laxing has been making.
You ever see that one tweet that went around where it's like hearing people talk about like athletes, and it's like, now here it is, the oldest athlete known to mankind stepping onto the pitch, 31 years old, basically dead. How could anybody this age even get up in the morning? And it's like, okay. This goes back to the days where I think it was Hot and Cold tweeted out a while ago, a long time ago, when he turned like 23 or something like that. And he's like, I'm basically retired. They're putting me on hard breach. I'm too old. And it's like, obviously a joke since Hot and Cold has had like this renaissance, but it's like when you get to be that age, it's like time to go grandpa.
Speaking of pro players being 31 years old, we are just a couple weeks out from Cameraman hitting his 31st birthday and being the first player in the league to hit that benchmark. I actually don't know if that's first time ever. Probably. He's kind of old too. So if you are at home in your 30s thinking about how sad you are that you're kind of old at the moment, just know that your days of pro play are statistically, unfortunately, probably past.
So you're telling me that I'm never going to go pro?
Parker, that has nothing to do with your age. You're never going to go pro because of your gameplay abilities. Don't worry.
This is the meanest thing you've ever said to me.
Oh, I'm right there with you. Don't worry. This is why we talk about the game.
Yes. And speaking of the game, we are now back in live action, just a couple seconds into the second half. M80 now on attack, C9BC on defense. What are your expectations for M80 on these attacks, and how do you think they could possibly differ from what we saw from C9 Beastcoast?
Well, honestly, I'm a little bit worried about M80 moving over to the attack because Beastcoast are typically a much stronger team on the defense of Clubhouse than they are on attack. Through stage 1, Beastcoast had only a 27% attacking win rate on Clubhouse, and on defense, they shot up to 65%. So if M80 struggled against the attacks of Cloud9 Beastcoast, both a team that struggles themselves on this map and also a map that tends to lean somewhat defender-sided, I think moving on to the attack with only a 3-3 split paints a poor picture for them, and they're really going to need to step it up on all areas if they want to contest Cloud9 Beastcoast here.
Again, that Foxay quote. You win this map on your attacks. Great start from C9 BC as they eliminate Hyper. He's not really allowed in the building, and there goes your Thatcher. So all this hard breach that's been brought by M80, and boy, oh boy, do they have a lot of it. The can opener in the hands of Kino. Spoit rocking the Selmas, and the Hibana also on the board. If there's any electrification or mute jammers or anything of that sort, you have to be careful. Good news for them, there's only the mute on the board. Spoit dies as well. Suddenly, with just a little bit under half of the round to go, C9 Beastcoast are in excellent shape.
Yeah, this is exactly what Cloud9 Beastcoast wanted to do with this operator lineup. They still got Gavin going for a flank too, and the Boss G in hands. This is gonna be bad.
Oh my goodness. Kino gets put in the dirt. Gavin doesn't want to go for a second with the Boss G instead. We'll go through the sidearm, a spray through the wall of Cameraman. I don't know if he had information or if that was just luck, but either way, he manages to take him down, and Gavin looks a little bit frustrated by that one. M80 reduced to just 2 players. Citizen to go for the drop. 6 kills to his name, leading his team. Trailing 2 players from C9 Beastcoast. Wary of Capkin traps. There goes a grenade to clear any of them away. The lineup now around the bomb chassis. Great shot by Citizen. Small opening into church wall, and he also assesses over towards pulse spot if something can happen. That's some damage that's done to Cameraman. This execute dragging on for so long, Jesse.
A desperation execute, I would call it. Trying to find an opening when they just can't. Nothing is being presented to them.
And M80 just waiting. They're not the ones that have the time on their side. Another kill from Citizen, but so far, it does not look like it's going to do much at all. C9 Beastcoast successful despite Citizen's best efforts. And Citizen racking up some impactless kills, but still falling short on that execute for M80.
I actually think that wasn't that bad for M80 when they lost their first 2 picks, right? They lost Hyper, they lost Spoit. It's a 5v3. That never feels good. But the site utility from Cloud9 Beastcoast was still relatively weak. They only really had maybe some castle barricades, and then of course the Banshees that were the brunt of the utility in sight. And they had Kino, of course, with Candelas on the Ying. That's a huge execute operator. Problem is, then we saw Kino backing up into the sight line of a Boss G he did not know existed. Gavin went undroned inside of Strip and was able to completely turn the round, at least lock down the head. I won't say turn the round on his head because that was a dominant round for Cloud9 Beastcoast for sure. But he locked it down, and we saw Cloud9 Beastcoast from there close out the easy execute. Just not something that you can be having for your M80. You got to find these opening picks. You should have these drones to help you out. It's never easy when there's a vigil on the board, of course, but yeah, if you're losing all of your opening pick gunfights, it is always going to be tough to convert the rounds.
That's exactly what you want to see for C9 Beastcoast, though, and well, M80 almost running with an identical lineup, making one swap out to bring in the Thermite in place of the Hibana. So M80 not really showing a lot of operator diversity. The same cannot be said for C9 BC as they run with an almost entirely new lineup, just bringing the castle over from the previous bomb site. And I mean, if you're running with the same defender lineup across all 3 sites on this map that get played, because of course bar stage exists, but it hasn't been seen just yet. If you're running with the same 5 operators on defense, kind of have to wonder what's up, because there really isn't one specific lineup that is optimal for the defense downstairs that would be upstairs on, say, CCTV cache. So things pretty normal for C9 Beastcoast. The big focus for M80 is bring lots of hard destruction. You've got 2 hard breachers in the Thermite and the Ace, and then again, the can openers being brought by the Ying for the 2nd round in a row.
This is often the story of Clubhouse, right? You got to open the CC wall, you got to open Con Single, you got to open Jacuzzi. There's a lot that you would like to breach. And this wall as well between CC and Cache is very important for Ace players usually, but if they have a Deimos down below, they may not need to open it. They might be able to get this pick without even worrying about the wall with the Deimos.
People sleep on that pistol. I know, obviously, that if you play this game, you know how strong that Magnum is that Deimos brings, but I feel like people still don't really respect it because in most people's eyes, hey, it's just a sidearm, right? And speaking of sidearms, look at C9BC, 3 secondary shotguns. So maximum soft destruction can be done here as both the Clash and the Mira, or the Clash and the Castle bring that super shorty. You got the ITA side shotgun for Mira because why bring anything else? So you can rotate if you want to roam away and find either hatches or walls to go through quickly. But right now, C9 Beastcoast just need to sit pretty with just a little under a minute to go.
They have a lot of hard breach, but I don't know if they're going to be going for Jacuzzi Wall here. They have basically everything else on the map. They have construction. They have a player down below. They have Logi as soon as they open up the hatch. It's open now. So they don't need Jacuzzi per se, and there is a bandit trick being attempted by Diffuser. With only 35 seconds, they're probably going to leave it, and this still could be a strong push if they can get past this Clash and find an opening pick to start it off.
I wonder if they flicked onto the Thermite for that wall in particular, because you would not be able to open up both of those walls if you were Hibana, or with Ace. It has to be an exothermic charge to do that. First kill comes from M80. They lose the next one, and then they just decide to go back and forth on the seesaw of engagement. But then the kill feed is all theirs. It's hot and cold to fend against them, and he can't get the job done. M80 answers back. And just like we saw with Sonics versus Wildcard, these teams are unable to shake one another. The only difference is, whereas in our first game of the day, you saw the teams on a couple occasions win consecutive rounds, nobody here has been able to do that. It is C9 Beastcoast to win the odd numbers, and it's M80 to win the even numbers. And it has been that way since the end of round number 1.
With this being round 8, that also mathematically means that this is M80's first attacking round win, of course, failing in round 7. And I really like the way that they were able to use, again, so many different angles. Yeah, they didn't have Jacuzzi open, but I believe it was Cameraman that was on the Master and Gym windows that was able to pick up 2 really important kills, find those trades. One thing that you can do on that Gym Bedroom bomb site is just swarm from 100 different angles and really draw the attention of the defenders. And that's exactly what they did. Yeah, there was a Clash that was inside of Logi, and maybe that slowed them down a little bit, but they're not just pushing Logi, they're pushing so many other positions. Again, the Deimos were coming out from down below, window pressure, of course, and that's what you can do when you fully clear that cache extension. So I love the way that M80 pushed that. It was a little bit concerning. They didn't have a single kill until like 25 seconds or something, but they knew what they were doing. They were getting map control when they spent all that time in the early round, and I don't think that at any point were they worried.
Right back into it as we sit on round number 9, which means that C9 BC should win this one just based off of the numbers, but we will wait and see what happens. Again, hard breach being brought in abundance. 2 glorified hard breachers, or 2 dedicated hard breachers. The one glorified hard breacher was the Ying before. Tino's been the one playing this secondary breacher. This time, Capitao instead of the Ying, and this is excellent tricking from Spirits to stop all of that gadgetry on the side of the attackers from opening up Garage. Just constantly throwing down the Electroclaw, waiting for it to activate, pick it up, repeat, and it's already frustrated M80.
Super nice to see that coming out. Perfect Kaid tricking. It's a problem with can openers. They take so long to actually explode that it opens yourself up to getting Kaid tricked. It's a lot harder if you're using, say, maybe a Thermite on the same wall. Not that you'd really want to Thermite that wall, but even still, it is one of the problems with the utility that they've brought. Now is the big test, though. Garage wall gets tricked. It's tough, but it's not the end of the world. This will be a much bigger deal. Unfortunately, hot and cold. Oh, they pulled it off. They could have opened that wall, but I don't think they wanted to commit to it. And now, yeah, he doesn't able to get it off. They bandit tricked at the nick of time. He just left it on.
Diffuser showing how you can win a round by not even getting a single kill, though you recall this was the site at which Diffuser got an ace just on the other side of the coin. He was attacking. Down goes Gavin as Citizen gets the leadoff pick. Out go the fire arrows from Kino. Spirits equalizing by taking Citizen down. Citizen, 10 kills so far. Really impressive tally. Second in the lobby, only trailing Diffuser, who's sitting at 11. Now Hyper looking to shake off some of that rust that must have accumulated from him not having played for so long. Find an easy pick on the Spirits. And the numbers will go back in favor of M80. All that hard work, Jesse, being done to keep them out, and yet it's C9 BC trailing in numbers.
Yeah, Yeah, but they only have Raptors control, and they're going to maybe jump on the CC window. The positioning is still very favorable for Cloud9 Beastcoast. This is still a strong round for them, and look at this rat spot from Diffuser. This could be big.
He sees one tracking onto Kino, 12 kills. Gunner goes down, Hot and Cold follows. It's all up to Diffuser, and he'd already given his position away. The streak is broken. M80 wins 2 in a row. The lead is theirs. They're up 5-4.
It is not every day you see a successful push on CCTV Cache with the main CC breach unable to be opened. Not even a sightline. Every single player was either coming in through con/the CC window, or of course in through garage, which was the bulk of it. Really nice gunfights there. I kind of wish that Cloud9 Beastcoast were able to do a little bit more. Those players on attack were so funneled, right? M80 did not have many options on that execute, and Cloud9 Beastcoast stepped up and took those gunfights pretty early. They were pretty willing to swing and hold those angles. Yes, they were in the man disadvantage, but I still felt like that was a really holdable round. Maybe just didn't really have the utility to play for plant denial or what have you, but regardless, a great push, making the best out of a bad situation on the side of M80. And as you said, 2 in a row, starting to build up a bit of a trend, and that's enough to scare attack timeout out of Cloud9 Beastcoast.
Heck of a time to do it. There's still plenty of runway for them to land this proverbial plane, but they've got some work to be done. Great utility work in that round, as we talked about, but the one thing you always have to fear with M80 is their gunplay. And yeah, obviously there's been some strategic issues with M80 and their various iterations. We're only one match in, so it's obviously way too early to start saying anything particularly profound or anything, I guess, stalwart or etc. about a team. They can easily win the first game or the second game and then go out without a single win for the remainder of the stage. But M80 look improved, I would argue. You know, it seems in general that the team is working well together. And the one big point that I just want to highlight is that all too often the weak link on M80 for so long was cameraman. And he has shown up. He had some struggles early on through the first couple rounds. He has turned it around. He's been playing high-value utility operators, and he's getting kills to boot. If Cameraman's having a good day, M80 is likely having a good day. And right now, they're in the lead.
Often thought of as a traditional kind of hard support IGL cameraman. He doesn't need to be killing, I don't think, for M80 to be succeeding, but it certainly doesn't hurt, and he has absolutely had a hell of a game to start off stage 2 of the NAL. But it is, you know, it's a promising result against a strong opponent. The game's not over yet. They still have to attack twice more on Clubhouse, or they'll be forced into overtime at the very best situation. But I like it so far. I mean, this is a heavy roam strategy from Cloud9 Beastcoast again. M80, when they last came up against a strategy like this, they lost a couple of opening picks. Hyper and Spoit went down. Now they've got the demo. Now they've got a little bit more utility. Now they're going a little bit slower on this roam clear. That could mean that instead of a man disadvantage, they could end out these first 2 minutes with a bit of a lead. If they can find some picks, they'll be really in a good spot. But although the intel's here, the demo's tracking's there, the pings are there, so far there's no pick.
There goes Spirits. Down to Spoid, who's already found the first opening, and Citizen will hunt on that main floor. Gunner also dying. C9BC really struggling. We're at the halfway point of the round. We have flown through it. And now an awful lot lies on the shoulders of this C9BC roster. You've got that boss G in hand of Gavin, who's lurking his way through Garage. But this is a downstairs defense. If he's not able to get through blue fast enough, Diffuser and Hot and Cold will have their work cut out for them. Things get a little bit easier as Diffuser pushes up towards blue window, gets a pick, and it looks like the goal now for C9BC will be to nestle inside of the site. They just reinforced oil pit door and at the bottom of main stairs, so they're going to try to buy time and ride out the remainder of this round.
Love that play from Diffuser. 3v4 is much easier to hold than 3v5. He knew that he had to do something to try to equalize that man count. Hot and Cold was doing the exact same thing on main stairs, but as soon as one of the two players got a pick, they both fall off to site, and they now decide to play just around their utility. They're going to have Banshees, they're going to have Goyo canisters, they're going to have Castle Barricades, and maybe some Doomine. The util here, and they're going to keep this kitchen hatch closed too. Lots of X Cairo, so it's just a time waste. But but man, oh man, this is not going to be an easy push again, despite the man advantage.
Cameraman looking to open that up. There goes some Candelas. 2 remain in pocket for Kino. Immediately a run over towards Dirt Tunnel. There go the Candelas. Gavin with 1 pick on to Citizen. Now it's Kino dead as well. It's a 2v2, but time is almost up. 2 seconds left. Spoit walking in, slowed by the Banshee. He has no choice but to start the defuse, and he gets killed in the process. It looked like M80 were about to put a bow on it, but that 1 pick on blue stairs, and then the destruction of the X-Kairos, coupled with the time-wasting gadgetry, somehow, against all odds, it's C9 BC to win the round and stay in this matchup. It would have been match point if M80 had prevailed. Instead, we're looking at a likely very long game.
That is textbook how to play when you lose the opening couple of picks on a Church and Arsenal Rome game. That was starting off so poorly. I even said it, you know, they've got the Deimos, they've got great pings. It looks like M80 could end these first 2 minutes with a man advantage rather than a man disadvantage. And they did just that. The Rome clear was fantastic. But then what happened? Well, you still have 1 roamer. It was the Vigil top floor, but then the 2 site players push up simultaneously to work in a pick. That not only equalizes the man count a little bit, makes it a 3v4, but wastes even more time. And then after that, they play their site. It goes fantastically for them. Loved that from Cloud9 Beastcoast. It is that type of quick thinking in a sticky situation that is why they became major champions.
They call the timeout and they look much more poised, even though they had a disastrous start to the round. And, well, I mean, you've still got a tall task ahead of you. M80 have had your number through the second half. I don't know, is Spoit meditating? I'm not really sure what is going on there. But either way, I mean, it looks like M80 have locked in for this second half, and they had the wind at their backs. That's why you take the timeout, right? Is to hope the wind stops blowing in their direction. And I mean, countless times against BDS in Manchester, C9 BC looked like they were all but done for. And yet, they kept coming back. That's what honestly separates the good from the great, is your ability to battle back even when the odds are fully stacked against you. Yeah. And well, here we are.
Honestly, obviously, this is not as high stakes as, say, a major grand final or some of the big international games that M80 have played in the past. But it is a trend that when Cloud9 Beastcoast get into a sticky situation, as they did many times during the playoffs of the Manchester Major, they step up and perform. And M80, honestly, for years, when the pressure gets high, they've folded. Often we've seen this team underperform in high-stress situations. This is not going to be the same high stress that they may have faced at the Six Invitational, nor at the many majors they've attended. But this is still a tough game. It's a rematch of the NAL Stage 1 Finals. You are up against a very good team in Cloud9 Beastcoast. Now is when we find out, will M80 shake as they have a few times in the past, or will they step up and be able to hold the nerves down attacking on Clubhouse?
I'm assuming that's a rhetorical question because I can't. Assuming you don't want me to answer that one, right?
No, I need an answer now.
I'm sorry, I can't give you one.
Okay.
Maybe call back in 2 business days. Parker is busy.
Use this Google thing of yours. You might be able to find one.
I've never heard of Google. What is it?
So we're going to Gym Bedroom for round number 11, and this is one of those bomb sites that, again, we've seen M80 do a great job of just finding picks by circulating the bomb site. The pushes have always come out so strongly by having a lot of angles into the site, and it looks like they're going to do the same thing here. They're starting with the cache extension. They want to be able to get spirits out of cache. They want to be able to take diffuser outside of construction. And once they have this map control, then they focus on Logi, then they focus on the master windows. And with that already very quickly getting CC control, they can work on that now.
First Flores to be brought as well on this matchup, and M80 getting 2 very quick picks. I don't know what diffuser and spirits were thinking. Probably not that they would lose their engagements, but this is familiar territory for C9 BC. They've been here before. They have both succeeded and failed. So there's no real history that we can go off of. By the way, I asked Jeeves, and he said Google was another search engine. So there you go. I have gotten the answers for us both. Look at us go.
The thing about the NAL broadcast they don't tell you, it's informative. Nobody brings that up.
That's correct. The information you get, it'll go through your mind just like the bullet from Gavin went through Hyper's mind. So information passed along, this time in the form of violence. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Back to the bomb site they will go, and if you recall, the same situation that they were in before was at a, what? It's downstairs? Appears that the stream is frozen. I don't know.
Yes. I am got a frozen feed at the moment. Oh, we're back.
Hey, we're back. I was going to say, this was exactly what happened on that downstairs bomb site. They were down in a 5v3. There was that pick on blue stairs. They recentered around the actual site, bunkered down, and they won the round. Now, the difference is that this bedroom, bathroom, or this bedroom and weight room bomb site upstairs is not exactly the same site, because once you start to lose control of the peripheral areas, it's almost impossible to defend it. The same cannot be said for the basement bomb site. It's usually much friendlier to defenders.
Hot and cold down below, trying to play with a pre-play C4. Watch out for that one. It could have a massive impact if he times it right and gets a pick as they try to jump in. It might even be here on the gym window.
Oh my, Gunner caught with his pants down. That's an easy pick for Kino, who can now go for the vault in. Hot and cold, inching up closer to the site. Both players looking in the same direction. Gavin managed to pick off Spoit and get away. Diffuser in the hands of Kino. One successfully vault in from Jim. Hot and cold cannot rebuff him. Worried about the doorway. Hot will have to go for the other retake, but a good hold by cameraman outside. Can he get there in time? Gavin unable to stop it. Cameraman a team kill, and immediately Gavin will hop on. He'll have plenty of time. There's no way cameraman can get there. And Beastcoast steal the round. Excuse me. How does that happen?
Maybe the most underrated player on all of Cloud9 Beastcoast, Gaveni, proving why he is so talented on this team. A ridiculous clutch. He almost threw it away. He had the ability to deny the plant, but he guessed incorrectly where it was happening. He looked to the left. The plant was going on to his right. A team kill bails him out of the 1v2 situation, and then he comes up big to just step on the diffuser. Doesn't need to get any flashy kills. Doesn't need to find any massive frags, but it's a massive throw from M80 to take what should have been a surefire round. 2v1 with the fuse kit already on the floor, and then you team kill, and then you just run away outside the building and aren't able to get back in time. If M80 lose this game, that is the round that's going to haunt them tonight.
You could see from the expressions on their faces how much the spirits had been broken of M80. That seemed like a sure bet. And if you look at the numbers at the top of your screen, C9BC has the lead, and yet there are 2 rounds that M80 must have thought they had in the bag, and yet were not successful in actually securing that basement attack and then that last attack we saw upstairs. This does not bode well for them whatsoever. This team has to keep its head in the game. You cannot tilt. You cannot rage. There is still 1 more round for you to go, and if you prevail, you go to overtime, you secure yourself at least 1 point. Yeah, it's not exactly the situation you want, but you have to salvage this situation as best as you can. M80 will start by attacking this CCTV wall, and it appears that they have been able to open it up with that exothermic charge, blowing the wall wide open.
Back to business as usual. You've got to mentally reset after a round like that. This is a do or die round for M80. They get the wall open very early. They don't want to have the same thing happen as last time where they couldn't get that wall no matter what they did. This time, there's not as many problems. There is still Kaid tricking going on here, and that looked pretty good to me. Does it get the can opener? Sounds like it did not. Sounds like they were able to open it in time. So no successful Kaid trick this time on the garage. That, of course, opens a great angle that looks in towards the rafters window into the bomb site, although it is currently castle barricaded off. This is still doable for M80. Obviously, last round didn't go the way they wanted to. They'll open that barricade now, but they're in a really good position with everything that they want open. The next step in this execute is going to be taking rafters control. Kino's got 2 firebolts in his pocket. That's what they've got to utilize to try to get spirits out of this position.
And there he goes. So, I mean, gunplay can also do the job.
Sure.
Citizen holding over towards blue, waiting for somebody to maybe rotate from lounge side or over towards garage. Gunner decides to swing the breach and gets picked off by Spoit. He'll also grab hot and cold. A terrible spot for these C9 BC players to be in. Just like that, there's a minute to go, and it's up to Diffuser and Gavin to save this round.
That was a bold swing.
I would use not smart.
Sure. Many words to say the same thing.
It's like when something silly happens and you go, oh, that's interesting. Just like this round. Gavin with 2 almost gets more than 3. But it's M80 to snap their fingers and send us to overtime. Me, oh my. Definitely not the result they wanted, but you got to take what you can get. And in this case, M80 desperate to grab these points. And more importantly, get a huge victory over the defending major champions.
And I will say, if you're Beastcoast Cloud9, you're not feeling great after that round. You know, you would have liked to end it out 7-5. But you're not feeling too sad. Somebody who may be feeling a little concerned after watching that round was Jinxie. Because Spoit hit a disgusting 3K there against the swinging players. He is clearly up to the top of his form, now top fragging his team, tied with Citizen 11 and 8. The warm-up that he's getting here for tonight's 1v1 has been massive for him throughout this game. And I'd be shaking a little bit if I was the king of TikTok himself.
Of course, what happens in the NAL is irrelevant to a bragging rights matchup on another content creator's stream. Of course, that's how most people go about looking at it, Jesse. So,
yeah, but most people don't give you the hard-hitting analysis that I do, Parker. Now, do they?
That's true. So, I mean, hey, at the end of the day, the real winner here is not Spoit. It might not even be M80. It might not even be Jinxie. It's us, the viewers. We are the real winners today.
Absolutely. And we are back on Gym Bedroom. We are back going for a CCTV cache extension that is trying to get cleared. And we got Finka on the board from Diffuser. I don't think this is going to be a site rush, just based on positioning. We have basically every person on the other side of the map for the bomb site. So sometimes you see a Finka, you think that. But Finka still could be extremely useful when you're going for these clears, when you're going for the execute. Top floor of Clubhouse has a lot of kind of boxy rooms that you know, okay, we're pushing this in 3, 2, 1, you hit that execute. That's something that Finka can really help out with. And of course, Gavin on the Ying as well. I expect we're going to see some of these Candelas being utilized to try to clear out these players in the cache extension. Citizens here in cache right now. Hyper's just inside of construction. We've got a lot of utility in the pockets of Cloud9 Beastcoast, and I imagine at least some of it is going to be utilized here to clear out these extended players.
It's going to be quite the fight with Cameraman now on red stairs. And no, he gets swung on and yet wins the battle against Diffuser. He does not expect Gunner as a follow-up. Gunner needs to be wary of what might be behind him. Meanwhile, Hyper picking off hot and cold. Citizen upstairs, prepared and waiting for Gunner again. What is going on? C9 BC are struggling with information. This was one thing that we praised about them. In the first half, they seem to be so poised. They seem to get information. But this time around, there's just some shakiness. Gavin eliminating Citizen. You also saw a run out. Now that's Hyper picked off by Spirits. Gavin with 13 kills. Spirits with 5. Quite a difference between the two. Still 2 Candelas in pocket for the Ying and 1 EMP as well. That'll be really helpful for taking out and disabling both the Fenrir and Mute gadgets. And 1 minute to go means both of these teams will wait an agonizingly long period of time before they come to blows.
One thing I'll say about this execute is we might have a lot of seeing problems because we've got both a Ying and a Fenrir up inside the bomb site that are going to be duking it out here in the 2v2. This feels like it's anybody's round. Obviously, Cloud9 Beastcoast having all this time to position how they want to drone out players, that is an advantage, but inherently, 2 strong defenders with full HP is going to feel very good for M80. And as these last 2 Candelas come out, it's going to be, of course, on Cloud9 Beastcoast to make something happen for the push.
Diffuser just looks the wrong way, not expecting one player to still be inside of logistics. That's Kino in that position. Now it's up to Spirits. He'll have to shrug this one off and soldier onwards. He doesn't have the diffuser. It's him in a 1v2, trying to draw out these players, but M80 not giving him anything at all. Good patience until Cameraman tries to ascend the top stairs and finds him in the process. M80 move back onto match point.
One of the hard things about that bomb site, Gym Bedroom, is often as an attacking team, you just have to execute twice. You execute once to clear out the cache extension, then you've got to execute a second time to clear out Gym and Bedroom, the actual bomb site. And it felt like Beastcoast couldn't do it either times. They failed on their first. Execute. They did trade out nicely, and I think that that third pick halfway through the round that they were able to pick up, bringing us from a 2v4 eventually to a 2v3, and then the next one after this to bring us to a 2v2 was promising that they could then go in for an execute. But ultimately, the positioning was better from M80 inside the site. Shooting those drones was massive because it meant that the intel wasn't there. You noticed that when Diffuser vaulted in the window and didn't know where to look. And M80 ended up coming out up on top. So they'll have the lead heading into this next round of overtime. You expect the defense to generally do kind of well in OT because the pressure's the highest. It's sometimes easier to defend. And also every bomb site unlocks for the first 2 rounds of overtime. So they're a bit of advantage going towards the defense. But it is Cloud9 Beastcoast on the back foot, needing to win back-to-back rounds if they don't want to lose their first game of the stage again.
Didn't go to overtime, but the first map was a nail-biter between Wildcard and Sonics. Now, I've already spoiled the result earlier on in the casting, and I know that some people take umbrage with that. I gotta say, this is a live product. I'm gonna talk about the matches that we're watching. I'm sorry if you're rewatching it, but it's not how it really works. That said, both of these Clubhouse matches have gone down to the wire. One went down to the wire in regulation, the other now almost doing so in OT, but still quite the long, drawn-out affair for these teams. And honestly, good signs from both, but if I had to give a nod in any direction, M80 is the team that should have already put this matchup away, but a series of misplays, blunders, and excellent capitalization from C9BC is why we are where we are at this particular moment. Now, Cloud9 Beastcoast on defense. Can they win one more round to send us to the final 15th? Where's your money if you had to say yes? I'm going to say yes. What would you say?
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
As a contrarian.
Of course.
Honestly, I do like the round so far from M80. They're droning the top floor. This is a very roam-heavy setup. They've got the Dokkaebi as well. One more Logic Bomb. If they can convert that Logic Bomb into a kill, maybe on Gavin, maybe on Spirits, they've put themselves into a really strong position. The site utility isn't the strongest right now. There's no Goyo, there's no smoke. And with these drones coming out, finding them the intel, a man advantage could be all they need to execute with a win.
Gavin has favored the spot over by the strip club. As Vigil, he can fly under the radar, can evade the logic bombs that have now both been used by Citizen Dokkaebi. Gavin holding this position. He had a good idea of somebody being over by the window, but it's Kino who's got him stuck in place. And there goes a Candela. He spotted for a second. Kino just not able to do enough damage, but plenty of bullets to open up that wall. Spoid also looking in Gavin's direction, but this isn't necessarily the best use of time, is it? 2 players from M80 trying to find a single player from C9BC. At least you picked off Gunner, so that's good for M80's execute, but there's 4 more to be found, and Gavin will still be watched in their direction. It does set up a showdown for the final 3 players of C9BC on site, one of them being Hot and Cold, who's just removed Hyper. Gavin finally picked off by Citizen, who gets the job done on his own, and now the cavalry from M80 will arrive down the main stairs. Final 30 seconds of this execute for M80.
Shaking in their boots. This is going to be very, very tight on time, and they do a good job of stopping some of this soft breach, but even still, they're going to rely only on the Banshees to slow this execute as it comes on in, and the man count just is not there.
It's a desperate ego peek from Hot and Cold. Candelas will go. Kino will follow through the hatch. No targets in line of sight. Diffuser gone. It's Spirits to clutch out. Down goes Citizen to the Capcan trap. And suddenly Spirits could potentially retake from above. Cameraman will need to watch as the Diffuser has now been successfully planted. And Spirits will go for the suicide drop. He survives. But is he living on borrowed time? Trying to find out where these last 2 players from M80 are located to save his team's fortune in this matchup. But he can't get the job done. Kino with the final pick. And despite multiple attempts to end this one, M80 came up short. They needed overtime, and they get the job done.
I loved that plant spot in the final round. It's not able to be denied from the hatch, so even if he was fast enough, he wouldn't have had the angle to stop it. Puts himself in the 1v2 post plant. A great effort, but at the end of the day, it is M80 the better team to switch history and change the result of the Stage 1 Grand Finals, saying that at least for right now, at the start of the stage, they are contending for the top spot inside of North America. There is plenty of more games to go. Of course, many more games to be played throughout Stage 2. And I will remind you, everybody, that Beastcoast started off quite weak in Stage 1. They still bounced back to win the whole thing. But ultimately, this was a really good showing from both teams, and M80 are our champions today.
Excited to hear what the analysts think of Hyper as an addition to this M80 team. There's a lot to talk about from this matchup. But first, a break. We'll be right back.
Two clubhouse games on the day. One of them goes all the way to 12 rounds, the other to 14, and we're still only halfway through the first play day of Stage 2. It's been a good one for fans of one particular map in Germany that we just keep playing over and over again, and this time M80 get the win in OT.
Yeah, I mean, for the most anticipated matchup of the day, I mean, I think that was best case scenario, win the full distance. Obviously, you know, could have went one more round closer, but M80 did close it out. I was wrong, so you were right. M80 was the better team here.
Thank you. Even though M80 did come away with that win, I really felt like the whole series looked like C9BC's game to lose. I felt like the responses that they were doing, the gameplay from them was almost perfect. but their one fatal flaw was the fact that they were just over peaking every time that you thought C9BC had the round. Somebody peaks somewhere else, somebody peaks another place. And obviously when you play against M80 and you give them those opening kills, they're not going to hesitate. They're not going to miss on them.
And that's the thing. Like, when it comes to this map, like, it just really comes down to basic fundamentals. You're not going to do something crazy to catch a team off guard. It really just does come down to small errors, such as over-peaking, just not sitting still, waiting for them to come into you or waiting for them to even come into your line of sight, to say the least. And yeah, it really just came down to small errors here from C9, whereas truthfully, I thought had they just played those positions a little differently, we would see C9 winning this.
Absolutely. There was many rounds where it looked like C9BC had just the round in the bag, especially with their utility usage. I really loved the way that they were using the Bandit, the way that they were holding on that CC wall for dear life, but there were so many times where they successfully gained the position. They won the position battle. But time and time again, they just gave M80 the leg in. And I really want to commend Hyper specifically, because there was a lot of rounds where it felt like everything for M80 just wasn't going to work. There was nothing going on. When they were getting their Thermites Bandit trick, and somehow every single time, Hyper, specifically as the hard breach, was able to get those opening kills to be able to allow the rest of the team to feel more comfortable, and just the rain of kills just rained down.
Yeah, so far for Hyper, at least coming back for the first time in a couple of months. Not a bad performance, 8-9 overall, put him on hard breach rolls at least to start things out on his first attack with M80, but it's not to say that he's going to stay there. There's plenty more. You guys called him the Swiss Army knife. There's a lot more bags, or like tricks in his bag he can still bring out.
For sure, and I'm glad we're also seeing Citizen, you know, be categorized here, because we didn't see a lot from him recently, because Spoit was usually taking
We didn't see his cam at all in that game, and I'm like, is Citizen actually here? But no, he was in the lobby.
Citizen was making some very strong plays throughout that, and especially on the mirror as well. Not a roaming op that you would typically see, and the fact that he was able to make that work in some of those situations was beautiful. But Citizen has always been a well-rounded player, and you said it with even Hyper being that Swiss Army knife. I think a lot of the players on that roster do fill into that role as well, as they can play anything at any given moment that allows that team to really open up their map pool and play side.
QR code on screen for individual match stats, by the way. If you're curious about anything that happened during this series, go ahead and scan with your phone and see if anything there interests you in some facet. C9BC losing their first game of the stage. How concerned are we? It was an overtime game. Is that just as close as it was meant to be?
I genuinely think for this game specifically, both teams look extremely strong. I don't think one necessarily looked better than the other in terms of obviously one team winning it. I think they both are really strong. It's just Clubhouse really comes down to basic fundamentals.
Yeah, and it really came down to those attacks too. And when you're able to just steamroll on attacks on first picks, I think just M80 just really let it there. But I'm not too worried for C9BC. Like I said, I really believe that that game was in the palm of their hands. And like Diffuser said in the interview, every one of those players could explode in a round and clutch. And that's what we saw so much of. If they're just able to limit back, just pull back the over peaking a little bit, which, hey, you're major winners. Of course you want to just limit, test, and go for these over peaks. Yeah. And some of the rounds, it worked. But unfortunately for them, it wasn't the majority of the rounds.
He went 13-10 in this game. He was 5-2 on entry, and we got him on the interview to talk about everything. It's the boy wonder himself, Spoit. Dude, congratulations on the dub. Walk me through what these past couple of weeks have been like with Hyper. How long have you had him? How's he integrating with the team? Talk to me about how that's going.
I mean, shit, Hyper, he's a... I mean, listen, he's a major champion, you know what I'm saying? Like, I expect good things from Paul. I love the guy, and so far, it's been amazing with him, yeah. Enjoying my time with him.
That's amazing, Spoit. Before you guys played, I had a time to interview Kino, and he told me that the wake-up call loss against LG and the EWC quals just struck a little bit of fear in you guys, and it kind of woke you guys up to try a little harder and to put a little bit more effort in the split from EWC to now. Walk us through what a little bit more effort looks like on your guys' end.
I mean, we just kind of have to, you know, look over the system, make sure everyone is in the right position. I mean, we're trying Ben now, Citizen, on a different role as well. And also, you know, more vocal, you know, IGLing a bit, helping out the cameraman as well. So them two are bouncing off each other a bit better now, so I think that's helped a lot, yeah.
My question for you is if you just want to run me through kind of what the team's, you know, not chemistry was, but their mentality here is the round 11, where it was a huge misplay. Obviously, cameraman was outside on that round. They end up sneaking that defuse off because he had to do that rotate. What kind of happened in the comms there? And then at the end result of losing that round, was everyone calm-headed? Were you maybe someone that spoke up and said, listen, let's focus on this, getting this next round, let's push it to OT? Kind of just run me through what that looked like for you guys.
I mean, I've always said in scrims, like, guys, can we stop talking about the last round? Let's just focus on this round. And I think we adopted that mindset pretty well. You know, it's just about the details, you know, and you know, not losing the mental necessarily inside the server, and you know, stuff like that happens. You know, you just gotta live and learn with it. And you know, not too many of those mistakes in a best of one, and we're good.
Yeah, for sure.
That ended up being the last round that you guys lost, though, which is great because from there on, you forced overtime, won the only 2 rounds that were played in overtime, won the map. Congratulations. But talk to me just about Clubhouse in general. Is there anything in particular that was a big highlight moment for you that you're like, yes, what we're doing in scrims is 100% working? Just you won the map, but talk to me about how satisfied you are with that win.
I would say definitely the basement executes. I think they're pretty good. They're pretty solid. We have everyone in the positions. I mean, some flukes happen here and there, but overall, I'd say the basement were the strong point for us. Still gotta, you know, look over the mistakes we did. I remember one round where we didn't get the CC wall open, and I don't know how we won the round, but you know, yeah.
I got a question for you. I've been saying this on the desk, obviously with Oregon being removed. Do you see Clubhouse kind of taking over now that spot of Oregon?
Good question. I mean, maybe it's. I mean, it is like a very default map. Everyone plays the same way. Everyone has similar strats. So it's just nailing these, you know, peek of me, 3-2-1s, all of these, you know, default stuff basically. So yeah, I think it definitely can take over Oregon. But however, get rid of Cafe. Get that map out now.
You might be speaking a couple of people's language right now. Last question for you. I've seen you in particular have a super busy summer. It's been public all over stream. Yeah, I saw the U-Haul truck stream at one point. You're going crazy. Just tell me how prepared you feel for this stage, because obviously we don't know what your schedule is like. I'm just curious how coming from the EWC qualifiers in stage 1, having the big off season, how good are you feeling right now?
I mean, I'm feeling great, you know. Of course, I'm, you know, a big content creator, so I'm working hard on that stuff. But, you know, you scrim 7 hours a day, and then you have streaming for like another 6 hours. So that's usually what the day looks like. You just gotta, you know, stay humble and, you know, just do your best in scrims. So that's how it is, yeah.
Typical gamer schedule stuff, dude. Again, congratulations on the dub. We will see you tomorrow. Have a good night, dude. That's it. That's that phenomenal dub.
They didn't even want to let him finish that little bit.
No, wait. Did they cut him off, or did he just not talk? I couldn't hear him at that point. He was?
Okay.
Oh, that sucks.
I'm sure I'll talk about it on stream.
If he goes and immediately starts streaming after this.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Imagine he's vlogging the whole match just inside the room. That'd actually be pretty cool. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
A style of content that's never been done before. Someone wants to groundbreak that and can do it not at the expense of their team and like actually performing well, do it, because that actually might get the views. We're already done with 2 games on the day. We got 2 more left to go, and these ones aren't necessarily the heavy hitting matchups that we have on the card, but they're just as intriguing nonetheless. Luminosity and Los is coming up as game number 3 right after the break. Don't go anywhere. Opening day's already given us some titanic matchups thus far, but now it's time to switch gears. A game of two teams bottom ranked by the analysts might seem inconsequential, but we'd argue this one's actually a wire walker. One of them just made their first LAN ever, the other just brought in backup from Brazil, and the winner will do a ton to write themselves a new chapter in the story of this stage. It's LG and Los for game number 3. I'm Jacob, he's Lax, and he is Fox. We now enter a situation where both of the teams that you had at the bottom of your power rankings are going to start the stage off against one another. So it's like the inverse of M80 Beastcoast. Two really good teams that we know what they're about. Now it's two teams that are trying to write their own narrative really early on because last stage they didn't do nearly as well.
Yeah, and I think this is exciting for both of us because we do have them at the bottom, and it's not because, you know, we want to keep them at the bottom. It's just
where you think they're starting.
Just because where we saw them last stage and, you know, where we're maybe seeing them now is like, I gotta see results. I gotta see proof that you're improving. I gotta see the roster changes that you're making, the style of play that you're doing is truly making yourself and your team improve.
I agree. I mean, you can't just buy into any of their stock because LG did find success in EWC quals, but they lost a monumental pivot player from that team, and Los just hasn't found their footing yet. But they both might have a chance to start something different than this next stage.
It's still a really huge thing to go to your first international LAN, almost regardless of what the result is. The fact that you made it past some pretty stiff competition, and people in those qualifiers were playing to win too. So for Luminosity, the question doesn't become what are they made of, it's what can they do without one of the primary pillars that got them there in the first place. So we'll start with them because they had Surf for a little bit. He didn't play with them in stage 1 in any capacity because he was elsewhere. Now he jumped into LG when he did for just long enough to get through EWC. Now he's off the team. Now they've got somebody else in. Just walk me through it, Lax.
Yeah, and you obviously see Woos is the one, the standout player that's picking, you know, that's replacing Surf here. But then you look at Kicksrow, you look at Silent, you look at Wi-Fi, you look at Eddie. These are the core members. These are the players that made it together. They made the statement. They made the history of the new LG, the improvement. But again, for me, there's still a lot that needs to be done with this roster.
So if you're in Sublik's shoes, because now Vivid, the coach that they had at EWC, he's gone to Cloud9 Beastcoast. Specifically, if you're Sublik, trying to figure out what you need to do with this team to start off with, what's the primary thing you want to see them attack to get better
So
at?
yeah, I got 3 things from a little bit of a coaching perspective, a little insight here. Is one thing in how you improve this roster for the most part is that this team needs to understand the tempo and flow of how they want to address any of these maps, any of these matches. Because what I see is they usually find their tempo usually later into the round rather at the start. And sometimes, you know, for newer teams that tends to be the case, but especially in terms of experience, you need that. And then another big one is their opening kills versus their opening deaths. Obviously, you can see right here in these stats, the 71 to 77 going from last stage and then even at EWC. It's great that they're all fundamentally playing together and getting these opening kills, but their opening deaths are just as equivalent as their opening kills. So realistically, you're not doing anything on that front. What I want to see them is work those opening kills more in their favor and play that man advantage, continuing going forward. And then from there, obviously, you will see success just changing those 2 things alone.
Okay, so you put the lab coat on. It's mostly a way that they're starting rounds thing. Fox, would you agree with that?
I would agree. I mean, I think this team just statistically, it doesn't really look like there's one player underperforming to the rest. They're all performing really well. And it looks like the starting roots of the C9BC dream in this team. Just a lot of inexperienced players that have been around for a while, but they just don't have the experience in Pro League yet. But they're slowly finding their footing. And once they have more experience and they understand how Luminosity wants to play their game, I think they'll be able to find success just as quickly as C9BC did.
Yeah, and LG went the rookie route, bringing somebody up who hadn't played in Tier 1 before, but their opponent did the opposite and went with a couple of guys with a lot more overall Tier 1 experience because they went back to the well in Brazil, found a couple of guys that they could bring in, and now it's Wizard and Arthur on a roster that struggled a lot last stage, but this is already looking much better.
Much better indeed. They definitely needed a different change in pace because Los can pretty much explain their whole last stage. Los just lost everything. Los. So, I mean, they just didn't have the experience and they didn't have the knowledge about how they wanted to play. And if you're Los and you're going into this next stage, you have to address what went wrong before you can fix and do right. So their biggest issue was just a lack of experience, a lack of synergy, and frankly, a lack of time in the NAL to be able to adjust to that system. But with bringing in 2 new players that have an immense amount of experience in Brazil, it's able to cultivate the 2 rookies as Farius and Legacy and give them more support on the back end so that they don't have to feel all this monumental pressure on them to perform or else their team loses.
And I think it's extremely important to note when you are a newer player or you're coming into the T1, being able to surround yourself with players that have experience really does mold you and shape you into a better player. And like something that we both can speak from experience from is obviously bringing on players like Kino and Yogg that didn't have T1 experience, but we were able to mold them. We were able to shape them. We were able to let them flourish and become a better player. And that alone is something that a lot of pro teams do when they are getting newer players, bringing them up from a T2 into a T1. And like I said, helping mold that and facilitate that.
The one thing that Los did correct last stage was their ability to understand what was going on and adapt, and their strategy. The strategy was really good, but they just did not have enough experience or firepower with Ryze and Bursa on the team. So no shade to them, but replacing them with Arthur and Wizard, who Arthur played at E1 in Manchester, I believe, and Wizard on NIP has had a lot of experience. So when you are able to just focus the slaying power on the two rookies, and you have a backline along with Sexy Cake, who Sexy Cake, I believe, was one of the top players on the team last stage.
He did relatively well.
He did relatively well. You know that it just makes the rookies feel a lot more comfortable. And I had a chance to speak with Farius too, and a big factor into that pressure too was this is their first time from a lot of them leaving home, playing in North America, playing in Vegas, which is a big swap up, and you're away from home. You've got to build that family, and we know that Sexy Cake he's a big family guy along with the rest of the team, but you got to make sure that you're focusing on what's going on in the server aside from like the friendships, but obviously that makes everyone feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, they added a whole bunch of more LAN experience onto this roster with the moves that they've made here, but we wanted to talk to the guy who has the most LAN experience of anybody on this team. We talked to Sexy Cake about how Stage 1 went and how he expects Stage 2 to go.
My name is Thiago. My nickname is Sexy Cake, and I play for Los. We had a change in the off-season. We changed 2 players. Now Arthur and Wizard is on the team. We already played with Arthur on E1 Esports, like me and Farius. And Wizard's the new guy here. He played for NIP. And I think the team is more together with our thoughts and what we want to do for the split. So I think they were a great addition. I think we're like really prepared for the split, and the last one we had 1 week to play as a team, so it didn't go well, and we didn't like build a camaraderie together. It was like really difficult. Now we had some time to practice and like build a team together. We are a unique team because we are really friends with each other. If we lose together, we lose together, we win together. It's almost like a family, but we say like this is a team, not a family. Everyone likes to make some funny jokes in game. The spirit of the team is really funny and really good for us. I think we have a really adaptive play style. We can adapt to any other team. If they play aggressive, we know how to counter. If they play really slow, we can counter as well. So I think it's adaptive. Our goal is, of course, go to the major. We want it really bad. We just want to show that the last split was not the team that we are, and we just really want to show to ourselves that we can do better. And we're gonna do everything to get these spots.
Yeah, they only had 1 win last stage to coincide with just the 1 week of practice that they had together before that stage began. They knew it was a really harsh climb, but now they've had months to put together a much better lineup, and they've brought in some really substantial backup. So if you're thinking that they're going to perform at the exact same level they did last stage, I certainly hope that that's not the case here, given the names that they've decided to add.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you can't make excuses. I mean, he literally just said, they're making these changes because they do believe in the foundation that they can work with this team. So it's no excuses. We better see results. We better see a lot better play than what we saw last stage, because we put them on a pedestal of because Brazil was running the league that they're actually going to make a statement here, and they didn't make a statement. They actually fell at the absolute bottom.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of promise from their strategy last stage, and now I have a guaranteed promise from Farius that we're going to be seeing a lot more of an experienced and talented and just passionate Los all around, because they're ready for it this stage.
We see a rematch in this case. If you harken back to stage 1 last time these two teams played, the only time in their history they've played, it was also on Consulate. We go to it again today. LG won that game 7-3, but again, both teams are looking pretty different this time around.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Los is, you don't know what to expect from Los, because even last stage, nothing worked from them. So their whole playbook could swap completely. They could have good maps, they could have bad maps. You have to figure them out just on a moment's notice. But as for Luminosity, I think they favor Consulate a good amount. Obviously they got a favorite, they took the map. But what I'm trying to say is they just have a little bit more experience on the map as a whole because they've played it in some Pro League matches so far.
And realistically, it's not really a great map for both of them, and that is where Los can come in here because they did swap out 2 new players, and the 2 new players do have that experience, and that is the nice thing about going against Luminosity is that is their rematch. They only swapped 1 player, so I can't assume that Luminosity is changing a ton to their strats just bringing on Woos, but it is still a possibility whenever you swap a new player. Obviously, you do see that we did pick Luminosity, but for that reason alone, they do have more experience on console. Again, I don't think it's a great map for either team, but just due to them recently playing not that long ago, I still believe Luminosity has what it takes to continue winning against Los.
I mean, I'll tell you what that double LG prediction looks like to me. It looks like neither one of you thinks that Los is going to get your prediction until they showcase that what they've done actually deserves the pick.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
I mean, I think we're going to say the same thing. Los definitely has to prove themselves because they just haven't yet. So it's really difficult to believe in them when we haven't even seen them take their baby steps yet.
Yeah, and I was going to say the exact same thing. I mean, we saw LG improve just because we recently saw them at EWC, obviously losing Surf, but still that core is still there that helped push that thread all the way to EWC. So for that alone, I mean, I have to go with LG for this.
Fair play. Are the Los acquisitions good enough to finally claim their opening game here in Stage 2, or will LG just continue gatekeeping the Brazilians from their own region? The Canadians will tell us. Hey, and Tarobang and Corn Pop 16.
I like the good throwback there when you had a much dorkier name, and now you go by Jesse Chick, and I think that's a whole lot better. But either way, Los, the team that finished in last place in North America, but made some pretty significant upgrades, going up against a team that actually finished in the top 6, and I think, frankly, surprised a lot of us. Is Woos the secret weapon to elevate Luminosity? And more importantly, do you think we're going to see a new look for Los?
I really do, Parker. I know that I'm no longer an analyst and I don't get to make predictions anymore, but the 2 analysts that we do have on this league are both predicting Luminosity, and I kind of think this is a good game for Los. I think they massively upgraded. I think they dropped the right players. I'm a big believer in the guys they picked up. Wizard is super experienced, and Arthur, I would say, was the main driving force that allowed E1 to make it to the Manchester Major, even if they didn't do that great at the event itself. So I'm excited for Los. I really do think that this could be their stage to show up. Will they be competing for a major? You know, that's maybe a bit far to reach for, but I don't think Los are going to finish last for the 2nd stage in a row. I'm really hopeful that we can see this team stepping up and having more of an impact.
I mean, I think it's sensible for all of us who are, frankly, not rooting for a particular team. At least I can only really speak for myself, and I know with conversations that you and I have had in the past, you don't really care who wins most of the time either.
Of course.
That my main priority as a caster is to have both teams compete at the level that we know that they're capable of competing at. This Los team, by the way, is significantly better than their results in the previous stage, and I imagine that by adding both Arthur and Wizard to the team, 2 players who have had, you know, decent success on the teams that they've played on, Arthur and E1, obviously Wizard and Ninjas in Pajamas, that we're going to see Los improve, because frankly there's no way for them to worsen given the fact they finished dead last in the previous stage. So the sky's the limit for this team. It's like, you know, as my grandfather used to say, you can't jump out of a basement window. So Los will only improve. The greater question is, all of these teams that actually finished worse than Luminosity have made some substantial roster moves themselves. So if Luminosity doesn't improve too, it's kind of like, you know, they're just going to fall short because everybody else is passing them. So I'll be keeping an eye on this Luminosity team to see how they do with their newest player.
Yeah, I'm really excited because I do think that this Los team has some potential. In the spirit of improvement, we can look to the last time that these 2 teams played each other. As the desk pointed out, that was on Consulate, and it was a 7-3. Los also started on attack back in that previous game, and they only managed to win 1 attacking round. So if the goal is improvement, the benchmark is 2. We got to see 2 successful attacks on Consulate, one of the most defender-sided maps in the game. And if we see that, we can at least say Los have improved in that small sense.
Wizard and Farius now right out on the balcony as that small opening into the site needs to be dealt with. There's going to be a mute jammer underneath it that provides somewhat of an obstacle that must be tackled before they can go about next steps. Sexy Cake playing the Deimos, an operator who has seen, frankly, a huge amount of play today, primarily with that shotgun. It is uncommon to see shotguns on attack. What do you think the thought process is behind all these Deimos succeeding with that SAS shotgun?
Yeah, well, I think the pistol is really strong on Deimos for your long-range engagement, so the shotgun's super viable on the Deimos, and I also think if you're rappelling into this top floor, there's a lot of close quarters. I don't know where Sexy Cake's going to come in. He might drop yellow. That's kind of where he's positioned right now. You'd love to push yellow, top yellow stairs with a shotgun rather than a gun with rapid fire, but with some smoke coming out and an Amara hook as well, it seems like they're in.
And just like that, things have not necessarily... Oh, maybe, hold on a second here. Wizard with one, the shotgun's being brought sidearm, unsheathed. And Wizard making his impact felt. He's got both the kills so far for his team. What a debut it is. Arthur is down, bleeding out. His Legacy manages to pull off the diffuser, and just like that, hops out the window. Waiting ever so patiently as... There he goes, up from the dead. Wizard drops. Luminosity looking for two more, and there goes Arthur. Legacy and Sexy Cake, the last two remaining. Shotgun under the hatch. Legacy peppering that diffuser with the bees. For now, at least. Eddie down for the count. Two remain from LG. They're just hanging on the windows at this point, and it's a final kill from Legacy. Los getting the job done on that first round, and already a pretty decent start for this team.
Absolutely, and maybe a bit of a goofy final fight, but hey, he gets the job done. That's what matters. I like that push. You know, we see that a lot. This is probably the best Amaru bomb site in the entire game, so we saw that coming out, starting off with a huge 2K, I believe that was from Wizard, to come on in and really open this round. You see there was good util from Luminosity trying to stop that plant. They had some toxic babes there, but it didn't matter when the kills were so oppressive on the side of Los. They got in quickly. Maybe Far East didn't find much on the Glass. Maybe Arthur didn't find much on the Blitz. But if you bring enough gimmicky operators, one of them's bound to work out, and that's exactly what Wizard did. Made that opening. Sexy Cake then performing in the late round, made that space, got that plant down. Really nice stuff.
That top bomb site is always a bit of a show, if you know what I mean. And it really does live and die off of the window. So, yep. I mean, if you're unable to get in and get the diffuser down, very rarely do we see a pivot that will go for the projector side of the map over towards that other side top floor. But instead, you want to, you know, maybe just go for kills, maybe collapse on yellow stairs and try to pinch those defenders that are watching that easily killable planter, especially from below. It really does rely on the attackers being set up underneath the bomb site as well. Luminosity just didn't really have an answer below us when they decided to head through that window, and the double shotguns maybe caught them off guard.
No, you're absolutely correct. That direct sight hit is very popular on the top floor, and we see a lot of direct sight hits here on the bottom floor as well. There's not a crazy roam game going on from Luminosity, so I'm not sure if Los, maybe just as a rule, don't want to full clear this. I think they will go for a roam clear at some point. The two barrels making it kind of annoying if you are just trying to rush into the breach. We saw them open the back stairs electrical to kind of get some kind of a pinch going. I believe Legacy is back there now. So they have kind of a two-angled approach coming here. But yeah, despite the fact that they have a buck, they have some solid breaching charges, so far, not a lot of pressure from Los up on the top two floors.
If you're confused, by the way, Neff is actually silent. I'm not really sure why he has adopted a new alias. It's not communicated with us. It's a permanent change, but it's also worth noting that a lot of these players might change their name in the off-season before knowing when we go back to play. Kino actually just tweeted that out just a couple seconds ago, saying that he changed his name in the off-season, but there is a limit for when you can change your name back, so he will be rocking that one for a while. Iconic had a similar issue, I believe, early at the start of the previous stage. So Neff is silent as far as we're aware, and his cam looked exactly like silent, so I imagine it's the right one. These teams will come to blows. Wi-Fi losing a great deal of HP, and Arthur also taking some lumps. Wizard got 2 kills in the very beginning of the first round. That's all he's going to find as Sexy Cake now gets on the board, taking out Kicksrow after Kicksrow had got the first pick. Eddie prone, waiting patiently for someone to walk by. He might get it if Therius walks through this breach.
Do they know he's here? That's the question. I don't think they do.
They do not.
Good to know.
Question asked and answered. Los now struggling from behind a predicament they did not find themselves in that very first round.
Yeah, 30 seconds now. Only 2 players alive in the 2v4. Yeah, we've got Arthur. Looks like, oh, they're going to group up into the shotgun? Ah, okay.
It's just shotguns all the way down at this point. Sexy Cake 4-0 as they prevailed in the previous round. There were no deaths to be had for him and Legacy. They survived the whole way. But at this point, it's just stat padding. 10 seconds left. He does hold the diffuser. But there's 3 players from Luminosity. He's still alive. Make that 2. And Sexy Cake's got to pick 2 separate angles. Silent will get the very final kill. Neff himself. And just like that, Luminosity bounces back. We've every single game so far today, both the first 2 rounds won by both of the teams. Every single matchup. No 2-0 start so far today.
That's true, and every single game that we've had so far, Parker, has gone at least 12 rounds. I actually did write it into my contract with Blast that I do require games to go at least 12. I don't want to cast any 7-0s. My games need to be top-tier games. So that's actually why we're seeing such close score lines from all of our teams so far today, and I expect Los and Luminosity to continue that trend, not just because they're contractually obligated, but also because, as the desk talked about, these 2 teams are both expected to be quite close to each other on the standings, and I think we're likely to see that as well as things go on. Both of these teams have some doubters, for sure. They both have to kind of prove themselves before anybody really thinks that they're going to achieve great results, before any analysts are going to make that prediction. I think that's very fair. So far through this game, I liked the solution that Los came up for round 1. I really like that execute. I think, you know, it's nothing brand new, but it was a good idea for a push. Then in round 2, they felt a little bit more lost as to what they wanted to accomplish. They ended up suffering because of that. Their intel wasn't amazing. And now in round 3, they're going for another push. This time it's going to be on the split bomb site. And they're running it with an OSA being brought in by Arthur, which we'll have to wait and see how that goes.
OSA, an operator that can be extremely strong in the right circumstances, and especially on the right bomb site. But honestly, I don't find you lose a lot with bringing her on pretty much every single site in the game. For people that play this game at obviously a much lower level, if you are somebody listening who plays ranked or even casual, OSA is bonkers strong, especially in lower elo, because people panic when you put down your Talon shield. So very viable all over the place. Pros, of course, though, try to account for as much utility as possible, unless you're M80 in the previous game. Then utility doesn't really matter that much. You just kind of pulverize your way through. Curious to see how Arthur deploys OSA, because, again, if you want to try to get into this downstairs bomb site, you can do some serious work.
I expect the one place I've seen OSA before is exactly what...
Pardon me?
So OSA's not really going to be a factor this round. That's a big play. A C4 coming through, maybe showing some of the weaknesses of OSA. I know you talked it up as a powerful operator in ranked, and it certainly can be, but in competitive play, OSA has one of the lowest win rates of any attacking operator, and a lot of that reason is because she's got so many counters. There's so many explosives the defense often bring. Here we're seeing 4 C4s brought out by LG. It's only a matter of time before one of those comes out and lands on the OSA shield, and of course, when you're holding that shield, if it blows up, you're going to get blown up too. So already off to a really poor start. They also, of course, lost their Maverick, which was their main way that they were going to open up the electrical stairs and start to hit in from that bomb site. This is going to be a tough one to salvage, Parker. I honestly don't know what the plan's going to be here.
Yeah, I'm very curious to watch how Los manages to get themselves out of this pickle. You got to expect that it's just going to be gunplay, and that is really it. You got to find the targets first. And right now, Luminosity doing an excellent job of playing keep away in terms of this objective. And it's a game of hide and seek, really, I suppose you could say. Los not exactly doing the best job of locating these remaining players. And with, you know, limited utility, what are you going to be able to pull off? I suppose you have a lot of X-Kairos, but that's about...
No!
What?
No!
Okay. All right. Okay. Fighting the urge to swear very badly. What on earth?
That was, I think, 4 C4 kills. I don't know. I think the first one was technically a gun. I think the C4 might have gotten the down and then was finished off by a gun. Yeah, technically Eddie shot Arthur before the C4 went off. So technically only 4 C4 kills. But it was nearly 5.
I'm going to jump in here and say it's all 5 because you got the down with it. They would have bled out anyway. So
yeah.
Or rather the gun got the down and then the C4 confirmed.
Okay, right. In any case, that's too many kills from C4s.
Yeah, and just a lot of sloppiness. I have absolutely no idea what they were doing. I mean, you don't even bother to open that up. Okay, they're all around the bomb site, so no matter what, there was a C4 lying in wait. But there are just times where we are, as professional speakers of words, we are woefully unequipped to speak the right words for the moment. Not often does it happen, but in moments like that, it reminds me that sometimes not saying anything says more than saying something. So,
indeed,
that is certainly a round that just happened. And, you know, round number 1 was really good for Los.
Yeah.
Rounds 2 and 3, not super great. So, you know, this is still the old team. This is still the core of the old team. They're 3 rounds in now. Farius has not been able to get a kill. Arthur's not been able to get a kill. Wizard got 2 kills at the very start of the round. Since then, it's been 6 kills to be had across the entire team, and that was Sexy Cake and Legacy. I actually think Legacy got one of his kills in the first round as well, but it was really Sexy Cake leading the way. You need a team effort from Los here, because right now, Luminosity is, well, they're in quite good control.
Even Sexy Cake, I believe 3 of his kills came in the 1v5 of round 2, so certainly struggling on all fronts for Los. They're going for an admin side take, and you kind of talked about how this is not seen as often as just a direct CEO window take, and you're absolutely correct on that. We do see teams try it from time to time. However, one of the problems with this bomb site is getting into the building. The windows are really tough to rappel in through, and I think Los have found that out the hard way.
Sexy Cake just narrowly missing out on one of the players from Luminosity. Now over towards that projector door he goes, spotted on the cam, swung on and dropped by Eddie. Now it's Legacy, trying to do some serious damage. Kixrow seals the deal. LG is making a quick one of this. Our first 2 matches were relatively close, about as close as you could get when it comes to that second match. But Los are not doing what they need to get done. I would not be surprised if we see a timeout relatively soon.
I will say, just given my my contract, I'm excited for the comeback of Los. It's going to be a real story of turnaround, I have to imagine. So looking forward to that. I'm sure they won't let me down on that front. As we talked about, the last time these 2 teams played, it was in stage 1. It was on Consulate. Los started on the attack. They only won a single round. It was 7-3 overall, but they won 1 attack, and then they won 2 defenses. They're on pace now to kind of repeat that. It's tough just how lopsided these last 3 rounds have really been. I mean, it's felt like Los they've come in with plans. You know, they're not coming in with no ideas. It doesn't feel like they don't know what they want to do. They always come in with a goal in mind, with a strategy in mind, but it gets torn to pieces instantly, and there's never really any recourse. There's never anybody on Los that's able to find trades, that's able to find a silver lining in these early rounds when their plan gets kind of torn to pieces, and it makes executing on a plan B pretty much impossible. So they're going to get it one more chance. We've got, again, a basement defense with a decently heavy roam presence. We've got Kixrow and Silent up on the top floor. Wi-Fi was playing around yellow. He was on the main floor. He falls back now. I'm not seeing a Deimos. I'm not seeing a Lion. I'm not seeing a Dokkaebi. If they are going to roam clear, it may be tricky for them to find Kixrow and Neff, but they could also shortcut and just say, screw it. We'll hit server, we'll hit the main breach, and that's a fine execute as well.
Arthur on the blitz will tear his way through the basement now. Ever closer. Eddie in the
Nice.
See you later. Arthur's first kill comes in very comedic fashion. And I mean, at that point, if you're Eddie, what do you even do? Other than die, of course, because I feel like that's the appropriate reaction to that.
I went for a little rat play. Sometimes that doesn't work out. I will say, Arthur in Brazil was known as one of the best shield players in the region, despite being so relatively new. You see the Monty band from Luminosity, they're aware of his play on the shields. His blitz play can be quite good as well. And yeah, it's nice to see them checking their corners, finding these picks. They're shutting down the roam game as well of Kickstro, and Silence return back to the bomb site. So this is the best looking round we've seen from Lowe's so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad at all. Your Spearhead is essentially the shield at that point. 3 for 3 on Monty bans today, by the way. So they're gone. Guess you don't need them. Strong Operator. Oh my, nice shot by Woos to take out Wizard. And still now just over in the hallway. Now Silent holding a similar angle. Woos is not far removed, watching the breach that's been opened up. Silent looking for a flank, but has to be wary of the blitz. Hide. Uh-oh. They look the wrong way. Oh my, they almost make it work, but in a fury. It's Los to get all the final kills. A somewhat puzzling round. Los show signs of brilliance, and then they just fall off a cliff.
It's notable that both rounds that have gone the way of Los have been very direct hits. You know, the first round, top floor, they went straight in through the CEO window and through the meeting window. This round, very focused around server, of course. And maybe that's the strength that Los need to lean into. You know, maybe they're not a team that can coordinate a full-scale roam clear when they're trying to run around the top floor and drone out and find players. Maybe they need to be more together, like a big death ball, rolling through part of the bomb site to find those opening picks, to make their executes work. And we saw the trades being good there at the end. It did feel like Los, again, had a plan for what they wanted to do. That's never been the issue. This time, though, the game plan that LG brought to disrupt that plan, to stop it, it was a rat spot coming in from a pulse. It did not work. It got droned out by the, not droned out, but spotted out by the blitz. And then a fantastic push from Los finally to close that one out. So they've done it. They've improved on their previous performance on this map against Luminosity. That is 2 attacks. They'd like to get 3 though, and I think it's still in the cards. This might be a tough bomb site to go direct for, but they've got an Amaru, they've got a blitz. They're gonna give it a shot.
It was Wizard, if memory serves correctly, that was on the Amaru at the very beginning. Yes. So, I mean, when you look at this bomb site, or rather, when you look at taking above this bomb site, because that's what really you're going to get the Amaru to do, just as if the bomb site was actually upstairs, you're going to want to slingshot your way in. Now, usually it's going to be over towards that CEO bomb site, which is exactly where Legacy is looking. Kickstro is already dead to Farius, who will immediately use a logic bomb and now rush towards the site. I think you're onto something when you said in the previous round, you just need a direct hit. Farius has walked right in, by the way, and there's just nobody home. LG has no information whatsoever. Legacy with 1 kill, Arthur a 2nd kill on a shield. What can Wi-Fi do? What can Silent do? They're Silent with 2 very quickly, but the Blitz is in hot pursuit. Running around the wrong way, but it's a ring around the rosy, and Silent somehow comes out on top of that one. In the post plant, through the floor, Silent will need to watch. Wi-Fi attempting the plant. There goes a grenade. Nitro Cell, make sure it doesn't hit Wi-Fi. Legacy yet another, and he seals the deal with a 3K in that round. Luminosity just got ran over, and every round that we see Los win, it might not be the most strategic thing of beauty, but boy, is it punishing, and sometimes you feel helpless when they're just storming the gates, and that's exactly what Los has done in all 3 of the rounds that they've won.
Listen, I don't know if that's exactly how some of the top teams in the world would win 3 attacks on Consulate, but 3 attacks on Consulate is 3 attacks on Consulate. You take that every day of the week. Los clearly found a formula that worked for them. They wanted to go direct into the site, cause chaos with the Amaru, cause chaos with the Blitz. It took them a couple of rounds. You know, it wasn't always perfect, but clearly Los are aware of their strengths and weaknesses, and they're playing into that. And, you know, I gotta respect that. I gotta say it's nice to see Los not trying to force maybe complicated full clears that they don't think that they're good at. If you know that you are most likely to win based on direct site hits, based on somewhat of rush plays, then keep doing that. Until it stops working, that's gonna be your best bet. If it's not broke, don't fix it, and Los will do just that to push themselves 3 rounds on console.
I mean, we saw those 2 rounds and we were like, what is Los doing? And then now Los were like, hey, what if we just bring the fight to them all the time? What if we just run in all the time and just get kills. And, well, I believe the end result is to profit, and that's what Los is doing. So, first half in the books, and 3-3, a very familiar scoreline that we have seen. A lot harder for Los to be direct and aggressive now that they're defending. So, will we see a change to their playstyle? Will they roam and be less predictable? Or will LG have some stumbles to get in the building? It's really anybody's game, but either way, this is a closer matchup than I thought it would be.
And I will say, I mean, Los going for a very standard, common defense of the top floor where they've got Goyo, they've got Smoke. They want to get a ton of anti-plant denial to stop anybody coming in from the CEO window. They've also got Sexy Cake, who's playing down below on the Bandit. Will have that C4 to deny a plant if they come in that way as well. That said, for LG, they could bring the Diffuse Kit in from this window right here, jumping into meeting. That's another plant spot. It's not as common as the one on CEO, but just based on what Eddie is currently staring at, that seems like it may be the plan. Now, they're starting off, they want to open up the balcony breach. Of course, that's a hugely important area to get open, and they'll probably spam some Bs through that breach as well. But this will be the game plan, right? Open up the wall, get some pressure, maybe around Spiral, wherever you may be able to find it, and then it's an Amaru into the meeting window. Here we go.
Eddie is in and getting the diffuser down. Does anybody know? Wizard in position to possibly stop it. He dies. Farius kills Silent in place, and there's Farius right now immediately pulling out those smart glasses. But you've been duped. The diffuser went in the complete opposite side. Wi-Fi waiting for the call to go in. There will be a toxic canister thrown down. One remains in pocket for Arthur. Nitro Cell goes off from Sexy Cake. No results to be found. The longer that Los waits to get these kills, the lower that diffuser gets. It's all up to Eddie now to defend as the final player shooting away. Sexy Cake is nowhere close. I don't think he'll be able to make it in time, Jesse. No, he won't. Eddie does it all himself, and then his teammates acting as very noble body shields. Eddie ends up getting the kill anyway. Incredible round by LG, and it's a successful attack for Luminosity.
This is not the best game of the day, but it is my favorite game of the day. The rounds we are witnessing, Parker, have been absolutely fantastic. And I think it's a result of both the teams, but also the map that we're getting on Consulate. These Amaru plays are quite common. I gotta give credit to Los. Their plant denial was really good. They just didn't deny the right plant spot. If that plant had gone CEO, they would have denied it 100%. They had toxic babes, they had Goyo canisters, they swung it through the smoke. Everything was there except for the diffuse kit. And Eddie, some fantastic play in the post plant. Can't take that away from him at all. I mean, really impressive stuff to play. Just on the window with the Amaru shotgun, confident with those gun plays for sure. Man, this has been a fun game to say the least, and just really good stuff from Luminosity.
I think based on Los's results in the first stage, there was a genuine fear that this game might be a relatively quick one. And sure. I mean, we've had quite long games by most standards for match 1 and 2. So maybe some people were hoping for a bit of respite, but guess what? You're not going to get it, at least not for now, unless Luminosity goes on a tear and wins like 3 rounds in a row, and that's all she wrote. But with the way these teams have played, I'd say at the moment that looks unlikely, always possible. Wizard, by the way, got 2 kills to start off round number 1. He has gone 0-7 since. That is just, you're not getting the job done. In fact, the 2 newest additions to Los are a combined 4-14. You picked up Arthur and Wizard for a reason. You saw them as upgrades over the previous players that you had on the team. Right now, while Los is competing, it certainly isn't because of Wizard and Arthur, though I think you could argue that Arthur got some pretty important kills and took up a ton of space on that blitz, and while he ultimately died, he still did his job well. Right now, Legacy is red hot, and he is the reason why so many times Los is able to fire back. No way. What? How on earth? They vault over. Arthur was on his phone. He was watching TikToks. Now he gets battered around like a ship in a storm. More time to watch TikToks as he sits on the bench. Eddie with the case down, or at least on the way there, and nobody is aware of it. Wizard gets into position, but the damage has already been done, and now the follow-up from the blitz of Eddie as he traps the mirror in the corner. But he loses the fight, my goodness! Wizard with 2 picks. Woos and Silent, last 2 remain as they repel on in. Silent with 1 on to Wizard. Now Sexy Cake dies 2. Farius in a 1v2. It was a numbers advantage for Los. But Farius will die to Silent, who locks out the round. And Silent has been excellent in the final moments of winning rounds for Luminosity, and they will win 2 in a row on attack. What I suspect is a timeout now called by Los.
Los, you thought you were the kings of direct hitting with the blitz and with all this utility to surprise plant inside the bomb site. You would be wrong. Luminosity putting up another fast push direct hit. I swear this is my favorite map that we've ever casted together, Parker, this has been fun.
Wow, this is like the 6th map we've ever casted together. Boy, what a low bar that is to clear.
Hey, but it's something's got to take the first top spot, right?
That's
ultimately
correct.
This is a fun one. Like jumping in twice over Arthur, who melees 1, loses the 2nd gunfight. Silent then ends with a 3K in the post plants. If I can be serious for a little bit of analysis, I was trying to find something I could give for good analysis on that round. I'm really impressed with Luminosity because in all this chaos, they're really focusing the plants, and they're setting themselves up to be in strong post-plant positions. Yes, it gets a little hectic. Yes, it gets a little crazy, but they don't forget their objectives. They're making these rushes in, they're getting the defuse kit onto the ground, and then they are making sure that they are sitting in spots where they have a really good angle to deny any disables and win the post plant. So while it looks a little messy, I really am impressed with these pushes from Luminosity because despite the chaos, they're very focused and they're not getting lost in what they actually have to accomplish.
Yeah, I'd agree with you entirely. So you try to settle down the team, maybe get something going. 3 kills in the previous round came from the 2 players that I singled out, which were Wizard, who picked up 2 kills, and Arthur, who picked up 1. So at least they're being active on the score sheet.
Yep.
Very intrigued to see the way that Tachanka will be played here by Wizard. Very fascinated. Striker showing up from Kixrow. Yet another recruit that is being used. Into live action we go. No Amaru, by the way, for this upstairs attack, which is... she's not required, but is often quite common on this bomb site.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if they're going to be more focused on an admin clear. They have some players over in this direction, but the fuse kit currently is kind of more up the front door. We'll see where they end up executing onto this. Because they have that striker with both the flashes and the grenades, it makes clearing the vending shield really, really a bit of a simpler task. They don't have woos anymore as the nitro cell comes out from Sexy Cake. But even still, I mean, if they want to put together an admin side push, they've got the tools to do it. The Lion, nice to have, but was not the most important operator utility-wise.
Just a small miss by Farius. I don't actually think he got the drone there.
Nope.
Silent himself now droned in, and we'll go on looking for intel. Woos's debut, by the way, has been fine. It hasn't been anything particularly spectacular. He did have a great end around just a couple rounds prior, but beyond that, losing that high-value utility of Lion is not ideal. And honestly, he's a lot of the utility that Luminosity brought here. Obviously, you've now got that secondary gadgets that are brought by Striker. And out goes a grenade to take out the shield. Don't know if they were ultimately successful. Logic bombs going off as we hit the halfway point of the round, and Farius is fishing for a kill.
Yeah, really liking this nade usage. They've done a great job clearing the Goyo's canisters, clearing out the shields, clearing out the barb, and now sneaking in the back. Wi-Fi doubling his kill total. He just finds Wizard on the Tachanka, and another one too. Arthur goes down.
And a follow-up as it's Sexy Cake removed from action. Silent has been terrific over the last couple rounds. Down goes Farius. It's all up to Legacy, who's looking for kill number 10. Eddie has broken double digits, so has Silent. Nobody on Los has just yet. Legacy looking for the confirm. You might as well pad your stats at this point. Diffuser down, and it's a 1v2. Kixrow and Eddie still up, positioned the way they are. Kixrow gets the exit kill And boy, oh boy, I'm eating my words. Remember when I said this was a close game and we were off schedule and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And, well, it's unless Luminosity wins 4 in a row. Well, since I said that, they won 3 in a row. LG is a single round away from dominating Los on Consulate.
And what's the trend? It's 3 rounds, 3 plants. They're so focused on getting that defuse kit down. Again, I would argue, I'm not sure what the stats say overall, but I would argue that this is the most defender-sided map in competitive Rainbow Six Siege. I think it's the hardest map to attack in general. But Luminosity are making it look easy. They are finding these gaps. They're finding the ways to get that defuse kit on the ground. I do think this 3rd round was a little bit different from the first 2 that we saw from Luminosity. Not a direct site hit. It's mostly an admin side push, but then there's still that one key player. This time it was Wi-Fi, dropping in from yellow, making that pinch play happen, lurking up behind these defenders, and it completely caught them off guard. I think that there was some barbed wire or something to get some sound cues there, but I believe the logic bombs were flying out. They just could not hear that sneak in from Wi-Fi. So beautifully done by LG. They're putting together some super solid attacks here on Consulate. And for Los, I mean, losing 3 defenses in a row, I was starting to get excited with their pushes, but this now feels like a hole that they've dug themselves, which is going to be very difficult to dig out of.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking pretty grim for Los at this point. They won round number 1. They tied up the match with rounds 5 and 6 going into the win column, and now it's been LG all the way down. Cafeteria and Garage for the first time for Los. This is a pretty decent bomb site for an awful lot of teams.
Yep.
I mean, it's been won once by both LG and Los. So it's anybody's guess as to how it plays out, but the utility that's being brought from Luminosity is good. You've got plenty of hard breach. The only thing I do worry about is if there's any denial being brought, which as we can see is the mute on the side of Los, you don't have a way to necessarily get rid of it. I imagine that you'll have to use the ram on the floor above and then take out the mute jammers from that position. But you got to get into piano first before you can do that, and that's not always a given.
It's not, but that's been the plan since the start. Luminosity brought Deimos and Dokkaebi, 2 of the best operators in the game for clearing out these top floors, and then they've got a ton of soft breach. So this is a clear game plan, what they want to do here. It's very obvious what the idea was coming into this round, and so far it looks like it's working. Well, Farius, it's a nasty shot, so that doesn't work out in their favor, but they at least dealt him down to 8 HP. He puts down a mute jammer, and every other roamer has retreated back to the bottom floor. They're all in the basement.
Farius still in this similar spot. Over by the vending machines. Near Visa, up the stairs he will go. See Deimos with a shotgun yet again. Why not? Because, I mean,
yeah,
it's very clear that the revolver functions the same way that an SMG-11 or an SMG-12 does, so bring a shotgun just as Smoke does, just as Mute does, etc. Long range, Wizard sees one by the yellow door leading to Garage and decides to fire a couple bullets his way. The MPX is a pea shooter at this distance, but it doesn't matter. You hit them in the head, it's over. Kixro just learned that one the hard way. Now it's Woos's turn in the same position. Down goes Wizard. Wi-Fi, the first kill for Luminosity in this round. Farius takes out Eddie, and now it's all up to Wi-Fi and Woos, with Wi-Fi getting yet another, showing off why that revolver is so strong. You cannot be nervous. You have to play this off of kills as the diffuser is down. Wi-Fi with yet another. This is far more winnable than it was just a moment prior. Woos creeping up the stairs, but you've got less than 20 seconds to pull this off. He'll need to win this engagement, and there's a flash. And a quick swing, missing out, taking down Arthur, and getting Sexy Cake too. A huge moment from the rookie, and LG wins them all on attack to seal the deal and pick up 3 big points.
When Woos won Element 3 on Makers, he was not the player that was most talked about on that roster. A lot of the fanfare, a lot of the hype went over towards Kobe Lax, but I gotta say, Wooz was just as important to that team's success, and now he is just as important to Luminosity's success as well. He was the highest rated player on his team statistically throughout Element 3, and now in this game, he makes the big final play to close it down from Luminosity. Wooz, welcome to the league. It is a fantastic performance over Los, and that'll be good enough to go 1-0 up in the standings.
Both teams making roster changes. LG, the team that finished top 6, doing quite well with the roster change. Los still has their work cut out for them. We'll see if they can improve as the stage goes on. That's it for our third matchup. One more game. That's it. We'll see you in a few minutes.
A 7-3 result on Consulate is not new between both of these teams. Up until today, they'd only played each other one time because it was the only time that Los ever had the opportunity to play teams from NA that hadn't gone to LAN before. That game was a 7-3 on Consulate. This is also a 7-3 on Consulate. I don't know how you made it happen. It's deja vu, literally like 4 to 5 months later down the road. The exact same thing on the same map happened. Congratulations to LG, but how did Los just not get a handle on that second half?
Yeah, I mean, it was a mirror matchup, and so far Los has mirrored their last stage start. Just not looking too hot.
Oh boy.
want to commend Los on their strong attacks. I feel like a 3-3 split is very good. That is credible on a map like Consulate. But where everything fumbled down for them is once they went to defense, I just think they were very slow to help each other. Luminosity was exploiting that fact. They kept going for a lot of fast plays, and Los just couldn't keep up. Every fight that Los was losing, for the most part on their defense, was one person dying and giving up a huge part of the map. And there was just nobody there to trade fast enough. We saw them try to all run as a team, but they just weren't able to get there in time. And once that plant was down, LG played the post plants phenomenally well.
Yeah, and like I want to commend LG specifically here. I mean, even in the beginning, you know, I wanted to talk about this team and, you know, finding their tempo, finding their stride, even finding those opening kills and, you know, converting that into round ones. And that's exactly what we were seeing in the beginning of that defensive half. They were really exploiting Los's chinks in their armor that they could just get through and throwing the utility, those C4s. I mean, we saw big C4 plays there. And then even then, throughout the rest of that round, I mean, like you were saying, this was a matchup that went back and forth. And again, both teams were figuring out what they wanted to do. LG just looked better in how they wanted to execute.
Yeah, and the gun skill from Los was there too. The rookies did both pretty well. Farius and Legacy both did pretty well. It was actually Arthur and Wizard that weren't at the top of the leaderboard, and obviously it's going to take some time for them to get used to it. But obviously their job of just being there is what gave the rookies the comfortability to go for a lot of these aggressive plays. And we saw the fundamentals there. The retakes that they tried doing, there were so many retakes that they were just so close. But Luminosity was just always one step ahead of them, and they were just hitting the shots at the right time.
But it truly feels like a time capsule of exactly what happened from the previous time these guys played was just unlocked in this game, because it was a close first half back in that previous game. It was the same thing here, even though, what, round 3 had 4 different C4 kills on it or something?
I mean, yeah, it was a crazy C4 kills. I mean, to see that much utility being used and it used effectively, I mean, right here, here's one C4. They obviously get 1 kill with the pick here, I mean, with a gun, and then you see a C4 getting 3 people. That is insane. That is something that you very rarely see in Siege, that a C4 is netting you 3 or 4 kills. 2 maybe, 1 more so often than not, but 3 is pretty insane.
And they almost got all 5 of them with the C4 because
that's what I was thinking. If the Osa didn't die there, yeah,
if she didn't die there, all of the C4s would have been able to get it, and that just goes to show that LG had the map comfortably. They were comfortable going into this map. They wanted this map. And obviously, not to say that Los didn't want it, but I just think that Luminosity was a little bit more prepared to throw different things at the opponent, whereas Los just looked like they were showing up to the server and doing their own job, which so far that playstyle is the same fundamentals that they've had in stage 1, and we just haven't seen that success. There was a little bit of individual play, especially from Farius. There was a lot of rounds where he was just swinging outside the map, trying to get a first pick for his team, and I liked that. I felt like Los's most success is when they went out of their way to get these kills, especially using like the blitz. But it just didn't happen all the time, and every time they'd get around like that, they would just revert back to playing to the strat, and it just didn't work out.
And that's where it comes to, you know, quickly adapting, as they did figure out that they wanted a faster pace, but then LG immediately switched on the dime there and then figured out what they wanted to do. And again, they pushed it all the way to a 7-3, so LG did play that game fundamentally better.
Yeah, dude, that entire attack hack from LG was just ferocious. Summed up no better than what happened in round 8, because every single time LG was in it, they had the ability to get in the building fast. It just worked out, and this round was insane.
Yeah, this round specifically just goes to show the masterclass attack that Luminosity was prepared for from the start. Using the blitz, obviously not seeing the player under the window was very stressful, but as soon as they get the pick, Los is so slow to get to the site. Nobody's there, and there's just a free plant. Obviously almost caught the blitz, but the help is just too slow. They didn't have holes above to deny plant. The secondary player, the fail-safe player, was not there close enough. And then once that case is down, unfortunately for you, you've given up top floor. Luminosity doesn't need to take it this far, but they have full vertical play now. Obviously, Silent was just able to clean it up in the site, but if worse came to worse, they still had top-down control, and that's just so unfavorable for Los. You're just giving away all of the steps. It just looked like they were trying to throw things at the ceiling and hope it stuck. They were like, oh my God, they're in the side, all right, fumble. And so that's just going to show that Los just doesn't have the problem-solving abilities yet because of their inexperience. Now, if they can just fix those issues, I think the fundamentals are there, and the gun skill is there individually. They just have to put it all together.
But we did talk about they do have the experience now, and we aren't seeing that experience. That's worrisome.
The experience together. It's obviously going to take a little bit more time altogether to make it all work.
They've got the ability to get things to go that way, but not quite yet. In this case, it's LG. And we've got Wi-Fi on the line because I specifically want to ask about the way that this map ban phase swung. So, dude, congratulations on the victory. It's good to talk to you again. What went through your head when you saw that it was Consulate? Because you'd played them on this map before and you beat them on this map before. What did you think when you saw that come up?
Honestly, we didn't really know what to expect because they're a new team and we literally have no data on them because they didn't make it like anywhere in the offseason. They didn't make Esports World Cup, so we didn't have anything go off. We kind of just went off our strengths and focused on that.
Yeah, I mean, Wi-Fi, obviously I talked to you a little bit before going into this stage about, you know, you guys finding your tempo, finding your stride. You guys did end up doing that. It looked beautifully, but, you know, I'm looking at the opening kills, opening deaths here. It's still, you guys are falling under short again with those opening kills compared to your opening deaths. How do you plan to fix that going into tomorrow's matches?
Honestly, I think most of their kills came from just like, a lot of them were just like the cheat shit on their attacks. And yeah, I mean, that's the only thing they do, bro. Like these guys suck.
I mean, fair enough. I mean,
honestly, our entries usually are like always like really good. Like that's our strong suit. So I'm not worried at all.
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, somebody who doesn't suck, though, is Woos. We saw exactly what he could showcase today, but I just want you to explain to everybody what you guys saw in him in tryouts. Was he one of the main prospects? Did he just wow you in tryouts? How many people were you guys potentially trying out? Just give us some more information on that pickup process.
Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty extensive tryout list, and we had a lot of places we could take our team. You know, we could have picked up players that directly fit into Surf's role, but we opted to go into a different direction with Woos, where he picked up my role, and then I went to more of like a lurk and like aggressive role. So this is new to me, honestly.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, Woos is just a beast, bro. Like this guy has been underrated for so long, and we're finally giving him a chance, and you know, it's showing.
And I'm glad you brought up your roles a little bit because you've been around for a little bit on Luminosity now, and specifically from EWC with your own personal growth. What was the main takeaway for you as a player going from EWC Stage 1 to now in Stage 2, and especially with this roster change? Or role change, I'm sorry.
Honestly, it was more of kind of just an energy thing for me. I don't know if you guys watched, but at Esports World Cup, like, we looked dead and, like, I think we're just nervous. And, yeah, so when we play with energy, bro, like, we play so good, and it's just like it's night and day difference. So that most of the time be. So if I bring the energy, like, our team wins. That's it.
The caliber of opponent that you face from today going into tomorrow does go through a pretty drastic shift, though. It's Los today, it's Space Station tomorrow. So talk to me about what you thought went really well in this map for you. And even if it's not Consulate against Space Station tomorrow, is there anything that you can take from how you did on day 1 into day 2?
I don't want to give away too much, but you know, I'm pretty happy with how we played today. I think against SSG tomorrow, we're gonna make a game plan. We played them so many times, like last stage, like I think we played like 5 times.
Yeah, it was a lot.
So, I mean, we'll be ready to face them. I'm excited.
All right, good stuff, man. A few words, but that's exactly the amount that you needed. Congratulations again on the dub, and we'll see you tomorrow, dude. Take care.
All right, thank you.
Super good start for Luminosity. I think that's kind of what you want after new guy on the team, maybe a little bit of momentum after having some confidence from finally making your first international land, even if you didn't go far. There's a lot to like for this Luminosity team currently.
Definitely, I'm glad to see all the players, again, stepping up. There's no one that you can singularly pick out and be like, this player is bad or good. Like, they all perform really well. And Silent and Eddie specifically today, I mean, usually it's Kixrow leading that charge, but Silent and Eddie did a phenomenal job today at leading the charge for LG.
I mean, they had a really good game plan start to finish. Obviously, their defenses looked a little rough, but they knew when to fight, and once they got that pick, that early advantage, they fell back. And their attacks were just phenomenal. Start to finish, they were just beautiful. No mistakes, no flaws. They played it for the post plants, for the execute. Start to finish, it was a textbook just game from them.
I think so far for me, that attack half on cons is the most entertaining thing so far that's happened all day. When we go back and do like our own VOD review and stuff later, I'm going to be watching that back, trying to figure out how well they did and how much of that was just Los not being able to find any footing on any of their defenses. Congratulations to Luminosity. They get 3 points to open us up, but we still have one more game left to go. That's Space Station and Oxygen is game number 4 after a fast break, so don't go anywhere.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Since the NAL's inception in 2020, only a few teams have remained long enough to establish anything resembling a rivalry. For SSG and OXG, it technically extends even further back than that, so we end Playday 1 with a game that reaches very deep into the legacy bag, because if you recall, OXG used to be a little team called Reciprocity that these guys were also on. That's Laxing, that's Voxay, I'm Jacob, and just out of curiosity, do you guys know how many times Oxygen and Space Station have faced one another all time overall? If you had to put a number on it.
Like since we were playing?
No, just since OXG and Space Station
OXG.
were like two orgs playing each other. How many games do you think they played?
20.
20?
Well, yeah, 22.
22?
22.
It's 18.
Ah,
so
I'm close.
Lax is closer, but it's still, I mean, that's over best of ones. It's mostly over all domestic competitions too. Like, I think the only times they ever would have faced each other maybe once or twice in an SI, and that would have been about it.
We sucked.
Yeah,
and then you suck more because you were on that team longer.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the teams that always beat us, that our hardest time, was always SSG and Dark Zero. They're always so strategic.
Dark Zero, like, I think we went into that just knowing they were going to, like, they could look like the absolute worst. And even last stage, they weren't looking that great. And then they go into OXG and
they
then just
really bounced back.
Smoked them.
Yeah, so overall, Space Station has really dominated just the head-to-head historically against OXG, but they're trying to right that ship now and at least try to get that historical head-to-head back a little bit more in the win column. But it's going to be a tall task because Space Station has done a lot of revamping on their end, specifically with the addition of one more hammer lifter to this roster.
Yeah, and I said it here, you know, it's the same station, just a different crewmate. Obviously, you see Benja there. They did replace Iconic, as we talked about earlier, due to that injury. But again, there's nothing that can't be said about Benja here that hasn't already been said more than enough throughout his career. He is a phenomenal player. Makes perfect sense why we find him here on this SSG roster after his departure through G2. And even then, like, his historic history throughout his career, it's not a lengthy career, but what he's done in that career throughout has been truly tremendous in winning SI specifically.
It's only been a 3-year career for Benja, and he's already won a world championship. He's been on multiple rosters. I mean, just this sheet speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously see him coming in with Heroic at Yangtze and Charlotte, and then the G2 is like when it immediately transitioned, he ends up immediately winning that SI and then placing a top 8 at the Copenhagen Major, top 4 at Atlanta, top 4 at the 6th Invitational.
Yeah.
Horrible at Manchester. But I mean, all in all, I mean, he's had a really good history so far through his career and now finds himself on SSG.
Yeah, and I think joining SSG is somewhere where he can really come into his own, really become his own person, not just in the game, but outside of the game. Really build his personality up. He's around a great group of guys to be able to do that. But like I've been saying since the start of the season, I think SSG is the perfect home for Benja to become himself and the player that he wants to be. But I think the rest of SSG, it takes a lot more from them to be able to mix up the roles, make him feel comfortable. And so far, that's what we've been seeing is Benja is usually at the top of the leaderboard alongside Ashen, and the rest of the players are the ones that always have to follow suit.
Yeah, and here are those stats as you're seeing right there. That was actually from EWC. So this was his first debut with SSG at an international event on LAN. And once again, he is performing. I said it in the beginning of this. This is the reason why SSG picked him up to replace Iconic, because he can be that fragging power that SSG so desperately needs.
He's jumping into a culture that Callout has already long established so far. He was a big participant in everything that Space Station did over the offseason. It was EWC, they're champions of Wildcard restart. So Benja's already gotten some familiarity with this team. So we dragged him and Ashton into the same Discord call for a couple minutes to talk about what this transition's been like.
My name is Ashton, and I play for Space Station Gaming. During the offseason, obviously, we got Benja, and then, you know, qualifying for EWC. That was a big step to make with him at EWC with Benja, just to really get him slotted in for the main goal of, you know, the main tournaments like NAL.
We've basically just been focusing on, like, you know, getting better and better. Not so much about, like, the results, but just, like, improving every day.
The way he's adapted to the team, you know, there's been a lot of funny moments. We brought him to Utah, where SSG is located, and we took him, like, at the air show and stuff like that. He's a funny guy, too, when he opens up. That's the master right there.
I think, like, what makes SSG unique is, like, the way we do things out of game. I think it's, like, really unique compared to other esports teams. Basically just the way, like, the brain function. I think, like, it's best that you go to the gym, so we go to the gym, we meditate.
I think this NAL stage, just on paper, is a lot more closer than what people think, you know, with the roster moves and stuff, so it's kind of unpredictable. Obviously with Sonics getting Troy and stuff like that, you know, that's a big move that happened. I'm low-key glad that all these teams are making roster moves because, you know, it keeps us in the back in the shadows, kind of as the dark horse, so.
We don't have any rivals, like, we're just looking every team as, like, equals, you know, and just take one game by one game. Like, I think, like, we play OXG first, so, you know, I would like to beat OXG because it's the first game, so that's what I'm focusing on right now.
SSG's goals going into the stage, I think it's just honestly to translate what we've had in the practice into the game day. It doesn't matter, like, really what scores, you know, or just the outcomes of our games, because no matter what, you can go 0-9 and still make the major. And, you know, that's not something that you want to look for, but, you know, it's the blessing that's there. I think we made a lot of growth on how, you know, we contend on game day and how, you know, we really don't let the pressure get to us. And so I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, the space station is still in orbit. It just has a different astronaut on board, and he comes from a completely different space agency. Benjamin Master, hailing all the way from Denmark, looks to be the piece of the puzzle the space station are hoping can take them further than they did when they played with Iconic in Manchester. We obviously heard about the reasons why Iconic played the way he did. He got surgery. He's doing better. He's on the mend. We'll hopefully see him back at some point. But Benja on SSG, dude, that's 2 SI winners on one space station, again, for the first time in a while.
And I love it, and especially for Benja leaving G2. Like, I know that team environment on G2 compared to SSG, no other team, once again, even comes close to SSG's fundamentals and like what they do outside of the game. It's insane.
Yeah, and I really think the more time that this team has together, it's just going to blossom. Still, Ashen is still a very young player, but it's not only going to blossom the 2 rookies, it's just going to give them a lot more experience together. And I think once they have that just experience all together and they're able to just go forward, it's really about the rest of the players and just slotting themselves in to how they can make it all connect. I know from EWC there was some questions on who's playing what roles after losing Iconic, who's going to be IGLing. I think they all have so much potential at who can do what. It's just about finding the best course of action and sticking with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of hope and persistence on Space Station that makes them a really formidable foe. But on the flip side, OXG are still going through a transition period, and we're not sure how it's going to end up. Fox, for one thing, there's a notable lack of one clap master on this team, and instead we got Hat in his place.
Oh, he is the clap master, but Dream will be being sent off of OXG. Hat will be taking his place, and I really feel like this is a deciding factor of OXG really trying to change their identity of everybody needs to be able to make a play, everyone needs to be able to just get a kill. If you see an opening, you take it. It's almost like OXG is trying to play similar to how the older SSG was just, if you see a gap, you take it. And it doesn't really look like there's necessarily one leader on the team either. Everybody's just trying to bounce off of each other and make it work as best as they can. But my issue with that is losing Dream also loses a big piece of accountability. And unfortunately, I was a part of this. Lax wasn't a part of this because you left the team before then. But
you kicked me. I didn't leave. You kicked me.
For 2023, OXG has a very strong early showing in all of their tournaments, all of their seasons, very strong. But unfortunately, it just dips off. 2023, hot starts, loses LCQ, doesn't make it. Last stage, they had 5-0. They had the best starting record out of any team in the NAL. And obviously, Beastcoast ended up winning 5 towards the end, so they tied it. But that's still a huge lead. And to then go to playoffs, lose an LCQ, oh my God, what's going on? And then they go to EWC, they play against SSG. Their first game against SSG in the open quals, smoke them. Second game, they get smoked. It's just who is running the ship at forcing everybody to be better. I had a chance to speak to Gomez. He said EWC was the best that they have looked in since the inception of this team. But unfortunately, I just don't believe it. I don't feel like this team is a top 4 team anymore. Unfortunately, they need to be able to make an event now, show that consistency all the way through, figure out what the problems are. Is it nerves? Is it stress? Or once the pressure's on the line, can we just not finish and close it out? What's going on? OXG needs to figure it out this stage. And this is, unfortunately for me, the last stage where I feel like they just aren't going to start off hot, and they need to either make it or break it. They're either going to pull themselves to this major, or they're going to indefinitely be a bottom tier team.
I'll say this. I think it 100% comes down to lack of experience. One, obviously losing me, that hit Oxygen very hard. Then losing Bert hit Oxygen very hard. Then losing Fox hit Oxygen very hard. You got rid of very veteran players on the roster that showed consistency throughout regular season into LAN. Now you're losing Dream, like you were just saying. That is a huge backbone and a huge staple of your defense backline. You don't have that anymore, so that worries me.
Is them playing SSG on Consulate also going to hit them hard?
So again, for me, especially starting on that defensive half, that was the nice thing about Dream and what the player that Dream turned into is you could rely on Dream in those defensive sites to be your backline, to be that solid support. Now you don't have that. Who is going to pick up on that?
Now, the one thing that OXG does have for all the OXG fans out there is they have so much talent to pull from. Every player on the team can statistically change the factor of a game. But it really comes down to the coaching staff then. It's all up to the coaching staff to be able to mold the players into the players that they need to be. This roster of Gomez, Yogg, and Diaz has been around since the original XSET. Yeah. And they always do well, but they've just never crossed that bridge to be a tournament-winning team. And for there to be a difference, I feel like it still has to come from the coaching staff because the players are still all very young.
Yeah, and it's crazy that you say young because I think the longest like experience on that roster is like a max of like 3 years. And when you think of myself or yourself where you have 8 years, 9 years, whatever that looks like, that is insane to think that that roster that we built a long time ago now lacks years of experience.
It's also crazy to think about that considering Berlin also doesn't seem like it was even that long ago, and that's where this original XSEG core made it all the way to top 4. But they got to reignite a little bit more of that magic in this one in order to get over a Space Station team that looks red hot with Benjamaster coming onto the roster. Who wins? I don't know. We'll let Intero and Jesse tell us.
Just excited to see who prevails as you are, Jacob, and frankly, I'm just as curious as well. OXG with a new look, SSG with a new-ish look, trying to beat back expectations that SSG always seems to have thrown on their shoulders. And they brought in a world champion to try and elevate their game. Out of all the teams that we've seen so far today, whether in this matchup or not, what team, Jesse, do you think has benefited the most from the roster moves?
Ooh. It's fitting you ask that now because I think SSG is a very obvious answer to that one. And I probably will say Space Station because obviously they struggled with Iconic. He did not have a very good major performance. And that's not speaking to him as a player. He's been injured. I get that. That's really unfortunate for him. But now you bring in Benja, who not only was a world champion SI MVP, not only is coming over from one of the best rosters that Rainbow Six has ever seen, but also has now performed for SSG. Unlike a lot of the roster moves that we've seen throughout this stage so far, we've gotten to watch Benja play with SSG already at quite a high level. He went to the EWC with them. He was their best player statistically at the EWC. So not only is he a fantastic player coming into this team, but he also has a lot more reps. He's very experienced. So I'm really excited to see how he does now in an official game, stage 1, stage 2. And I gotta say, we've got some interesting operator bans to start us off. A clash coming in here. Neither team choosing to ban out the Ying. Instead, it's Capitao and Monty. Both these teams have banned Ying a ton throughout this throughout the stage so far. SSG are no strangers to Consulate. They've played it 12 times this season, banning Ying in a majority of their recent games. And OXG have played Consulate twice this season. They lost both times, but they also banned Ying in both of those games. So I'm looking forward to see if either team wants to utilize that Ying a little bit, if we get to see any of that here in on Consulate. But regardless, should be a fun game. It should be fun to see how Benja does and how these players on Oxygen do.
Yeah, so let me relax a little bit here. Nobody on OXG has a normal name. So Diaz is D Brown, Hat is Buttermilk, Gomez is Spaceship, the boss is Newers, and Yaga is Full Dozen. So I'm just going to get this out of the way and say apologies in advance for what is probably going to be a substandard cast, because it is going to be very challenging for us to actually follow along with what's going on when everybody's got a different name. So bear with us. We're going to try our best.
We certainly will. Fun first day of casting for me. Here we go. Back on Consulate, at least something familiar from the Battleground. We just watched this, obviously, between Luminosity and Los. If you missed it, that was a certainly exciting game. A lot of fun rounds in that one. Hopefully we'll get the same. We are starting with the Amaru, which had a huge impact in our previous Consulate game, and Ashen already running into the top floor. It's going to be shotgun v shotgun as he plays around this corner, but instead, it's the boss dropping out through the hatch.
Yeah, Nitro Cell goes off from Newers, and well, doesn't net anything. Ashen not far removed from that top floor hold. And Hat was flicking very quickly through all of those cameras and gets kicked off by the Logic Bomb. Fultz on an excellent operator to deal with this, as he will be able to spot all that gadgetry quite quickly. He's vulnerable upstairs just in case he gets jumped upon. J90 is there for support. First kill's gonna, whoa, not just first, but first two. Almost a third. Yaga's the last one standing in that altercation. He takes down Benja not before two from OXG have died. Yaga finished off from J90 above. It's all up to Hat. A 1v4. Benji gets 2 kills and dies. I'd say it's pretty productive. Hat will now seek shelter back in the bomb site, but things are not looking good for him and OXG.
Certainly not. This is a tough spot, especially with the TCSG. It's a good gun, but it's very difficult sometimes to string together multiple kills with low rate of fire, and he's going to need to be doing just that. Has a Nitro Cell in his pocket and an Electric Claw as well, if he finds any value in it. We'll see how it goes here inside the bomb site. The main breach not open, but Force will be doing that right now, going for a plant as soon as they find him in the base.
And Ashen finishes it off, just as a nice little, he was the period on your sentence. You finished? And then Ashen finished the sentence. Isn't that nice?
I appreciate it. I appreciate it from Ashen.
Nice guy. Where is it that it is so bright? Like, everybody's playing in darkness, and it genuinely looks like Ashen is on the surface of the sun. So Ashen, I'm curious.
Maybe he's moved to Alaska.
How do you think the ping is up there?
I would imagine not good. Not only is it geographically far, but I cannot imagine the infrastructure is as good as like mainland US.
Good point.
Thank you.
Well, either way, Ashen Benja cracked that one open with his play on Spiral Stairs, almost netting 3 members of OXG in one fell swoop. Old familiar sounds of the R4C, not in the hands of Ash, but in the hands of Ram instead. And of course, when you're looking at any execute onto that bottom floor bomb site, you gotta bring a Ram. You don't have to, admittedly, but most teams will because it makes the job significantly easier. We have seen this before.
Yeah?
This is a play.
Okay.
And it can get quite cheeky.
What's going to happen here, Parker? Give me the rundown. They seem to be pretty ready for it.
Ashen is... What am I looking at, bro? Come on, man. I'm going to fry this bozo. And then he yells obscenities when he gets the kill. I think that's typical Ashen, at least from what we've seen.
Okay. I'm excited for it. He's looking for a rappel hook, obviously, at this point. He could toss the C4 out if he sees the rappel starting up. But nobody on SSG is foolish enough to fall for that. They're all going to be moving on to other parts of the map. It looks like it's going to be an admin clear from SSG. And, okay, I guess he went for something that got punished.
Does not work out.
No.
But, I mean, you tried.
You did.
Oh, well. I guess that's the best you can hope for. So, either way, I mean, you gamble on that closet Mira, you gamble on a possible Nitro Cell. Does not work out.
He got killed from the roof, so I assume he jumped out of the breach, which was it's a risky move. I gotta say, we talked in the last game about how defender-sided Consulate can be. And for Oxygen really getting torn apart on round 1, now another early death on round 2, I don't want to see much more of this, right? We're seeing this team really bleed a lot of bodies early. Yeah, you know, they're making one aggressive move. It's not the end of the world on this round. It's still super winnable. But in general, that's the type of thing, bleeding these bodies early, that can turn a really defender-sided map like Consulate into one that you really struggle to get any rounds on. And if you can't get rounds on your defense, it might be very difficult for you to get rounds on attack. So important rounds coming up here from Oxygen in the next 5, this one included in that. It's not going to be the easiest here. Space Station have full bottom floor control. They've worked their buck in. They can make an admin push going through if they want to, but I think they're more focused over on yellow in the CEO window. Yeah, indeed. Fault's right here in the CEO window. So these Oxygen babes will start to come out, but they're going to need to do a little bit more if they want to deny this plant fully.
I don't really have a lot of time with Jesse. They've only got 35 seconds to be able to pull this one off. There's a swing in from Fault. He'll breathe in some of the toxic gas amidst the yellow's color. He can't really do anything as his vision is obscured. Forrest there to try to keep this one in tow. In a 3v3, he's punished from the back. 1 kill from Ashen, and now it's up to Benjamaster. Right next to each other. Neither of them hold the diffuser. They've got to find these 2 remaining players from OXG.
5 seconds to go.
Just sitting on that diffuser with a shotgun to run up. Hat good enough for 1. He doesn't get the second, but they win the round on time anyways. SSG may be a victim of their own clock management there. as they got that opening pick and then really struggled through that mid round.
So usually what you're doing with the smoke in that position as an attacking team on Consulate is you're working the buck down below and you're trying to deny that play from the smoke with the buck. The buck never really had that much ground though, unfortunately. Benja was below and he kind of opened a lot of like, you know, the breach on the balcony and a lot of ground around there, but he wasn't actually able to stick around and harass that smoke like what you would have wanted to see. Instead, he rotated back up to the top floor and tried to contribute to the kills that way. Meant it was a really winnable round from the smoke on Oxygen, being able to both use the Toxic Babes and then also hit the nice shot when the defuse kit eventually came in through the window. So I like that from Oxygen. Not the most complicated defense, very standard stuff, just with some good smoke play, but it's good enough to get it done. Once defuse kits on the ground, you're playing a very powerful spot with the shotgun. So good to see from Space Station Gaming. Not the end of the world. You lose one attack on Consulate. It's 1-1. You go to Piano now, but we'll definitely be looking to shapen up that Consulate top floor attack when we get more towards round 1.
It's just a late setup going on as that looks to be the last reinforcement, unless my numbers are off. Nope. We've still got one in back pocket. And a litany of secondary gadgets. Always nice to see. 2 barbed wire, 1 nitrocell, 1 bulletproof cam, 2 impacts, 1 deployable shield. A lot of people seem to forget that barbed wire does damage now.
Yep.
This is something I always kind of thought when I first started playing the game was, yeah, it slows you down, but shouldn't it also hurt? But it never did, and now it does. So it does ticks of damage as you walk through it, which obviously you're going to want to break it apart. You really don't see barbed wire as much as we did, say, 5-6 years ago. It's almost as if it just disappeared from the game. I honestly think nerfing it from the 3 whacks down to 2, and then also nerfing how much it slowed you down, really impacted its ability to show up. Instead, you see nitro cells, impacts, etc. Even fewer impacts, though, because you can't impact trick anymore.
All of that is very true, Parker. And can I also just say,
you may.
This has been some amazing Brava play coming through with Ashen on the IQ. Ashen was sitting on the roof, pinging out the Valkyrie cannons as Forrest drove around the map, hacking all of them. OXG are trying to play a defense that relies on some strong information, but all of their Valk cams, he at least hacked 2 of them. I'm not sure what happened to the 3rd. Maybe it got hacked as well. They should have been able to find it with the IQ scanner. But that's a ton of intel that just got stolen away from Oxygen to really now work in the favor of SSG.
There's launching bombs, and now Benja will run on in. SSG needs to be a little quick. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Jesse?
I thought they hacked that cam. Maybe I missaw it, or maybe Benja just wasn't aware.
Maybe they don't need it anymore.
True.
Maybe they just said, you know what? We'll do it without it. Grenade goes in just to try and isolate these players from OXG, keep them off of their position. Fultz with diffuser in hand as Ashen actually gets the follow-up onto who I think is Hat. Ashen blows up J90 in the process, so 2 for 2 on the grenades, working out quite well. I think that's Diaz getting 2 picks. 1 on the diffuser right now, Forrest from down below. And it's Forrest and Ashen as the last 2 remaining. It's all up to the boss. Impossible rotate. No, doesn't want to waste too much time. Just trying to draw out both Ashen and Forrest. Newers will have no real safe harbor here as he hops on the diffuser, then hops off. He's got time to work with. Does he know that there's 1 player down below? Hold on. All right, there we go. Almost seemed like SSG wasn't going to be able to pull that one off. Forrest not really looking that interested to push up, but Ashen's got it covered from down below. Space Station wins the round.
And who says you can't get kills with the new grenades? Ashen fights 2. 1 on the enemy, 1 on his own team. Worked his way in through the top floor there, had some really great control. That's the thing about that middle floor piano bomb site. A lot of people think, gosh, you take piano, there's so much vertical, we need to take all of the top floor. But it's surprisingly difficult for the defenders to actually deny because there's so many plant spots down inside of the bomb site. You see a lot of just direct site hits from teams on that site. And so I really like seeing that on the side of SSG, reading into that, getting the plant down, going up now 2-1. From Oxygen's side of things, I mean, Their top floor hold didn't go that badly. They eventually did end up losing a couple of bodies. They traded out kind of nicely, but with the diffuse kit going down inside of their site, it was a problem. And I think we're still running into these issues of OXG just bleeding a couple of bodies in the early round, right? The opening picks often going the way of SSG. For Oxygen, that's going to be a focus in this tactical timeout. How do they turn around these early rounds? How do they get aggressive without being too predictable so that SSG can't shut it down?
No, very good question. We have a technical pause, which there's some issue taking place. I'm not sure if you know what it is, but
I do not.
I expected you to be the one to fix this, and yet you've not fixed it.
I can get working on that right away.
Please let me know.
First, I need to drive to whoever's player's house is having the issue. That's going to take me a while. I'm quite far north. Looks like it fixed itself.
Never mind. Okay, so you don't need to answer this. We've already got it answered. All good. No,
Great.
what that means though is it wasn't attack pause.
No.
Oh. That was excellent camera work. That was the reason why we had the pause, just for them to do that. Totally worth it, by the way.
It's been a long day. Production wants to have some fun. I'm here for it.
Why not? I mean, you know, I'm into it. Either way, downstairs, OXG will go. The one point I was trying to bring up, though, is that it wasn't a tactical pause, aka a timeout. There was no timeout taken, so presumably they don't actually get to speak or coordinate. They just have to go right back into it. So both teams, as far as we're keeping track, still able to discuss if things go bad, Jesse.
Indeed, that was my bad for mislabeling that call out. But regardless, we're back to the basement. And this was a bomb site that SSG did really well on. The roam clear was fantastic. It's going to be another heavy roam strategy. We see Newers on the top floor, yet to find a kill in this game, but still confidently playing at the top of yellow stairs. It's going to be Gomez and Yaga on the Valkyrie and Legion, respectively, playing around this mid floor, making almost a layered defense that SSG, if they want a full clear, are going to have to work their way through. With that said, though, SSG have abandoned the Ram, and that could signify that they're going for a bit of a different push, maybe a server's execute. They're still top floor finding kills.
Ashen has been sensational on these entries, and I mean, the numbers really just show you that. Without much analysis needed beyond that, Benja, too, provides this great 1-2 punch for Space Station. And it's not like the other three players can't hold their own, but I mean, Benja dominated teams on the way to a world championship. Ashen is a fan of the Chicago Blackhawks. They're basically the same thing, Jesse. They have the same pedigree. Benja with another kill. Forrest taken down by a nitro cell. Fultz finds a way in through the back of the bomb site, and with almost 2 minutes to go, it's all up to Newers to try and save this round. Really,
I've seen this one before.
Do you think he wins it?
No.
Wow, that's a good prediction. He did not win it. So you were correct in that regard. Excellent finish by what looked like J9O to get that final kill. Diffuser was an inch away from being planted too. So really just everything going well for SSG across the board. Not be surprised to see OXG call a timeout soon. Maybe they'll wait until the second half if they feel like they can get a quick round win. But I mean, I'm no psychologist, but none of them look particularly happy.
I would really like to see attack timeout coming out here. You need to be winning your consulate defenses again, and it really just feels like they have no intel in these early rounds. They don't seem to be super aware of what SSG are pushing, what they're clearing. It'd be great to see some utility being brought for that. You know, Legion mines up in the top floor would be nice to see. Maybe some beepers, maybe some dread mines, maybe some barbed wire. I mean, there's lots of options to try to get intel on players that are trying to clear through the top floor, but it just doesn't feel like in the early round Oxygen are finding themselves in even gunfights. All of these gunfights are favorable for SSG because Oxygen players getting shot in the back of the head, getting caught off guard by window repels. The positioning is not close enough from OXG to trade, and then the intel is not good enough for them to even take those fair gunfights. So this has been a tough start for OXG. I won't lie to you. Yeah, 1-3 is not that bad on the scoreline, but given the context of this being a consulate defense, given the way these rounds have gone, I am concerned for Auction through the rest of this game. It's not going to get easier.
I think there's very valid cause for concern here. So You got to bail yourself out. You're taking on water, right? And each half, I guess you could say, is a different boat. But mentally, you share that same vessel. Because if you go down too far in the first half, there are plenty of teams that really struggle beyond that. I will say, the Valkyrie from OXG has really not provided a lot of value because they've either been Brava hacked by the Kludge drones, shot out or spotted by the IQ pretty much every single round. There hasn't been a single time that this operator has provided as much value to OXG as they would have hoped. And I do wonder how many times they're going to keep bringing this same operator when you're effectively losing 2 of those Val cams very quickly every single round.
Yeah, when I was looking at the operator bans, I kind of expected SSG to ban the Valk because I knew that Oxygen liked to run on this map, and it's one SSG had banned before. But the counters that they have to it are clearly extremely strong. I also want to mention Benja down here below where the smoke was playing. This is what I said a Buck would usually do to help a plant like this. And they just get out the window. This is the game that gets played on Consulate CEO. They're trying to waste as much util as they can before they actually have to commit to this plant.
Looking for that opening pick. Last logic bomb will go out, but all the mute jammers strewn across the top floor. Seriously helping these defenders right now, staying safe and not being spotted. SSG has relied so much on the intel game up to this point. Drones, Twitch drones, Kludge drones, the IQ scanner, logic bombs. Now it's the EE1D from Lion. They're making it a miserable existence for OXG to exist in any of these spots. Benja taking some damage down below as he was seen through a hatch. A toss out from Newers on to Forest. Will be Newers' first kill, actually. And he looks the wrong way. Uh-oh. Newers with yet another. Diaz a kill onto J90. And SSG have a pretty bad result. I wonder if they're even going to attempt a 2v5. Maybe play it slow and just talk it out for the next round.
Actions about it. Swung. Somehow alive with 3 HP. There we go. Cleanup coming through. And then it's just Faults in the ace clutch. I don't know about this one, Parker. It'd have to be one of the greatest plays of all time.
Do you think Faults wins this one? Hold on a second. Let me ask it.
No.
Okay, you're right again. You're really good
crazy.
at this.
I know. I've got a little bit of a tactic. I'm not going to leak what it is, but I have a little bit of strategy when you ask me stuff like that.
I gotta say, yeah, you've been doing a sensational job, frankly, of correctly predicting the ends of these rounds.
That's why I was an analyst.
I mean, I will say your predictions do like. Where is he playing? That's like, it actually looks like he's on the sun.
Yeah, that's very weird. It's not even like he must just be West Coast, surely, because it's only what? Well, that's still 6:30 on the West Coast.
I mean, yeah, if it's 6:30, it'll be light out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if he's in like California or even since he's on SSG and they're based out of Utah.
Could be, yeah.
It should still be bright there.
I think it's still light where I am. There's no windows in the studio that I'm in right now, so I couldn't tell you, but I think it's still light here.
You're unable to check if it's light in Edmonton.
I could go run to the other side of the apartment and look if you'd like me to.
Sunset in Edmonton. I'm going to ask Jeeves. Hold on. It says that the sun sets in Edmonton at 8:12 p.m. That's what Jeeves is saying, and I trust him. He does look like a very friendly butler.
Does that website even still exist?
I have no idea.
I don't know if it does.
I remember when you had to, when it first like started, you had to actually ask it like normal human questions.
Yeah.
Everybody's leaving. So I have no idea what happened, but everybody's left the game. So we are having a small tech pause. It sounds like we're going to have a rehost. Do you think OXG is going to go find the right names, or do you think they are lost forever?
I worry they may be gone, lost to the sands of time for now. But we can obviously hope. A couple of tech pauses coming out here now. I do think that Oxygen are again like in a really worrying spot. Even if they managed to get one extra round in round number 5, it's the same bomb site. They won twice, right? They won top floor in round 2. They won top floor in round 5. That's how Rainbow Six Siege site rotations work. So that bomb site is not going to be played again until overtime at the earliest. If you go down 4-2 when you're defending on Consulate, then you have to go move over to the attack. Again, you're just in a really rough spot.
Yeah, I mean, I It's been I'll be completely honest with you.
Please.
It has been a very challenging game to analyze because nobody on OXG has a normal name, and I don't know who half of them are. So, and frankly, I'm not committing the brain power to try to memorize names that are nonsensical. So, I can kind of tell you what SSG's been doing, but not much from OXG. One thing about OXG that I will be able to talk about, though, is the fact that Valkyrie keeps coming back as just a hard counter, or being hard countered by SSG. And you have to ask the question, in my mind, you have to ask the question, what value is an operator bringing to your team when it is repeatedly either just being outright canceled out, aka Valcams are being shot or tased by the Twitch drone, or ultimately are working against you because the Kludge drones are taking them over, or a Dokubi's being brought and then they're hacking your cams. Obviously, when you're playing on Consulate, just like every other map, you gotta have intel. That's a no-brainer. But maybe a bulletproof camera deeper into the bomb site, because you see all these Valkyrie cameras that OXG are employing are usually nowhere near an active player, which means that they're ripe for the picking, and they're being picked by SSG very effectively. Space Station is hard countering that operator, and Newers was not just struggling from an objective standpoint, as he was the one playing that Valkyrie a fair bit, but also just being hard countered in terms of abilities, because Newers had 0 kills until the previous round. He was 0-4. That is very abnormal for Newers, who is traditionally referred to as one of the best fraggers in North America.
Yes.
Thank you. So really just quite a perplexing decision by OXG. Valkyrie has been brought all 5 rounds. Gomez brought Valkyrie in the first round, then Newers, then Yaga, then back to Gomez, then back to Newers. So they've just been ping-ponging. And I genuinely do not feel, even with the rounds that have been won by OXG, that Valkyrie has been a difference maker. And I mean, I'm open to being told otherwise, but you have to imagine there's operators that provide more value. Newers also played Mute and Malusi. Those are high-value operators. Gomez played Smoke and Wamai. Those are other high-value operators, and you can bring them on most bomb sites and be okay when it comes to utility.
The thing is, like, I think Auction historically are in stage 1, they were the worst defensive team in the North American League besides Los. They had 49% win rate on defense. When they played the Valkyrie, that jumped up to 56%. They really did do a lot better with the Valkyrie than without. But the problem is they brought it so much and it's so predictable that I think SSG have read into that, and they brought a ton of different counters. They played really well against the Valkyrie. And so now OXG, they need to either find something else that's going to work just as well as the Valkyrie has in the past, or they're probably not going to do very well for the rest of this game.
Well, we're not really sure what's going on with this technical issue. We apologize for the delays so far today, but we've got a break ready for you. We'll be back in just a moment. Jesse, what has happened in every single game so far as we now load back into this matchup?
In every single game so far, Parker, we have had a 3-3 scoreline at the half point of the match. And in our first 2 games, they got pushed all the way to both 7-5 and then an 8-6. And then in our third game of the day, it did not do that. It went 7-3 as our final score.
Camera in position.
Do you think... Hold on.
Holding.
We have roughly 3 minutes of waiting until I ask you if you think it'll be a 3-3 first half, and then you answer right after the result happens.
What? I wouldn't do that.
No casting whatsoever for the next 3 minutes.
Like
That's the rule. You know how it is. You know how it is.
I just feel like maybe the viewers would like some casting, though.
I think it really depends.
Honestly, true.
Though, I will say, even as somebody who likes casting, every now and then it would be cool to be able to just get a clean feed set my way. Just send me the clean feed. That's all I need to know. We as casters actually do usually have access to the clean feed, so it's not an us problem, it's an everybody else problem.
Yeah. I understand why we don't have it, but I would really like Perma team comp. Oh, you're dead.
Oh. Fultz running in, trying to get the Selma off. I don't know if the Selma actually did go off or not. Benja had 8 kills, if memory serves correctly, before we had a rehost. Or that was Ashen, actually, with 8 kills. Benja getting the first pick for his team is excellent. Another pick will come out this time onto J90, and Spaceship is blasting off right now inside of the lobby. I genuinely have no idea what player that is. So I think Hat's Buttermilk. That's the only one I remember.
Hold on, I wrote it down. It's Gomez.
Oh, excellent. There you go. Nice play by Gomez. I do love Buttermilk, just like as an aside. I think Buttermilk is excellent. It's great in a lot of recipes too.
Agreed.
Thank you. All Benja and Forrest now. Another very brisk round. And Jesse, guess what it looks like?
It looks like they're going to a 3-3 split. Especially
That's
with
crazy.
great intel from Hat. They know exactly when this swing is coming out. Not able to capitalize on it yet, but there's not a lot Benja can do here. They know his exact position. Forrest looks like he's going to come around and try to help. Forrest is miles away at this point. It's going to be a minute before he can get back and help out Benja.
Hat trying to chase him down, but he's gone. He slipped through your fingers. Benja fighting the whole world. Forrest upstairs just on his own, just having a good time.
They might be trying to plant top floor while Benja just stracks down here in the basement. I'm not sure. Well, now it's definitely not going to work because they should know with the pulse down below on Hat, this should be foretold. And yet it is not. They don't use the pulse scanner. They don't find him. And that's a successful plant from Forrest now in a 1v3.
They all seemed completely confused by that predicament. They've all retaken and all of them are upstairs on the same stairwell. Literally all of them.
Okay.
Forrest, where are you though? He's waiting to gain intel. Nicely played, a great reversal, but keep in mind the pulse is still on the board. It could be hunting him down. Forrest needs to open things up, but he won't be able to get to Buttermilk in time. The milk has in fact not gone bad. And Jesse, do you think we're gonna have a 3-3 first half?
I think we may, Parker. I think we will, and indeed we have. 3-3 on the first half. A little bit weird the way that one ended. Forrest getting the plant off. And then I loved the idea of playing the IQ down below, but couldn't get the angle on the second guy. Trying to teach the pulse how to do his job maybe, but he couldn't quite be too successful at it either. An interesting one for sure. I like the way that OXG were able to find those opening picks. That's actually something that we talked about, if you can remember it, way before the tech pauses. That was a problem in Oxygen we're having. SSG had gotten so many of the opening picks prior to that round. Finally, it felt like Oxygen were able to win the early game gunfights. They had an advantage going into that late round, and it made all the difference. It enabled them to get to the 3-3 split. Now, will they be able to convert that and do the same thing on attack? I guess we'll have to find out.
It really is quite incredible to think that we had Clubhouse back-to-back, and then Consulate back-to-back, and all 4 of the matches started 3-3. First match went the full distance in regulation. Second match almost went the full distance in overtime. Third match was a stomp, and now here we are. And honestly, very eager to see how this first round plays out, because while OXG had struggles with utility on certain rounds, it also looked like SSG were doing a poor job of gaining intel from droning. And I mean, when you're bringing mute basically every round, as OXG was doing, not every round, but a lot of them, 4 of the 6, you're going to struggle to gain intel. And OXG were just, you know, capitalizing off of SSG's lack of understanding of the defensive structures that OXG had set up. This time around, Ashen was playing Vigil. I have to expect he had a boss GA cog.
He didn't, actually.
Really?
Yeah, he K1A.
And he still died far too early.
I think what happened there, and I could be wrong, the default cam was up. Ashen was flicking through the default cams. An IQ got to the top floor. I wonder if the IQ saw him on the cam, told his teammate, and then shot him through the soft yellow wall. I think that might have been what happened. I can't say for 100% sure.
Not really entirely sure. They lost Benjamaster now as well. That represents the lion's share of your kills. Ashen and Benjamaster up to this point combined for 13 kills. The rest of the team, 9. So quite a big distance between them. I mean, granted, Ashen is leading the way in the whole lobby with 8, but when you have your 2 fraggers die, you're usually in a rough spot. SSG has depth. All of these teams at this level have depth. And there's J90 showing it off on yellow stairs. Goodbye, spaceship. See you later. A crash landing. Unfortunately, spaceship does not survive.
Surprisingly, we've not talked too much about J90 this game. He's kind of been a little quieter than his teammates, but obviously one of the greatest players in the game inside of North America. Very good at these smoke and anchor type operators. Now playing yellow stairs with a short shotgun, but we have a dangerous situation right here, and it will go the way of Faults, taking down the roamer up on the top floor. Taking down the roam clearer, I should say. The logic bombs not being able to be utilized to find that pick and start us off means that OXG have now led away their man advantage.
Forrest manages to get buttermilk. Finally, the milk is spoiled. Forrest is retrievable at this point. Fultz dies to full dozen. And now it's up to the boss. Watching this angle, lighting up the ankles of J90. A combined 44 HP between the last 2 players of SSG. Full dozen in the hunt, and he beheads Forrest. My goodness. What an absolutely pugilistic match this has been. And that round is a great example of it. Both teams coming to blows multiple times, seemingly very little actual utility being used. It was just gunfight after gunfight after gunfight. And it was OXG who came out on top.
Nice to see a good round from Yaga. Honestly, he's a player that has certainly been criticized throughout his play of this year so far. He was the worst player statistically in Stage 1, going 73 and 105. He also had some of the lowest kill totals in the game coming into that round. Finally finding a series of multi-kills now post-Rehos. He's sitting at 5-1. He's a player that I think fans of OXG have been wanting to see perform for a long time now. Whilst he has had his struggles, whilst historically he's not been a player that has thrived this year, we know he's capable of it. Back at the 6th Invitational, he was really good for OXG. He's been amazing back looking at his days on XSET, way back at certain majors and invitational events. He has been very good throughout his career, but this year has been a bit of a tough one for him. I like that he was able to finally jump in and get some kills in a round, because that was desperately needed, and it's going to need to be continued if Auction want to win this game.
Another Gridlock showing up. We saw Gridlock early on Clubhouse, but how does Gridlock function on Consulate? Additionally, we see a Sens on the board in the hands of Spaceship. That is not something that is usually seen. You cannot control Sens gadget. They just bounce all over the place. Yep. And I mean, if you're good at throwing them, that's great. A lot of times when you see Sens, it will be on this top floor bomb site. Roll them in through the window, give yourself some coverage, try to jump in. It will cut off through that double door into the lobby, over towards long desk. Potentially, if you get a good bounce, that is. And then you just get a plant down. Quick plants will happen on this bomb site, but can OXG get in the building quickly? So far, they're close, but they haven't quite been able to sink their teeth into this SSG defense.
They've not. And my concern with the Sens is there's two really strong counters. Both the Warden, of course, whose main ability completely counters the Sens wall, but then also Faults, who's playing in the basement right now. He's going to be able to rotate up to Piano if they try to plant in the CEO window. Can also rotate over to the front door area if they try to plant inside of meeting. He's got a lot of options to stop this plant, even without having to see through the wall. So SSG has some great tools. I don't believe they're aware of Faults down in on the basement. They might have droned him, but I don't think they have. That's going to be a big thorn in their side going late into this round. Thankfully, though, they do have DS on the main floor on that gridlock, who's hopefully going to be able to watch for this.
Sorry, it's D Brown.
D Brown.
D Brown is on the main floor. Not Diaz. Okay. I respect the names that people use. That's why I still call it Twitter. I'm glad you caught that as a joke. Thank you. Oh my. Spaceship and the boss on a collision course with Benja, who has to peel off of this position and actually gets away. Dealer's choice as to where he might be. J90 destroying Spaceship. Benja will need some assistance here, but with the time currently ticking down, almost at 30 seconds, you as OXG need to be quite quick. Say goodbye to full dozen. J90's second kill. That's that same D Brown down below that you had talked about. Benja eliminating Buttermilk. Following up, cannot outduel the boss. Bruce Springsteen, did somebody call you? Is this win about to be born in the USA? It's all up to you in a 1v4. Taking some damage from the side. Swung on by Faults and Space Station equalizes. This seems more like the first two matches that we watched, Jesse, and not like the third, as the scoreline is 4-4.
Yeah, that was really a case of OXG struggling to get started with their strategy. They didn't get to use a single Sens wall. The util never really came out. They got control of admin. They got control of break room. They had some players around spiral stairs, but then getting that next step, getting through the hallway, taking control of top spiral, clearing out the vending player was the hard part. And that's always the hard part. There's a reason why teams don't like pushing admin very often. If they do push admin, they'll usually bring maybe a Capitao or a Grim or some operator specifically designed to shut down that vending position that we saw being played by Benja. And they just didn't really have anything like that. Even though Benja went for kind of an aggressive swing and they could have shut him down there, they weren't able to do so. And then when they had to just sprint past the crossfire, he swung out, got the kill instead. Really didn't seem like Oxygen had a great plan. I think maybe Sens was the plan to get past that part of the bomb site, or part of the map. But again, the Sens wall didn't come out, died before he had the chance to. Great 2K opening from J90 to start us off there in that round. And because of it, it'll mean Space Station Gaming tie up the game 4-4.
It's been a really close matchup. And again, it really is coming down to these gunfights. Benja was in position for how long? Behind that vending machine, roughly 30 seconds, give or take.
Yeah.
I didn't see a drone go his way. They tried to nade him out, but it was way too late. They were obviously wary of somebody being at the top of those Visa stairs, maybe getting swung from the actual bomb site. But either way, it's like you have utility, you have gadgetry. Admittedly, IQ doesn't really have anything outside of those nades to bounce off of the wall to take care of you, and you might not just want to lob a grenade without thinking it through, because if he's not by that vending machine, you're just wasting utility. But you don't try to use it to flush him out. You know J90's over by the top of spiral stairs on long desk, and you don't do anything to try to flush him out either. You just have Yaga, I believe it was, sprint up the stairs and get bamboozled from a similar position. It's a puzzling choice.
OXG are cooking up a strategy, and to make it, they need a full dozen of eggs. It's going to be full dozen himself up the Visa stairs now, but oh no, there's both below, and he's behind shooting the boss in the back of the head.
Goodbye, the boss. It was nice knowing you. Newer's having a really rough game, by the way, as he is known as the boss. Only 3 kills so far through 9 rounds, which is well below what we expect of him. It's not always terrible to have a low number of kills. Obviously, it's never great, but if you can provide value in other ways, that's fine, especially if you play on a role that doesn't usually get kills. But Newer's provides a lot of value by getting kills, finding openings for his team, and does play on those frag-oriented roles. Buttermilk gets caught looking the wrong way. Fultz picks up a second kill. Benjamaster with one of his own onto D Brown, and it's all up to full dozen in Spaceship. Everybody from Space Station still upright. The only one who's taken any bit of damage is Fultz. Everybody else is doing okay. seems like very definitely going in Space Station's favor, but anything can happen, especially when there's 1 minute left.
2v5 now, you're out of logic bombs. You do have flashes still, and some smokes. There was a blitz flash now, but it didn't actually affect that Valkyrie, so what does Faltz need to do? He's no fear at all. It's just a guy behind a shield with a pistol. It's not very threatening. He'll make it past, and still so much work to do from Oxygen to find 5 kills in 35 seconds.
Some serious damage being done by Spaceship there. Full dozen with a kill as well. They both get on the board. It's the first 2 kills for OXG, and they come with 25 seconds remaining, so plenty of work for them to do. Fenrir obscuring their eyes, but Spaceship gets yet another. He's been excellent for this team. He and Full Dozen will now need to get into the bomb site. 5 HP on Full Dozen. Spaceship pushes up. Down goes Full Dozen to Forest, and Ashen finishes off Spaceship. SSG survived a bit of a scare there. They had everything going for them in that round. But then again, it comes down to gunplay, in which both teams have some great gunners. OXG just a little bit behind on that one, and they will call their timeout.
Yeah, the key thing for Space Station for me in that round was that they always seemed to know exactly what Oxygen wanted to do. In the early round, they knew Oxygen wanted to enter in through the basement and walk up Visa stairs. So what did they do? They sent a couple players to flank that push, get a couple of picks on players that they weren't expecting to be there. And so they really effectively shut down that push before it could start going with the brunt of its execute. Then in the late round, they knew Oxygen wanted to go and plant the defuse kit. In the 2v2, they knew about approximately where that plant was going to go down, so Forrest went to the main floor. He denied the plant from below. I'm not sure if he knew 100% how low the blitz was, but all it took was 1 bullet spammed through the floorboards to stop that plant and effectively seal out the round for SSG. Love the way that they played that from start to finish. And as you said, I mean, Oxygen now struggling still to find some of these frags from some of their players. We talked about Newers having a particularly rough game. In stage 1, he had 145 kills, more than anybody else on his team. He was their star player, as he's been basically for the last 2 years of being on Oxygen. This game, this stage, it just doesn't seem like he's still got that spark that he's previously had. We're 1 game in. Everybody has bad games. I don't want to read too much into it. But if OXG want to make it back to a top 4 team, if they want to get back to attending international events as they once did, Newers having performances like this cannot continue happening.
No, of course. I mean, you also picked up Hat because of how well he did on Luminosity, right? And you saw time and time again, he was capable of absolutely destroying people.
Yeah.
And what is Hat sitting at right now? He's 3-6. So, I mean, you've got Newers on 3-7, Hat on 3-6. These are the 2 guys that realistically, you should be expecting them to do well. Now, Ace is in a weird spot as an operator because while he is a traditional hard breacher and is more of a support player, we do see Aces tend to do quite well in the killing department. Based on operator roles, it does not surprise me much at all if you had somebody like Yaga in a more forward position. Oh, I mean, I guess he got a kill, so that's good.
Oh boy.
D Brown goes down to Buttermilk, and unfortunately, already OXG, after taking their time out, hopefully talking through things and getting into a better headspace, they will battle from a position of weakness.
Gosh, that's so bad too, because the Doe could be gone, and that was going to be your main tool that you used to clear out these roamers. You see Ashen aggressive inside of the bathroom. Benja's up on this top floor as well. These players now have become so much more difficult to hunt down. You do have the Deimos. That's nice. That's going to help you a little bit here. He's got all 3 of his scans. But look who he's tracked. He's only tracked Mira and Legion, 2 players that are not actively roaming on the top floor.
He doesn't have the boss G, by the way. You were right.
Yeah.
Like, Yaga and him could be in a fight as they are just moments apart, and Yaga, sorry, Full Dozen has, oh, he has utility in his pockets. You've lost the Dokkaebi, you've lost the Ram. At least there is a bit of a chuckle, as we can see from the player cam of Full Dozen.
Now we're looking really good for SSG. I mean, the breach isn't open to the point where you can run into it. They do have some good utility coming in yellow, but the bodies just keep on hitting the floor. There's still roamers up above too who can come back for flanks at any time. Ashen, but Faltz as well. And now there's just a mute jammer that they can't deal with. They already used both nades somehow on Newers. Yes, we see Gomez with 2 nades in his pocket, but he's nowhere near the breach. So, like, what's the plan here?
Not really sure. Ashen is going to run roughshot over them. Down goes Spaceship, and it's all up to the boss. SSG looking to move to match point. Maybe we did speak too soon. I said this was going to be a close one, and while it's not quite as close as we wanted it to be, Oxygen retrieving that diffuser. Lots of time. Bolts upstairs, delaying Newers for the time being. Could have somebody try to flank up yellow and Newers would be vulnerable to that position. Instead, he just wants to take this engagement here. I think Newers understands that this is an unwinnable situation. He's seen a proverbial writing on the wall. One behind the piano, one playing by the wall. Even if Newers gets one pick, there's another player not too far removed. Fultz will graciously end the round on his behalf, and Space Station will move to match point.
I told you in that round that Newers has got 145 kills through stage 1. Ashen had doubled that in stage 1. Obviously, Ashen played at a major, so bit of a difference in sample size there, of course. But even still, Ashen has been a great player, a frag-heavy player for SSG. And interesting for him to pick up the K1A. I think a lot of players, when they do choose to do that, want to play a bit more of an active role. If you're going to be swinging people, the K1A can be a lot better for, you know, having the rapid shots to take those more forward gunfights. The Boss G's real strength comes in holding angles. Because you one shot from the body, you one shot from the head. That means you can hold crouch height, you can hold... Well, if you hold crouch height, you one shot regardless, right? So you don't need to make a guess on that based on the angle that you're holding. Ashen decided to play the K1A because he wants to be very mobile. He wants to move around the map. He wants to swing people. He wants to take more forward gunfights where he's the one aggressing into the attacking players. And it pays off for him there, as it does for the rest of SSG. Now, if you're Oxygen, we talked about how rough it was to only get 3 rounds on your defense. They have managed 1 attack the last couple of rounds. They need to get 2 more in a row. Otherwise, they are being knocked out with 0 points in their first play day.
Quite a dire situation for OXG, as they might have their last gasp in this particular matchup. But they've got plenty of games to play. All these teams do. It'll be not a long season, but long enough. OXG will be in action against Los tomorrow. And with the way that Los played today, if I'm OXG, I'm immediately mentally moving on to that game. As for Space Station, they will have a late game yet again as they play up against LG tomorrow. The one team that has the day off tomorrow is Wildcard, so we will not see them again until the 12th when they are in action against OXG. So, I mean, they will be well rested. And honestly, Wildcard really did give Sonics a run for their money earlier today. 1 minute of live action and not a lot to talk about so far in this round, Jesse.
One thing I will say is Oxygen have a really strong control of the main floor. You see Yaga down here. Of course, they've got Newers on the Deimos as well. Both Buck and Deimos, very good operators at killing players that are up above them, really good at the vertical frags. And we will see Yogg take a little bit of damage here. That's an incredibly important part of this execute. If they can harass Ashen a little bit, stop maybe some of the smoke play from coming out from Forest, they could set themselves up for a really strong execute on the CEO. The danger is that somebody flanks down Spiral or flanks down Visa and takes these fights. Watch out for that later in the round from SSG, but at least for now, it's 5 players on the top floor, and they're being hunted by the Deimos and the Buck.
And you've still got Newers down there, right? And all that soft destruction that's being done will just continue to aid OXG in the way that they want to pull this off. But yeah, I mean, I guess that early fight is really going to seal how this round goes. If SSG can get an early pick or 2 and then put somebody downstairs, that's probably curtains for OXG should they attempt to pull off a plant, just based on the way the map functions. Toxic canisters will now go towards the windows to delay OXG's repellent, and as you can see, it's a lot of silhouettes, and here they go.
Did the Toxic Bay miss?
Oh
no!
Looks like it did! No damage whatsoever done to Buttermilk. The boss gets the very first pick on the Fultz. Air jabs going off, and there's a retake on the main floor. from Space Station. The bees preventing them from access towards the closet. Nitro cell from Benja missed as well. Belated Candelas to go out. Ashen trying to find something. 1 kill can be found on the boss. Benja on Diffuser. But there's an upside down rappel and nothing can be done by SSG. Now it's none other than Spaceship down below. Buttermilk with 1 kill. Forest in a 1v2. Window closed. Running out of time. No way to get to the diffuser. OXG lives to see at minimum 1 more round as Buttermilk closes it out right as the timer hits 0, getting the final kill on the Forest.
Bit of a goofy round to lose. If your SSG, Toxic Babe went out, it missed. A C4 went out, it got caught on the wall. All the plant denial that they had, strategically they had the answers to that execute, right? OXG, despite the fact that they had the plant going down and they had strong bottom floor pressure, SSG had plant denial and they were able to use it. They just missed twice. And I gotta give credit again to the buck down below from Newers and from Yaga, the buck and the Demos. That pressure really forced those players with the C4 and the Toxic Babes to fall back and have to play a little bit farther away from the window, making it harder to land the Toxic Babe, harder to land the C4. So I do think Oxygen deserves some credit in that round for being able to shut down some of that plant denial by making it more difficult. At the end of the day, though, if you're SSG, man, really wish you hit that.
Yeah, that's a rough one. And one that you're going to want back, but it was just a round prior where an untimely team kill from Buttermilk caused SSG to ultimately snowball the rest of that round. And that's one that SSG wins. Now they lose a round that they were hoping to win and maybe came close to doing so. It's just like our matchup earlier today, Jesse. You know, you can't really look at rounds that should have been won. M80 realistically should have won that match like 9-5 or something like that. If you just go off of the rounds where they absolutely should have closed it out. But that's not how the game is played. We can theorize and say, well, it should be played this way, and it doesn't actually end up happening that way in reality. So keep a level head. Ensure that you've got everything aligned for what is the final round of regulation. Space Station calling their timeout, meaning that both of these teams are going to be going into overtime, should it be required, without a parachute. They will just be playing off of their own abilities. SSG is one of the best coaches in the business in call-out. So if there's anybody who can talk this team through one more round, you got to imagine it's him.
Auction for their part. It was announced that it is just Redeemer and Kizzy now as the coaching staff of this team. So we have seen a bit of a change up on both on Auction for the coaching side of things. Kizzy coming in from Brazil, being brought on up, and Ashen being brought down by Newers for the opening pick, just the middle of the site player, the middle of the top floor. Ashen taken out from one of the outside angles, and that's going to be a tough one to lose early.
Yeah, I mean, Ashen dying early is something that's happened a number of times. It does not mean an immediate loss for Space Station, but it certainly doesn't help their chances, especially when, again, Ashen sits atop the team in terms of kills, but Forest is catching up. Ashen sits at 12, Forest 10 total, if you count his stats before the rehost. As for OXG, a lot of numbers underwater. There's only one player on the team who's not negative. Nobody on the team is positive right now. So even though the scoreline is so close, it is crazy to think that 8-8 is Gomez, Had is 5-7, Yag is 9-10, Diaz is 5-8, Newers is 6-9. None of those players are positive, and yet they are a single round away from potentially throwing us to overtime.
Capcan Trap does a bit of damage. J90, the only person on SSG currently up on this top floor, they're going to be hunting him like a shark. They've got logic bombs, and actually Fault rotates up the yellow stairs and gets a kill. Never mind, they solved that problem by adding a second player to the equation.
At taking some bullet fire down below, but doesn't actually take any damage from that altercation. J90 taken out by Buttermilk in that spot. Fultz sitting at just about half HP. Hopefully the Valkyrie cameras for Space Station fans prove to be a little bit better than OXG's. Benja now taking up some space at the top of Spiral Stairs. Down goes the boss. That's still in this position. He's got some spam marks, presumably from those Valkyrie cameras. Amaru and a Ying not too far removed. Full dozen down to 25 HP. Hat slaughtered from down below. Forest has a read onto that hatch. Throws a goo mine before backing away. If Yaga drops, he'll step into one of those traps. No Candelas remaining. A strong position for OXG. Did not look great until D Brown gets the pick onto Forest. It's just full dozen and D Brown. That's it. HP's favoring SSG, and they've got one to find. Is this it for Oxygen? Mounting a comeback. So close, but it's all up to Diaz in a 1v2, diffuser in hand, 10 seconds left, and he'll hit a goo mine. That's gotta be it. Time to pull it out and soldier on in. He didn't get it in time, and there's another right in front of him. No time at all. Forest letting out a cry of joy. Space Station take the match over OXG.
And it wasn't easy. I mean, I think a lot of people thought this would be a lopsided game coming into it, but OXG, they did push SSG pretty far in this game, bringing it to 5 rounds, being won by themselves. So ultimately, we did see some fight back from Oxygen, but SSG better at the end of the day. I loved in that last round their ability to rotate up, one guy up yellow, one guy up spiral, and then forced a kill from the piano hatch as well, going counter to the vertical from the bottom floor up to the top to work those picks and regain the man advantage. You've got to feel good if you're SSG. This is a team that a lot of people think are going to be contending for the major spot, and now they're going to be going into the second play day tomorrow up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be very proud if I was Space Station, but both of these teams clearly have things to work on. And I mean, hey, it's the start of a new stage. There will likely be a meta shift when the new season comes out. Things will change, but at least we got a good glimpse into 8 of the 9 teams in action today. That's it for you and I in our debut as an official duo, but we've got a break ready, and then we'll be back.
Basically, every game that we had today went the full distance, with the exception of Game 3. This one just tacks on as another 12 rounds onto what was already a really good day. We saw 2 clubhouses, 2 consulates. Most of the teams that we thought were going to win ended up winning. Who was undefeated on predictions today? Who got them all right? Who was it?
He was.
Me.
He got him. Fox, even though we don't have percentage counters
Barely.
anymore, Fox is 100% on the day.
I'm 75.
Hey, everything was really close.
Yeah.
All the games could have gone either way, and I feel like even though there was some losers today, I really want to say a majority of the teams...
There was 4 losers today.
Yeah, technically, but I want to say a majority of the teams were winners. Only Los that I think was the team that really lost, and they'll get back to the drawing board, but that's fair. But every other team, I really loved everything that we saw from every team.
I can agree with that too. I think obviously when you look at all the teams, they were all relatively close. The one that stuck out the most was obviously the Los Luminosity game, and they just looked very poor. So this is a big learning experience for Los to take back from today and, you know, bounce back tomorrow.
True to Jesse's point, this last game was another 3-3 half. Yet again, that was the consistent trend as the day went on. And SSG pull out the dub, but not before OXG and whatever the hell they decided to name themselves ended up still making this a relatively close contest by the end.
I mean, I want to say, yeah, I mean, I definitely want to commend OXG. I mean, they did show up here. They looked a lot better than what Wildcard Restart looked like. So, I mean, a player that I even want to touch up on specifically is Yaga. Yaga, to be able to be talking about him, to be able to see him flourishing, getting those 4Ks, that's what we've seen Yaga way back in the day that we just hadn't been seeing the last stage and even previously. So, definitely glad to see Yaga back on the board. I am looking forward to see what they look like throughout the rest of the stage.
Every round was just a back and forth, just which team was going to slay out on the other team. I will say that towards the end, SSG started to run away with it. The rounds that they won looked a little bit more strategically sound, whereas a lot of Oxygen's round looked like they were just winning gunfights. And that's my biggest fear for this OXG, is when they have to problem solve, it's just throwing more bodies at it, shooting better. It doesn't look like they're really trying to dissect the problem, and I think that's because they just don't have somebody in the server that's able to really dissect the problem. It's just, well, if it doesn't work, let's just shoot better.
They also had the issue where they were down 3-1 on consulate defense in the first half, where most teams would probably need to go up on, like, at a base minimum 4-2 to really have a shot. They were down 3-1, then had to scrape this thing back. So is there any logic to the idea that if they had a better first half, maybe they come away with this game?
I mean, I think just naturally being experienced players like themselves, that they can identify where those first 3 rounds may have went wrong or 4 rounds went wrong, that they could easily bounce back off those 2. But again, it goes back into what you were saying. They just lack that experience of someone figuring out the long term.
So let's get Ashton in here to talk about how this one went. Dude, again, congratulations on the victory. It's a great way to start off a stage. Walk me through how the past couple of months have been from off-season up until this point. When Manchester ended, what was it like for the guys? And then when you played in these other off-season tournaments, just walk me through how things have been for you all.
Yeah, from Manchester, obviously we kind of saw like an open opportunity to get Benja and stuff like that, which we made happen, which was good. And then, you know, we just... for the quals going into World Cup, you know, obviously we all boot camped in person, which was obviously great. That was a great, you know, bonding factor, and just getting Benja in the mix, which was very important, honestly, because, you know, we tend to have, you know, a heavy culture, big team dynamic, just like in and out of the game. So getting him in the mix was obviously great. And then there we went to World Cup. You know, we really just wanted to translate, you know, how we were playing good in practice, just a game day, you know, no other expectations. And yeah, you know, we lost by 1 round. You know, it was a 7-7 versus Furia, and you know that was just, it was 1 round difference between you know the semis, and yeah, it happens. Just...
Yeah, no, I feel you. And I got a question for you specifically, Ashton, because honestly, it's truly impressive how consistent you are across the board. And when I talk about consistency, you're also performing extremely well. If you can just tell the audience, just what are your 3 biggest takeaways for your own self that keeps you so consistent and that allows you to keep improving?
Yeah, I think this is something with a lot of pros, is they don't play like the game a lot, and 500 ranked games or something like that. You know, I just play through the cheaters, so you know I love playing the game, even though I play some cheaters sometimes. I think now that I'm out of high school, I'm really just dialed on Siege. Mm-hmm. I'm in community college while online while doing Siege at the same time.
Good for you.
You know, it's just a lot of Siege, and then you know just a lot of focus, really like just kind of focusing on myself. And so third, I mean, you know, I like being aggressive, you know, just playing aggressive, and you really just got to train, you know, at the right times to get aggressive and when not to. And then if you can kind of, you know, hammer that majority of the time, it'll be on your side of the coin most of the time.
Well, you're hammering it, man.
It's a great way to show discipline, and now you have been with SSG for a little while now, and you've picked up your own. Technically, obviously, you won a major, one invitational with G2, but coming onto your team, he is like the new young guy. So do you feel like you have established yourself in the team just family-wise, and it's no longer like, oh, Ashen is like the rookie that needs to be just brought into things? It feels like you are a team and you're just getting Benja kind of caught up on everything, or how does it feel now for you personally?
Yeah, I think it's been like a year now that I've been on SSG. It's flown by, honestly. I think it's me and Jack, I know, who are like the rivals, and so it's like I'm kind of like the little kid. I guess me and him are the little kids of the team. But Benja obviously kind of quiet guy, but he still opens up to us. Yeah, I think I'm still kind of like that little kid, because me and Jack have like a rivalry, we like to call it, and then got Fultz, he's like the daddy.
It's crazy you say that you're the little guy, but you're bigger than Jack.
Oh yeah, I mog him in any other aspects outside.
Talk about
all
Consulate.
The lifts I mog him.
Talk about Consulate and OXG more specifically. What was it like playing against this team? Did they do what that you expected that they were going to do? And just in Consulate in general, with a 3-1 lead in your case, letting it fall down to 3-3 before moving over to the other half. Just how do you think this game went, and how do you think OXG played?
Yeah, they really looked like they didn't change much. They honestly felt really easy to read, and I think that was a big part of why we were able to get so many attacks so early, regardless of like the scoreline after, like 3-3. Obviously 3-3 is still good. I think a lot of people are expecting Cons to be kind of defender sided, but honestly it feels kind of even, not gonna lie. But obviously once we flip to defense, they telegraph pretty easily, and it's pretty easy to see what they're gonna do. So we just had to pick up on that, and then I was getting mad because I one of the ways I died, and so we just had to change the game plan a little bit, and then I just reined back a little bit, and then everyone just kept it smooth from there. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. We got you for last game of the day against Luminosity again up tomorrow night. Rest up. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll get you in the server. Have a good night, dude.
Thank you. You as well.
And that is a phenomenal way for Space Station to start their stage with a brand new player on the roster. You're again. What was the line? Same Space Station,
different crewman.
Different crewman. Yep. It kind of looked like that because Benja looked really solid today.
I mean, he's slotting into the role perfectly. They look very comfortable, but I mean, it goes into what you were saying. Like, you still are, kind of worried about this team. You don't think Benja was going to be the end-all, be-all for this team, and I think they still have issues that they need to work on because this game was still close. This wasn't like a landslide, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't saying that Benja wasn't the end-all, be-all. I think Benja and Ashen are kind of the spearhead entry. It's really about the rest of the team finding their footing. A big player that was notably a successful player on the previous rosters of SSG was Fultz. He's been having a phenomenal year, and not to say that he isn't performing well at this stage or at EWC. He is, but he's been taking more of a backseat role.
He's getting older.
Yeah, I guess so, but I mean, just to be able to...
Takes an old man to know an old man, huh?
True.
Yep.
Who's the old man?
Me.
I'm talking about him.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was about to say,
You're pretty old.
I got some
You still have a
age.
little
I got
bit of
some
youth
age on
and
you.
vitality
right
left
now.
in there somewhere.
But my point still stands is that Fultz is the rest of the team are taking kind of like a more supportive backseat role. We're used to seeing Force as that hot support player that's always just rushing in, as opposed to playing the util. And a lot of these players are developing throughout their experience and their history on the team.
Yeah.
And so it's nice to see. My worry is just when a player goes to that backseat role, not necessarily backseat role, but the support roles, it's interesting to see how they cope with it, how they adjust to it. So far, they're doing great. So far, everything I said about OXG is also doing great. They are not starting hot so far. So, I mean, who knows? I can't remember a time I've been wrong.
I mean, again, you got every prediction right. And you were so close to getting every prediction right if that one overtime period from earlier in the day goes your way. And speaking of an overtime period, we'll just throw the whole schedule up there. Just as a reminder of how day one of Stage 2 went, that game in particular was M80's 8-6 victory over C9 BC. It was so close, but yet so far for those guys.
Yeah, and realistically, I mean, C9 looked like they were in the driver's seat there. There were many rounds that it just came down to such a small detail, completely shifted the tides for them, and they would end up losing to M80. So, I mean, yes, Fox was right, but fundamentally, C9 just looked better.
Yeah, we were right that game was going to be the game of the day. I highlighted OXG SSG, which was a great game. You highlighted the first game, Wildcard SQ, which was a great game. And then we came together and said, usually when the bottom teams play against each other, it's one of the more exciting games because there's a lot of mistakes, new things that you see, and LG brought a lot of fast, new takes that we saw. So I feel like every game of the day, every game today was their own game of the day.
Day one definitely brought the sort of firepower we need to see from a region that hasn't played in quite some time, so it's good that the offseason was very well spent for some of these teams. So just as a reminder, this is what the standings look like after just one day, because we did have one overtime game. It means currently LG sit atop the standings along with Sonics. Space Station is up there too, and M80 split the difference on the amount of points they got over C9BC. And just as a reminder, DZ did not play today. They will play their first game tomorrow.
Well, at least one of our teams ended up here in the first place off, the power rankings.
Sonics?
Yeah, well, Sonics and Space. I had Space Station, I believe, second. You had Sonics.
I have Sonic second.
Sonic second, yeah. So,
but you know what's right is the bottom.
Some things unfortunately never change. Here's day two schedule just to get DZ finally in the mix. They have their first matchup tomorrow, and that is against the Sonics. So that one is already a barn burner because of the way the roster moves went. Now you factor in how well Sonics did on their very first day, and that is easily game of day two.
Yeah, and Ambi said it himself. It's going to be a cinema.
Cinema.
Yeah, that is
Martin Scorsese gif. Just cinema.
That is going to be a great game. I'm low-key, I'm putting some respect on Luminosity. I think that last game is going to be really hot, too.
That Space Station game could be fun, yeah. Two teams that won on Consulate get the chance to hash it out tomorrow.
I'm excited to see Wildcard against M80, to be honest. Like, Wildcard played, I mean, all teams, again, that we talked about, played really well today, outside of Los. But, again, I think tomorrow is still going to be another exciting day, and we get to see the first-time look at Dark Zero.
Hopefully we see more Clubhouse and Consulate.
God, please play, guys, play any other map. This is directly to everybody who plays tomorrow. No club, no cons, and we will talk nothing but nice things about you for the rest of the stage. Final thoughts before we get out of here. Gentlemen, Lax, will start with you. Day one?
Amazing. Amazing. Absolute cinema.
You're just reusing what Ambi said now at this point.
It works.
It was a really good
We've run out of things to say. It's late. We're going to get out of here.
It was a really good day to build the storylines for all the teams. Yeah. I really want to commend us on the desk. I feel like all of the storylines that we set up beforehand have all kind of came into fruition. Everything that we said was more or less on the right path. So
we never tell no lie.
Okay.
Was not the way I thought he was going to respond to that. Anyway, that's it for us for day one. Thank you very much for tuning in. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place for play day number 2, another 4 best of ones. We're just going to keep hammering this thing home all the way to the next hometown major in Montreal in just a couple of months. For all of us here at the studio in Philadelphia, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Got you tulips in a hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I miss. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. you